On Group 1. Proposals 1 through 4 are going to be considered at the Upper Cook Inlet meeting and deliberated there, so we'll not deal with them here today. So that means we'll start with proposal number 5. Staff?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Board. My name is Matt Miller. I'm the Sportfish Cook Inlet Management Coordinator. Proposal 5, 5 AAC 85055, Upper Cook Inlet Summer Saltwater King Salmon Management Plan. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Staff?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Mike Booz, Lower Cook Inlet Sport Fish Area Manager. Proposal 5 would allow sport fishing from shore for all species in the Ninilchik Area Conservation Zone, except for within 200 yards of the stream mouths from April 1 to July 15. The Upper Cook Inlet Summer Saltwater King Salmon Management Plan establishes conservation zones around the mouths of the Lower Kenai Peninsula roadside streams, closing all sport fishing from April 1 to July 15. This proposal would provide more sport fishing opportunity for surf fishing in the Ninilchik area, which has grown in popularity in recent years, but overall still comprises a small percentage of the effort and the harvest of groundfish in Upper Cook Inlet saltwaters. The department supports this proposal to provide more sport fishing opportunity for this growing shore-based fishery in road-accessible locations. The department suggests 2 options to the board to consider: adopt this proposal as is, or allow fishing from shore for species other than king salmon in all 3 conservation zones. Mr. Chair.
And just to clarify, as is would apply to all fish, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted that on the record. Does anybody wish to be recognized on the motion? Mr. Godfrey?
I intend to support this for the reasons the department supports it.
Mr. Commissioner?
I just want to make sure that board members understand that it says it's open for fishing 12 months a year, but that doesn't mean all the seasons are open for all species. So for instance, halibut is going to be still remain closed during the January season per the IPHC regulations. So although fishing would reopen, not necessarily for all species.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
So right now, as the proposal is currently written, the department maintains EO authority to close down for king salmon, correct? And we have a really kind of rather unique situation on the Ninilchik because it's enhanced for king salmon, but that is running congruent at the same time with wild stocks. And so now we want to move the fishery outside of the freshwater environment, potentially, into the marine environment, bring down a whole bunch more people potentially for this access. And how is that going to have, what is the effect going to be potentially on wild stocks? We already know we have angler education issues. It seems to me that this is putting additional pressure on wild king salmon stocks in the Ninilchik River, and is that responsible?
Through the chair to Member Carlson Van Dort, this proposal is really looking to provide opportunity for shore fishing for groundfish. As it's written, of course, you would be able to fish for other species, but we assume that you would be pretty ineffective at targeting king salmon from shore in these locations. The conservation zones were established in '96 and are to protect or prohibit the harvest of king salmon in these areas. Currently, the Ninilchik Conservation Zone does open to the harvest for all species, including king salmon, on the 3-day weekends that the Ninilchik and Deep Creek are open in regulation. But the department does have its emergency order authority to close king salmon fishing in Upper Cook Inlet and has done so in years of below average runs.
What are the other species besides halibut that people are going to be targeting in this fishery?
Through the chair, when surf fishing or bottom fishing, there's a variety of ground fish that anglers would be able to catch. Pacific cod would be another popular fish to harvest, but you also would catch species like sculpin or spiny dogfish.
So we're just gonna go, how do they get the hooks out that far? I mean, past the surf, that's a pretty long way to go. I mean, I am pretty strong, but that's a long cast. How does that happen currently?
Through the chair, so when anglers are surf fishing, they typically use pretty substantial size gear to be able to cast a heavy weight and a big chunk of bait a long distance. And so the gear is functionally set up to be able to cast that. So yeah, it is big gear.
Are other things used to do that, you know, to get a hook out there? Are people using drones? What's going on? Tell me what's happening here.
Through the chair, yeah. Most certainly as interest grows in a fishery like this, anglers start to become more creative on getting their gear farther out to be more effective. The use of drones or potato guns to launch the tackle and bait farther out are things that get discussed. Just remember, in these waters, there's a whole bunch of anglers with boats that are fishing nearby that are much more effective than any way that you would get the gear from shore.
I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. And like, I mean, I guess on one hand, it's kind of sporting to launch a potato gun, you know, that sounds pretty fun, but I'm just not sure if that's, you know, appropriate, given, you know, the definition of sport fishing, I suppose. I don't know. This is giving me a real pause. Like, I understand the reason to do it, but the methods and means that, you know, are considered and would be allowable under this proposal has given me a little bit of pause, so interested in other people's thoughts.
If I might take the floor for a second, I was down in the Gulf of Mexico last year, and lo and behold, just minding my own business, and a drone actually was going out there and taking the hook beyond the surf, and they were fishing that way. And I said, well, ain't that the cat's meow? And don't think that it can't happen here. You know, if that's a concern of yours, it's not a concern of mine, but it might be a concern of someone else. I'm in favor of Proposal 5, but I prefer that it have option 2 rather than as written. But even if it doesn't get to that point, I'll be supportive of the version as is if that amendment doesn't maybe get made. Ms. Carlson-Van Dorn.
Another question. So if we go with option 2 and you're not targeting king salmon and you catch one, presumably you'd have to release it. You're dragging it a distance through surf, onto a shore, onto a beach. What's that going to do to a king salmon? So irrespective of whether we allow it or not, if there's an incidental catch of king salmon, what's going to happen?
Through the chair, if we prohibited the retention of king salmon, yeah, it would require anglers to not remove that fish from water and return it.
I don't know if that's very practical, but.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Mayor.
Mr. Wood?
I also am inclined to support this. And looking at the allocation criteria, I think it really fits into the way locals can fish and provide that opportunity for them. I am not that excited about the idea of adding a king salmon to that harvest in any way at all. But it sounds like if the idea is to focus in on halibut, then that would, you know, you could avoid that, hopefully, like less of a chance, as long as you were fishing with like dead fish and not bait, like eggs. The only other thing I was going to ask was, is there any possibility of any guiding being brought up along the lines of from the beach? Or is this just a personal fishery for Alaskans with their rod and reel?
Through the chair to Member Wood, the Currently, surf fishing along the Kenai Peninsula is open to guided and unguided anglers alike. And there is several guides that are currently participating in that fishery, Mr. Chair.
So if they are guiding, and they're guiding for halibut, do they need any other special license or, I mean, if, I don't know how it all works, but if a charter operator out in a boat needs a special license to be catching halibut, does somebody from the shore need that same thing?
Through the chair, currently, any guide participating in our saltwater fisheries has to register and have a charter logbook to participate in those activities, whether you're in a boat or from shore. Interestingly, the federal halibut regulations do not require guides to have a halibut catch permit to guide from shore.
Okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Swinson.
I too will want to support this, but if it makes people feel better that the option 2, that you can't catch a king salmon, I have no problem with that.
It sounds like there's some support for option 2, but if that's going to happen, someone's going to have to put a motion on the floor to amend.
I make a motion to amend it to support option 2
In lieu of the existing.
in lieu of the existing.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment carries. So now we're dealing with option 2, which basically excludes the kings from the applicability. Any further discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Mr. Chairman, we could exclude the kings, but if you have to release it in the water, you're dragging it through surf potentially. I just don't think it's practical. I think you're gonna see a higher mortality than a normal catch and release on a king salmon. And given that these potentially are caught outside the river, granted, they're not targeting, but the potential is there. I'm really struggling with this. I'm not sure I can be supportive of the proposal, but I'm gonna continue to mull and listen in deliberations. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment on the language before us. I think that I also have some concerns about conservation in regards to king salmon, especially because some of these systems haven't met their escapement goals in the last couple of years. But considering the idea of surf fishing and the type of gear that's used, I think that there's a really small probability that king salmon are going to be harvested in this particular type of fishery. And I would hope that anglers that are using or accessing opportunity through this fishery would be most respectful to these very precious king salmon when they do happen to catch one and release it. So those would be my comments. I'd also, if I would, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to go through costs real quick. The approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to the private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. And if there's no further comments, I would call the question, but that
There
is
is a request for a further comment.
Okay.
From Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, we're expanding a fishery here, and I would just refer to the policy for the management of mixed stock salmon fisheries. I think that's the one we're talking about potentially, but just in section D, it says most salmon stocks are fully allocated. Consequently, the board will restrict new or expanding mixed stock fisheries unless otherwise provided for by management plans or by the application of the board's allocation criteria. Natural fluctuations in abundance of stocks harvested in a fishery will not be a single factor. And so I think that if we are going to expand this fishery, it could have potential impacts on salmon. I think it's appropriate to provide some allocation criteria comment on the record, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are you going forward with that, or are you just raising the point?
I'm not supportive of it, so if somebody who is supportive of it wants to put some allocation criteria, they are invited to do so. I would just flag that.
Yeah, I just wanted that clarified. Thank you. Any further comments?
I'll make a comment. I'm trying to understand how you apply the allocation criteria to these proposals. But I'd say rod and reel fishing, maybe this is a new fishery. I don't know how to define it as that, because rod and reel fishing from the shore seems like the oldest thing we know. And it seems like it really gives the opportunity to people who can't afford a boat or otherwise to go out and potentially harvest a fish off the beach. So, I don't know if what's gotten in the way of that in the past has just been access or whatnot, but that's why I support this, because having grown up in a place where we used to eat fish off the beach, that was the only way we could do it. That's why this is a proposal that really seems to matter to me. But if it's a new fishery, I don't agree with catching a king salmon and harvesting it off of this fishery, but I certainly do for a ground fish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take a stab at some of the allocation criteria, because I do think it's important to put that on the record. I think the history of this particular fishery, at least from what we heard in public comment, is that people have been accessing these particular types of areas in the Kenai Peninsula for trying to harvest ground fisheries for, I believe I heard the last 15 or 20 years, and that particular idea behind that has been growing. I think, having heard the department's comments that residents and non-residents do have the opportunity to participate in this fishery, there is some guiding activity. So the importance of that fishery to the economy of the state, I'm not so sure that it adds a tremendous amount of value there, but it does add potentially some economic value to the local area of the Kenai Peninsula. I think that in regards to criteria number 4, the availability of alternative resources, I do think that there are a lot of people that live in this state that don't own boats, don't have access to charters, and that this does provide an opportunity for those people to access things like Pacific cod and halibut and other groundfish species. So having said that, I will support the proposal, and if there's Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks. I would just note that Alaska Wildlife Troopers did have a comment on Proposal 5, and I would just see if they would speak to it. It seems to me that this could increase enforcement issues with this particular fishery, and just appreciate their comments for the record.
Captain, would you?
Yeah, through the chair, we did make a comment, we're neutral on the actual proposal, but by opening one of the 3 zones, crystal balling it here, I would imagine you'll see some folks who want to fish will be in fishing in closed areas and mixing up one of the 3 areas. So I think you'll just see some complexity there that'll bring and some confusion. Obviously, require some education from both Fish and Game and from us, and providing warnings for folks who are out of areas. We're trying to bring people into compliance. So it would be a little less confusing if all 3 were open and were consistent with each other. I think you'd see less confusion there, but those are our only comments.
Thank you, and I think staff wants to supplement those. Mike?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, option 2, as we outlined it, included all 3 of the conservation zones.
So, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, and then let's wrap it on up.
Yeah, thank you. Just lastly, I just wanted to note for the record that in opposition were the Central Peninsula AC and the Cooper Landing AC, and that the Homer AC did support with amendments in terms of on-time public comments and AC comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question?
Question's been called. Do errors and omissions, starting, Mr. Payton,
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers,
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder.
No, Mr. Chair.
Move on over to law
No, Mr. Chair.
and wildlife fishery.
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Aaron, Art, call vote.
Final action on Proposal 5 as amended. Carpenter.
Yes.
Zare.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mr. Chair.
Move on to Proposal 6, staff.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 6, 5AAC 58, new section.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Seconded. Staff.
This would create a management plan and establish a guideline harvest level for the Lower Cook Inlet summer saltwater king salmon fishery. Currently in Lower Cook Inlet saltwaters, king salmon bag and possession limits are 2 king salmon any size, and there's an annual limit in Cook Inlet of 5 king salmon 20 inches or longer. Since 2014, the king salmon harvest in this fishery has increased by 81% to approximately average of 8,000 king salmon. On average, 3% of these king salmon that are harvested in these waters are from Cook Inlet stocks. In 2023, based on pre-season emergency order actions for freshwaters in Cook Inlet and the closure of Upper Cook Inlet, the department reduced the bag from 2 to 1 fish in Lower Cook Inlet saltwaters. The department submitted and supports the creation of regulatory framework to direct the management of this fishery. Based on the guidelines outlined for the policy of the management of mixed stock salmon fisheries, creating regulations and a guideline harvest level for this fishery is appropriate. The department recommends that if the board adopts a GHL for this fishery, it provides direction to the department on the management actions necessary to stay within the GHL. The board may also consider a management action to reduce the harvest of Cook Inlet king salmon in years when other Cook Inlet fisheries are restricted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any discussion from board members? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the department. I think this was touched on a little bit yesterday, specifically to the idea of GHLs. It's kind of like, I know that originally, when you create a GHL or when the department recommends a specific level, the history and use and harvest and things like that are kind of used originally to come up with those levels. But when you have ever expanding fisheries and constant growth in a state like Alaska, and there's really no scientific evidence to back up what is within a GHL, what is the point of a GHL? I guess it's a really interesting question.
Through the chair to Member Carpenter, I'll try to take a stab at this for us to put it into context. So I think establishing a GHL is for the opportunity for the board to decide what's an appropriate harvest level within this fishery for king salmon. Moving forward, because we wouldn't have the ability to manage in season or really even post-season towards that GHL, it would be a benchmark or an identifying harvest level for the board to reconsider at each board cycle for this fishery. So say the board chose to establish a GHL of 10,000 fish for the Lower Cook Inlet summer fishery. And over the next 3 years, the harvest stayed within that GHL, then everything is structured the way that we need it. If the fishery continued to exceed that GHL, the department would come back to the board and say that we've been exceeding the harvest in this fishery as outlined with the GHL, and that we would be looking for a management action to keep the fishery within that GHL, Mr. Chair.
Follow up if I could, Mr. Chairman. While I appreciate that answer, what is an example that the department would use of a GHL that consistently has gone over in, maybe not obviously this, but other management plans where you would come back to the board and suggest some sort of remedy to solving that problem?
Through the chair, Proposal 9 for the winter fishery has exceeded its GHL for 9 consecutive years. The department submitted that proposal for the board to review the stipulations in that plan, and if the GHL is not modified, we're recommending a management action to keep the harvest within the current GHL.
Matt, you wish to be recognized?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could just follow up a little bit, because that's a great question, Member Carpenter. The GHLs serve a few purposes. As was mentioned, part of it is kind of a scorecard, so the department can come back to the board on a fishery that the board has said, this is what we think the limit should be, and say, this is how we're doing. This has been used several places. There's a king salmon GHL and a management plan down at Kodiak that I've been involved with, and we've gone before the board and there's been actions taken. It's similar to what we've done with the shrimp fisheries. We have harvest levels there, and then we come back from time to time and we say we haven't done it. In those cases, the plan says here's some things that the department can do pre-season to take those actions. In this case, we don't have a GHL on fisheries that are under the microscope. King salmon fisheries statewide are being watched very closely. And so having the board recognize that it's important to cap or allow some amount of growth, or at least indicate that they are watching this closely, there's some value to that. And so that would be the point. What that GHL is entirely up to the board. We've got tables there with historical harvest. You can determine if you want it to be at historical numbers for the 5 or 10 years, if you think it should be smaller, or if you think there should be some allowance for growth. And that's what that GHL could be set at, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks, and Matt, I appreciate your comments, because a lot of what you just said, I think I was in my vein of thinking, you know, the way that I'm looking at a GHL is kind of an accounting indicator. So that we have a better tracking system in a management plan for, you know, what the use is, what the harvest levels are. You know, and oftentimes the science to support numbers is lagging. I mean, that's very frequent where we don't have the science necessarily to support it, but as to your comments, you know, king salmon in Alaska are a very closely watched fishery, and I think lacking some kind of an accounting indicator, we're essentially shining a giant spotlight on this fishery with potentially negative consequences. And so I think it is prudent for the board to set a GHL. It is not restrictive at this point, but I do think it demonstrates that we're paying attention to it and giving direction to management to at least be tracking that more carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may make a few comments, I wasn't going to spend a lot of time with GHLs because I didn't see the use of them. And on all of them that are in this package, you're asking for tools to apply should they not, or whether, should they exceed the goals. So once you put those tools in place, it does become restrictive, and you'll be applying the tools accordingly to bring the numbers back down, which isn't much different than you do with escapement goals, et cetera, under other scenarios. So it does transform this into a much more rigorous type of a standard. My problem is no one can tell me how you establish a standard other than a shot in the dark. You look at figures, how they've done in the past, and do that in the future. I did run across an example that caught my attention on your proposal 26 staff comments. You had that one established at 50% of a recent 5-year harvest, and then it was increased to 75%, so that you weren't coming back constantly, and the numbers would be fluctuating with the averages as they were going through those 5-year cycles, and that might be one option. But I'm not going to spend a lot of time on GHLs myself personally. Other members may wish to, but I just, until I'm convinced there's a scientific basis behind it, I'm not going to be all that anxious to jump in.
May I?
Who is asking? Oh,
Chair.
Mr. Wood.
So if I may, I look at the GHL as a necessary tool because it's the target. And then in order to hit your target, you adjust your windage and elevation, which is the management side of things. And so, and if you don't know how far out that target is, either how far out or how close, you don't hit it. So I really think it's important that there is a GHL, and I'm curious to hear what the staff's recommendation is for that, and then what recommendation they might have to hit that target.
Commissioner had his hands up, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about GHLs, expand a little bit. To me, there's a couple of things. You can set this harvest limit or a guideline limit that you want the department to kind of track. You can do a couple of different things. You can say that if we track that, the next year, take these actions in the fishery. Or if you make it a cap, then you basically are requesting us to manage in season. That becomes a much more trickier issue because we may not have the management tools in place to be able to account for harvest, to manage that harvest limit within a season. But if we get that information, let's say 2 out of 3 years, kind of like a stock of concern, we're over it, you can direct us with certain tools to say, then take these actions as tools moving forward. But it would be a post-season for the next season's fishery if we exceeded it 2 of 3 years. So there's a couple of ways to deal with guideline harvest levels moving forward. But right now, we don't, all it is the way it's currently structured is it's a tool for us to come back and report to you whether we're exceeding it, and then you take action. But you could also give us actions if we exceeded 2 or 3 years, recognizing that we'll try to bring it down to that the next year as we move forward in time.
Yeah, perhaps record it will reflect commissioners suggesting the board take management actions. That's a first. Would the commissioner have to come back to the board to get that direction? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying we could pre-approve it based upon some criteria?
I think you could do either. I think you could pre-approve it if you wanted to. If you're above the guideline harvest level 2 or 3 years, take these actions to bring it back down. You could do that as part of the board right now, or you could do it if we did take that action at a subsequent board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carlson Van Dorn.
Thanks. I mean, at this point, I don't think I would be too prescriptive in a management plan for a GHL. I mean, I think if, I would tend to support the former rather than the latter, that being, an indicator, again, if it's exceeded for 2-3 years and it comes back to the board, that's well within the cycle, rather than putting a cap on it and forcing management decisions potentially arbitrarily. And again, I appreciate the fact that we don't have, robust scientific data that we might like, but we're not restricting under a GHL. We're just saying, hey, let's keep an eye on it, and if maybe in a couple of years in a subsequent cycle, there will be additional information that might warrant more restrictive action. I don't know, but I think it's worth tracking. And in terms of a number, I know that there was a question earlier about what an appropriate GHL number would be. I'm looking at this here. You've got an 8,000 king salmon GHL for the Upper Cook Inlet summer saltwater king salmon management plan. The winter saltwater king salmon management plan has one of 4,500. For the sake of consistency, I would be amenable to making it consistent with the Upper Cook Inlet summer of 8,000, but that's just kind of an idea to throw out there, so thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess just a couple comments. I agree with what the commissioner said. I think establishing a GHL is fine. I think the department coming back to the board in 2 or 3 years, once they have, obviously, they're not managing these fisheries in season, and reporting back at the level of harvest or increased participation, that it's harvesting numbers in excess of what the board has said is a GHL. But I do think it's imperative that when the department does come back, that it brings with it different ideas that the board can consider to keep GHLs intact, because without those ideas, I think that we just have this ever-evolving situation where GHLs continue to go up and there's nothing really solid behind that. So that would be one thing that I would consider. I guess I would also just put on the record that in regards to on-time public comments, that the Central Peninsula AC, the Homer AC, the Matsu AC, and several other individuals put their support behind this proposal. And because we are creating some sort of a management plan, I think number 3, the sustainable salmon policy suggests that an effective management system should be established and applied to regulate human activities. And I think that this is the start in that process. And so for that, I will just keep my comments for that for now, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wood, do you wish to be recognized?
I do, thank you. I asked the department if they had recommendations in your mind for what the GHL would be.
Mr. Wood, through the chair. Mr. Booz can walk through that table on page 16 that has the harvest on there, but it's really up to the board to decide if they want to restrict this fishery more than it is now in terms of a harvest, or maintain it about where it is, or to allow some sort of growth kind of based on what that's doing.
I understand, yeah, okay.
And Mr. Booz can walk through that. If I may, Mr. Chair, a scenario of what we might be looking at here might provide a little clarity. So based on what the commissioner was saying, if the board adopts this and puts a GHL on there, we did use emergency order last year to restrict the bag limit in this fishery from 2 king salmon to 1 based on all of the actions that we've been taking in Upper Cook Inlet. What we would probably do is take a look a year from now when we get that information back about what the effect, how effective that was on reducing the harvest. Then we would be taking a look and saying, based on where the board set the GHL, would it be appropriate for us to take that action again? Or could we just leave it at 2? And we would take some action. We'd come back to the board in 3 years and go, here's our scorecard. The board set the GHL here. These are the actions we took. This is what we did. And then the board could decide what to do with that. And some of the other actions are listed in some other staff comments. It might be that the board decides at that point the EO authority to reduce bag isn't enough. Let's get a little more creative. Let's talk to the public. Maybe we want to do season restrictions. Maybe we want to do size limits. There's a number of things there that the board could then put into regulation that would be outside our authority. Mr. Chair.
Just, I like that idea. It shows that we're really like focusing in on conservation and using the management to make sure that we're going to hit that target and not over that target. I think it's important that we, demonstrate conservation on the part of the state in order to, so that it doesn't get somehow, somebody else decides to take that over, that decision-making process. So I support that. We should set a GHL. Thank you.
Just a question real quick, Matt, on something you raised. Do you believe the department currently has EO authority to totally shut down a fishery if we exceed the GHL?
Mr. Chair, the commissioner has ultimate authority for conservation reasons to use his emergency order authority. So I would look to him, but my answer would be if we believe that there was a conservation concern, yes.
Commissioner has nodded his head in agreement.
Yeah, I do have the authority to deal with conservation on a basis as needed. So if there was a sound conservation basis for that action, I could do that. Now, the question is do I have it's an interesting case here. We have conservation concerns for late run king salmon in the Kenai River. To what extent am I going to, even if I'm below the GHL for this fishery, am I going to restrict that fishery to move king salmon into the Kenai River?
That thought crossed my mind. Anything further? Ms. Carlson-Van, you wishing to be recognized?
Yes, please. I think I would move to set a GHL for the Lower Cook Inlet summer fishery of, I guess, not less than 8,000.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Any objection? No objection, but Mr. Booz, do you wish to address that?
Mr. Chair, just since now we have a number in front of us to discuss, if I could walk you through the harvest table on page 16 of staff comments, RC2. The Lower Cook Inlet summer fishery is in the middle of that. It's the second set of harvest. In recent years, since the last board meeting, 2019 to 2022, the total annual harvest in that fishery has ranged from 6,800 to 11,000. It would have exceeded an 8,000 fish GHL in 2 of those 4 years.
Shuffling something around, you say it would have exceeded this 8,000, 2 of the 4?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carlson Van Dorn?
And there was EO authority that was taken to limit the bag or reduce the bag limits, correct?
Yeah, through the chair, in 2023, we reduced the.
What was the threshold that the department used at that time to make that determination?
That emergency order restriction was based on the emergency order restrictions to close all of our king salmon freshwater fisheries and closing Upper Cook Inlet, the saltwater king salmon fishery.
Okay.
So it was a paired restriction with all of the other restrictions
Understood.
that we were
Got it.
doing.
That makes sense. Okay. Well, 8,000 was a number. I just didn't want to go below. I would be amenable to going up, although not significantly more. And I also think that we need to give the department a little bit of direction. There's a table of management actions, I think, that were submitted in staff comments on proposal number 9. But from my perspective, if we go to 8,500, I'm comfortable with that. If we go to 9,000, I'm comfortable with those numbers, depending on the will of the rest of the board and the department. And at this time, I don't think I'd want to get too far into specific management actions, as long as the commissioner is comfortable with his EO authority in that respect. My intention is not to arbitrarily restrict this fishery, but I do think we need to recognize that it's being utilized and that utilization is increasing.
Okay, so that the record is clear and for the benefit of the new members, there's an amendment on the floor right now at 8,000. We do not accept amendments on amendments that would change that figure. So right now, unless there's objection, the 8,000 amendment will carry. If there's objection and somebody else wants to talk to Marit on a different number, we
Mr.
could
Chair,
take it.
I'd withdraw my motion for 8,000 if there's,
And a second
number.
concurs. I don't remember who the second was.
I seconded and I support the 8,000.
She's wishing to withdraw. Do you have a problem with her withdrawing the 8,000 amendment?
Mr. Chair's point of order, it belongs to the board now, so any board member can object.
That is correct. But that would put it to a vote, though, Mr. Godfrey, and that's not something she's trying to accomplish, I don't think. So,
If she
the
withdrew it,
motion has been withdrawn, and we're now at ground zero.
Second concur?
I don't withdraw my support. I like 8,000.
Okay, then, is there any discussion on the amendment? And those that don't want to see it pass, just vote against it. Any further discussion?
Well, I would second,
Doesn't need a second. It's on
Okay.
the floor. So, anyway, do I hear a question being called? Commissioner?
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that even if we're not exceeding 88,000 in this case, that I still have the EO authority to restrict king salmon harvest in that fishery for conservation purposes for late-run Kenai River kings, if necessary.
Oh, you're asking a question or making a statement?
I'm putting that on the record.
Yeah, I agree with you, okay. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just speak to the amendment, the number 8,000. I've thought a little bit about this the last couple days, and it's kind of hard to place this number on a fishery that has had really steady growth over the last 10 years. And without any scientific information to kind of rationalize the number that we're choosing here, the one thing I take into consideration is that there is a small portion in this fishery that are potentially being harvested from rivers on the Kenai Peninsula and other parts of the state that have stocks of concern designations, et cetera, et cetera. And so I do think that a reasonable number, and I guess for the time being, since we have nothing better to go on, 8,000 seems like a reasonable number at this point in time. But I would encourage the commissioner to continue to monitor this and for the department to take any action that they deem necessary to make sure that these streams on the Kenai Peninsula try and meet their escapement goals.
Ms. Carlson Van Dorn?
Thanks. So I withdrew my motion, and just to speak to what we have on the table, the 8,000 amendment, I withdrew the motion because I had not looked carefully at the harvest table. And so I will not be supportive of an 8,000 limit. My intention, if this amendment is voted down, would be to offer a new amendment to 8,500, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and that's part of the record. I have no preference, because I don't have a lot of good feelings with GHL. So if it's 8,000, 8,500, 9,000, I really don't care. So unless it's further comments, we'll take a vote on the amendment.
Question on the amendment.
Ms. Nelson?
On the amendment to establish the GHL at 8,000. Mike Wood,
Yes.
Godfrey,
No.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Zaret,
Yes.
John Wood,
No.
Carpenter,
No.
Svensson.
No.
Motion fails 2-5, Mr. Chair.
So we're back to the main motion. I'll recognize Carlson Van Dort.
Mr. Chairman, I move that a GHL be set for 8,500 king salmon for the lower Cook Inlet's summer king salmon fishery.
Is there a second?
Second, ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Hearing and seeing no objection, the amendment carries. We're at 8,500. Any further discussion on the main motion as amended to 8,500? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I referenced my comments that I just made in regards to GHLs and the concern I have for conservation in this particular area. And I would also go ahead and talk about cost. At the moment that approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of the proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. And if there's nothing further, there is.
Art? Where? Oh, I'm sorry.
Just for the department, for your sake, we just set a level. What happens, in the past, the commission has used his EO authority to reduce the bag limit. I think that that's appropriate. And so if you needed any kind of guidance in that space, if for some reason it was exceeded, then I would expect the department to consider reducing a bag limit.
Mr. Wood?
Just as a point of education for me, is 8,500 more conservative than 8,000 in the way it's managed? At the department.
Mr. Wood, through the chair, 8,500 would allow more harvest than a GHL at 8,000. So
you.
we'd be considering actions a little bit sooner than at 8,000 than we would at 85.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? If not, let's call a roll.
Final action on proposal 6 as amended. Carlson Van Dort,
Yes.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Mike Wood,
No.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Svensson,
Yes.
John Wood,
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mr. Chair.
We now go to proposal 7. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 7, 5AAC 58030, methods, means, and general provisions for finfish.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Carlson Van Dort. Staff?
This would prohibit snagging and spearfishing in the Seldovia Harbor and the Seldovia Lagoon until June 24. Currently, both snagging and spearfishing are allowed year-round in all of Lower Cook Inlet saltwaters, including Seldovia waters. The department supports prohibiting snagging to correct the unintended regulatory effect from the last board cycle. The department is neutral on any allocative aspects between users, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any discussion, Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the department, so this proposal uses June 24th as the date. There's a proposal right after that that has similar language that uses June 15th. Can you maybe speak to why you favor the language of June 24th more than the next one?
Through the chair to Member Carpenter, the June 24 date was the date that opened these waters historically or prior to the regulatory change at the last meeting. It's the Ninilchik River broodstock that we use to stock the Seldovia terminal fishery based on the run timing that we see in the Ninilchik. Mid-June is approximately the midpoint of the run. So there would still be good numbers of new fish arriving to the fishery in mid-June, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to follow up if I could, Mr. Chairman. And so other than the date that's different in this proposal versus the next one, is there anything else substantially different in this proposal versus the next one that we should consider?
Through the chair, yes. This proposal also is looking to prohibit spearfishing. Proposal 8 doesn't reference spearfishing at all.
Thank you.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Under the scenario, I mean, let's say that if 7 passed, is there any sport fish opportunity in the lagoon prior to, let's say, June 24th?
Through the chair to members Carlson Van Dort. Yeah, the king salmon fishery really gets going around Memorial Day weekend. So yeah, there would be really good fishing for king salmon.
Yeah, thank you. That's kind of how I read the staff comments. I just wanted to make sure that there was still sport fishing opportunity early in the season on that, just not snagging until that date and not spearfishing until that date. So I just wanted to make that clear, and, with that, I'm supportive of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a few minutes break till 9:35. Your chairman had too many cups of coffee at breakfast.
Okay. Yeah.
Take action on the next one. Rockfish, limit 4, 8 for residents, limit 3, 6, non-residents. I'm trying to, ag limit of 4, so this here is the language of 19.
I double checked to make sure that there's no rockfish. So this negates this. That's no longer gonna exist.
As soon as everyone quiets down, sits down, we'll resume deliberations on Proposal 7. Thank you for the indulgence, but I got to tell you, it makes me feel better for several reasons, not the least of which are a bunch of young people behind me that were thanking me, so. Do we have all 7 members here? Yep, we do, okay. We resume deliberations, all 7 members are present. We left off with the comments made by Member Carlson Van Dort. Any other comments on proposal number 7? Mr. Wood?
I would just reference the AC, Seldovia AC, and supporting June 24th.
If you bear with me one moment. Do you have an RC number for that, or a PC number, or whatever?
Sorry, I had it in AC 09 in the big fat one book.
And you say it says June 24th?
Yep.
Okay.
Page 3 of 6, AC 09.
So you speak in favor of Proposal 7, I take it?
Correct.
Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I did cost already on this, Mr. Chair, so I'll do it again. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost for private person participating in the fishery. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. And if there's not any,
I do have a comment, if you indulge me for a moment. Unfortunately, from my perspective, it deals with 2 subject matters, i.e. spearfishing and snagging, one of which I would vote no on if it was spearfishing, another one of which I'd vote yes on if it was snagging. So I'm somewhat in a dilemma with both of them in there as to which direction to take. But in case of doubt, I'm just going to leave it at status quo, so I'll be a no vote, but I could be persuaded elsewise. No, not really. We're not going to continue along those lines. Any discussion on the merits of 7? Mr. Carpenter?
thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I would say about this is I think the areas in Seldovia, and when I look at these maps of the area that these activities are taking place in, it's kind of a small, isolated community to a certain degree. And I kind of think that a lot of these fish that are probably harvested in this area by local residents, it's almost like a de facto subsistence fishery for king salmon to a certain degree. And so I kind of think that this is obviously an issue that is near and dear to their heart, and so for those reasons, I'll be in support of it. But
Mr. Godfrey, you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, for a similar sentiment, if I don't feel strongly one way or the other, when it's a localized fishery like that and isolated off the road system, I'm pretty deferential to the community and the support the community puts towards it, and I don't feel strongly one way or the other, and I'm not familiar with the fishery, so for the similar reasons, I also will be supporting it.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Yeah, thanks. Just to clarify a little bit. So, yeah, I think that as long as there's opportunity in the sport fishery, you know, when the sport fishing is good there, I'm happy that that opportunity is available. However, I also recognize that there's some cleanup that needs to occur, which I think is also the purpose of broadening that to snagging, at least in my mind. So, you know, I think it's appropriate to sort of start the snagging out a little bit later, and, yeah, I'm supportive of the proposal, and I also know that the Central Peninsula AC and the Matt Valley AC were supportive of the proposal as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just one further comment to show you the value of deliberations. Mr. Godfrey raises an extremely valid point, because I, like him, am totally ambivalent. And, but I will change my vote to a yes vote.
question.
Question's been called? Errors and omissions, yes. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Aaron?
No, Mr. Chair.
Cap?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, please take a roll.
Yep. Final action on Proposal 7. Zarek.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorp.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Move on to Proposal 8. Staff?
Proposal 8, 5AAC 58030, methods, means, and general provisions for finfish. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Wood seconds. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 8 is seeking to prohibit snagging in the Seldovia Harbor through June 15.
That was short and sweet. Any discussion on Proposal 8?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to take no action based on the action that we just took on Proposal 7.
Is there a second?
Second, yes, unanimous consent.
Any objection? Move on to Proposal number 9.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 9 is 5AAC 58060, Cook Inlet Winter Saltwater King Salmon Sport Fishery Management Plan. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Mike Wood. Staff?
Proposal 9 provides the board the opportunity to review the management options identified in the Cook Inlet Winter Saltwater King Salmon Sport Fishery Management Plan. Currently, the winter fishery occurs from September 1 through the end of March. Bag and possession limit of 2 king salmon of any size, and there's a GHL of 4,500. The department submitted and supports this proposal. The king salmon harvest in the winter fisheries exceeded the GHL for 9 consecutive years. The board may consider modifying the GHL for this fishery or providing the department management actions to stay below the current GHL. Table 9.1 on page 21 of staff comments provides a potential list of management actions to reduce the king salmon harvest in the winter fishery, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just a question to staff. That 9.1 was intriguing to me because I couldn't figure out what direct impact any one of those would have if we were to choose them, or whether, even if we chose all 7, whether it'd have a meaningful reduction. Can you address that?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. For the winter fishery, with these potential management actions, kind of have worked through the best data we have available to consider the effectiveness of them. For reducing the bag from 2 to 1, best data that we would have is looking at the charter logbook from the guided portion of the fishery. The reduction based on those data would be somewhere around 30 to 40%, a pretty significant reduction. The creating an annual limit, that one's more complicated overall. That would have less effect. It would more likely impact anglers that participate in the fishery throughout the season and go more frequently. The vast majority of the anglers are not going to be affected by an annual limit. But those that participate often will be pretty restricted. But we don't have really a way to estimate the effectiveness of an annual limit. The next two, the size restrictions, those we had our port sampling data from when we conducted the genetic study. And in those years, implementing a size restriction of 28 inches or greater would be about a 50% harvest reduction. 50% cut in half. Implementing a size restriction of 20 inches or greater would be about a 10% harvest reduction. And then the last one, preventing captain and crew from retaining king salmon, that would come from charter logbook data, and that would have about a 6% effect at reducing the harvest, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion on Proposal 9 now that we have it a little bit more in line? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, could you, just for the record, could you kind of talk a little bit about what the breakdown is between resident harvest in this fishery versus guided, resident, maybe guided non-resident harvest. I'm not sure if you can do that on the spur of the moment.
Through the chair to Member Carpenter, I don't have the exact number sitting in front of me, but primarily this fishery is more of a local fishery because the vast majority of it occurs in the winter. We can provide you the guided and unguided harvest, but not necessarily the residency component. So see page 22 in staff comments, figure 9.1, you can see the breakdown of the guided and unguided harvest. In the last few years, unguided anglers have harvested approximately 3,000 fish on average, while the guided anglers have harvested somewhere around 1,000 to 1,500 king salmon.
Mr. Swenson?
My question is, when you have the captain and crew retaining fish, do they keep those fish for themselves, or do they pass those on to their paying members?
Through the chair to Member Swenson, most certainly, captain and crew can donate their fish to their clients. We don't have information to provide you any real information towards your question.
Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey?
To pull on that a little bit more, I'm probably under misimpression here. So are you saying the captain and crew can fish for personal use while they have clients out on a charter vessel?
Through the chair, that is correct.
I didn't know that.
Sport fishing.
Interesting.
Director Payton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along with the potential management actions, other options mentioned in staff comments are, potentially status quo in the GHL or modifying it as well. And also point out in staff comments, less than 1% are Cook Inlet stocks.
What kind of percentage cut would be necessary to get under the GHL currently?
Mr. Chair, in recent years, the harvest has exceeded 10 to 15% above the GHL. So in the last 4 years, we've been around 4,500 to 5,000 fish.
So let's take 15% as being what we're trying to accomplish. Then if we were to give you the direction to use the 20-inch size and the prohibiting of the captain and crew, that would just about cover that deficiency, that excess rather.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Why can't we just simply authorize any of these tools? You may have them already under EO authority for all I know. Why can't we just authorize all these tools and you all mix and match to meet the overage?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the board could do that. Most of these tools are outside of our emergency order authority. I mean, as we had just mentioned, we have used emergency order authority in the summer fishery in Lower Cook Inlet, which really fell under conservation because of the conservation EOs that had been issued throughout Cook Inlet. Mostly, we have statute authority for time and area, but our EO authority for salmon is largely tied to escapement goals. So it gets a little less clear for something like trying to manage to a GHL. So if the board wanted the department to use any of these, then they would say in a plan, the board has the authority to do all of these.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd put it in regulation, and then we'd come back in 3 years and say, here's the actions that the board took at the last meeting, here's how we've done.
And my concern, quite honestly, and the department is encouraging it, so I'm not too concerned, is that anytime this board has started to move in the direction of getting involved in management, we're told that's not our role, quite clearly. And it seems like we're being invited in right now. Maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but I just as soon give you all of the tools you need and for you folks to manage it accordingly to what's needed at the time. Commissioner?
Yeah, some of these are, clearly have allocative implications, because if I reduce the charter take versus the non-resident take versus the non-charter take, that's allocative. So we're just looking at a little bit of guidance as from you as to putting, if we put these tools in the toolbox, do you want us to apply it to non-guided, to guided? How do you want us to tackle those issues, resident, non-resident?
That makes much more sense now. Thank you. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks for that clarity, Commissioner, because that's kind of where I was going on what I was going to ask next. But I mean, from my perspective, I don't think it's unreasonable to increase the GHL to a moderate amount and then give the department a little bit of, direction in terms of how they should restrict. My personal preference would probably be the least restrictive size limitation. I think that gets in the 10 to 15%, provided they go over a GHL, which may or may not remain at 4,500, but I think my recommendation would be to increase it to around 5,500. I don't want to, again, arbitrarily restrict. There's slightly less of a conservation concern, I think, because these fish are not necessarily, headed to their terminal natal streams in Upper Cook Inlet, which is a consideration certainly in the summer fishery. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mike Wood.
Okay, I like this fishery because it's in the winter. And I like the fact that about 1% from that awesome pie chart I got from Mr. Payton said about 1% of the fish are going into Upper Cook Inlet, which is important. That being said, it's an increasing number of participants in this fishery, and we're going over this GHL, and these are king salmon, and they matter to somebody. Even if they're from the Pacific Northwest, whether they're wild or hatchery, they still matter. And I'm inclined to not get too greedy just because they happen to be at our front door. So the GHL number, I think, could stay the same or bump up just slightly. But I think the management by you guys should continue to be conservative. And I wanted to ask you, of these potential management options you proposed here on page 21, is there one in particular that works best for you to manage this fishery?
Mr. Wood, through the chair. Not really. It's really up to the board on how much of a savings they want. But to follow up on that and to answer Mr. Wood's other question, the Commissioner was saying, we have also dealt with management plans where the board has laid out all of the options for the department to use as tools because, as was mentioned, they are allocative, and then would often put in, the board wants you to do this first and do this second and do this third to kind of prioritize what actions they'd be taking in. But how you decide to do that's entirely up to you, largely because of the allocative nature of these, Mr. Chair.
Okay, just to follow up. I'd like to be able to put that in your hands so that the commissioner's a busy man and having to make a lot of decisions to go to him for EO, everything. It would be nice that this plan could help you guys manage this in season to stay conservative. And so that would be my outcry or what I'd be asking, but maybe I don't know how to do that.
So your term, you guys, your reference to department staff as opposed to the commissioner level, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Mr. Swenson.
So if the length of 28 inches or more, is that a 50% savings?
Through the chair, that's correct. So if you were to implement that restriction now, the harvest, instead of being 4,500, would be about 2,200.
It's kind of interesting because from my perspective, if I had to face, I'd rather have the 28 inches or bigger than be reduced from 2 fish to 1 fish. I'm surprised that 50% is that much difference at over 28 inches. Thank you.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
So just a little clarity on that. I mean, from a size restriction, it seems that the easiest thing to implement would be a size restriction in terms of if we're going to take a management action to address a GHL overage at whatever level it's at. Is that correct? I don't know, what's the department's opinion on that? I don't know if that's staff question or commissioner question, whoever wants to weigh in on it, director.
Could you kind of paraphrase the question again?
Of the options that are presented in the table, you know, you have bag limit reductions, prohibiting captain and crew, creating an annual limit, and then a couple of different size restriction options. What is the easiest for the department to implement?
Out of all those, I mean, size restrictions in the least restrictive probably realm would be the easiest. But I would like to bring up a point I heard Member Wood say, and I want to be clear to the board. You mentioned in-season management. We do not manage the sport fishery in season. It's all post-season. So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, real quick, I'll just say that from my chair, the easiest things to do that don't affect the allocation between residents and non-residents and is just having a single size limit or a reduction in bag limit. That's easy to enforce. We can tell pretty quickly what's on a boat in terms of measuring fish, and it's fairly effective in terms of how we can estimate it compared to annual limits and other things.
Matt, go ahead.
Oh, through the chair, just wanted to clarify the size restriction. So if we implemented a size restriction of 28 inches and bigger, the harvest would only be comprised of those large fish. The vast majority of the fish that are harvested here, or half of the harvest that occurs here in the wintertime, is less than 28 inches currently.
And I would just like to put on the record at least, there's one other option that isn't here, but can't be implemented until we get the electronic reports, et cetera. And that is breaking down the GHL, whatever the number is, into either quarters, thirds, or whatever, and use each of those subsections to determine whether you're going to stay under your GHL or not, and should you be exceeding it, to shut it off at that point until the next such period. I'm not going to propose to something because we don't have the capability to do it right now, but I would ask the department to look into how that would be implemented once the electronic stuff becomes available. And perhaps if when you come back for review at a future date, you'll have another tool to be considering. Ms. Carlson Van Dart.
Thanks. So to Mr. Payton's point, this would not be, or commissioners, this is not an in-season management tool that would be utilized. What we were looking at is like, if, let's say we increased the GHL and everybody goes fishing and it exceeds the GHL, you're really looking at implementing these management measures for the following year. So what would happen is that, you know, there's the GHL, people go fishing, you know, and if it's exceeded, then you're looking at creating some kind of a restriction. And again, from what I've heard from the department and my own personal preference, I mean, I would go with the least restrictive size limit to be implemented the following year and see how it goes. That takes you into a couple of years into a cycle, and so you really got one more year left to see whether or not that management tool worked or did not, and then it's before the board again for consideration. Mr. Chair.
So you would be utilizing the 20% size limit rather than the 28 to get to that percentage?
The 20-inch, yes, sir. I
Okay.
think that would be my preference, and I would also like to raise the GHL to 5,500. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Carpenter.
I guess I'm just curious, was that an amendment, Ms. Carlson Dort, or are you going to make that amendment, or?
Happy to make that motion to amend. So my motion would be to amend the GHL to increase it to 5,500 from 4,500, and to give the department management direction to implement a size restriction for greater than 20 inches in the event that the GHL is exceeded.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Objection. And I just want to discuss, I'll probably remove the objection afterwards. So we're currently at a 15% overage. If we went to 5,500, what would be the overage percentage, if any?
Mr. Chair, give me just a second to look at the exact harvest numbers. So that's on table 6, page 16. in the winter fishery. In the last 4 years, the largest harvest was 5,300, so we would not have exceeded the GHL in all the recent years. 2018 would have been the only year in the time series where we would have exceeded the GHL of 5,500, Mr. Chair.
So if this amendment were to pass and a motion were to pass, you'd have no necessity to implement any tool, but it would be in your arsenal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yes,
But
Councilman
also
Beck.
just to like put on the record that, you know, I'm trying to reduce the allocative nature and how we would go about this, and that this would apply to both resident and non-resident, so there wouldn't be an allocation issue necessarily in the restriction.
And if you'd clarify your amendment is to go to 5,500, correct?
Yes, increase the GHL to 5,500, and in the event that the GHL is exceeded, that the department would implement a size restriction of greater than 20 inches.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was clear on that.
So,
Okay, the motion's on the floor. Mr. Zaray.
I don't want to
Mr.
speak
Chair,
to
is
the
your
motion.
objection still in order?
No, it is not. I'll withdraw the objection.
So
Mr. Wood.
I'm just trying to understand that we're greater than 28 inches, meaning you're not allowed to keep a fish greater than 28 inches.
It's
Is that-
20 inches.
20. You're not allowed to keep a fish larger than 20 inches. Is that what, just help me with vocabulary. Oh, it's the opposite. Keep the big ones, throw away the small ones. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
No, the size restrictions that are posted there to implement, if we implement a size restriction of 20 inches or greater, harvest is limited to fish that are 20 inches and greater. So the really small ones would be required to be released.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Zaray.
Okay, I guess this does apply then. So to the department, if you go with a size restriction as opposed to a bag limit or something like that, you're talking about a catch and release situation, right? I mean,
That's correct.
obvious. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to bring that up. You know, it just seems like if there's good reasons for a size restriction versus something else, I guess that would be okay, but it's just, you know, catch and release, I don't really have much faith in it, but.
So the main motion before us for consideration now is 5,500 being the GHL, and the tool that they would be authorized would be the implementation size restriction 20 inches. So any further comments on that? Mr. Mike Wood?
I just, in
Point
the
of order.
bag, in the,
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to get clarification. My understanding was that you had objected to unanimous consent.
I
so it was an
withdrew that
amendment?
objection.
Oh, okay. So
Is that clarified? Yeah.
the amendment carried by unanimous consent, all right.
Yeah. Mr. Mike Wood?
and that includes the bag limits remaining what they are currently.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Are we ready to vote on the motion? Mr. Carpenter, unless I hear somebody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do cost. Approval of the proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost for a private person to participate in this fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. I think that, as it was stated on the record, that because this applies equally across the board between user groups, the allocation criteria does not really come into play here. And if there's not any other comment, I would call the question.
Question's been called. Mr. Nelson? Yeah, we can do, What's that? Yeah, so we'll get ready to, Director Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Nelson?
Final action on Proposal 9 as amended. Godfrey.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Zaray. Yes. Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Move on to Proposal 10, Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 10 is 5 AAC 58060, Cook Inlet Winter Saltwater King Salmon's Sport Fishery Management Plan, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who's that? Mike Wood, second. Staff?
This would increase the king salmon possession limit from 2 to 4 fish and establish a king salmon annual harvest limit of 10 king salmon in the winter fishery. The department is neutral on this proposal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you much. Any discussion on Proposal 10?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Carlson Van Dorp.
this is up to you, but I think I would move to take no action based on the action that was just taken on proposal number 9.
Let me just study that for a second, if I could. Well, it's a will of the board. I'm not particularly keen on that, but, yeah. Anybody object to? It was not a second?
I didn't hear a second. I heard the motion.
Second it. Mike
Okay.
Wood.
Mike Wood seconds. And you ask for unanimous consent or not? Mr. Wood,
I ask for unanimous consent.
any objection? Okay, hearing none, that's what's on the floor at the moment. Any discussion? Oh, it's withdrawn, yeah.
Yeah, with the unanimous consent,
Yeah,
that
it's
is no
withdrawn.
action on proposal 10.
Yep.
And it carried, yeah.
Going on to Proposal 11.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 11, 5 AAC 58060, Cook Inlet Winter Saltwater King Salmon Sport Fishery Management Plan, Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
And I'll ask whoever seconds to put on the record their name.
Wood.
Yeah. It'll help out Mr. Nelson. Okay. Staff?
This would allow resident anglers to use 2 rods when fishing for king salmon in the Cook Inlet saltwaters from October 1 through March 31. This would likely increase the harvest by an unknown but assumed small amount. It would also add regulation complexity to the winter fishery. And it may also reduce the harvest of other species while trolling for king salmon because anglers would be required to release them. The department opposes this proposal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any discussion on Proposal 11? Your light is on, Mrs. Zaray. Do you wish to be recognized?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any other examples of places around the state where you're allowed to do this?
Through the chair to Member Carpenter, yeah, currently, the Southeast King Salmon Management Plan allows in some of the tiers for anglers to use 2 rods in their winter fishery.
Just to follow up to that, this particular proposal specifically states Alaska residents be allowed to use 2 proposals. In that example that you just gave, is that residents or not both residents and non-residents?
There are tiers in that plan that allow all anglers in the winter to use 2 rods, or tiers that have it just to Alaska residents.
Thank you.
I had lunch with the proposal along with several others yesterday, and they were giving him somewhat of a hard time jokingly about this proposal. And to me, it reflected that indeed he does have friends, so that should not be used as an excuse. I'll be supportive. Mr. Commissioner?
Yeah, so do you have any idea how much of this fishery occurs in state versus federal waters?
Commissioner, yeah, I can give you a little bit of context through the season for the winter fishery for being in state and federal waters. So the winter fishery starting in September, the vast majority of the effort during that time is in Lower Cook Inlet. And in the month of September, typically the fish are farther offshore, intermixing with coho salmon. And so at that time, the primary harvest would be in federal waters in the Lower Cook Inlet area. For the remainder of the winter fishery, It's all near shore, within typically 150 feet of water, which is, within a mile of shore throughout Kachemak Bay.
So, given that some portion of this fishery occurs in federal waters, I would urge the board to be very careful about setting differential gear types for resident versus non-resident, because under federal rules, you can't discriminate between residency, but in a state water fishery, you can, but just be a little bit careful going down that road.
Ms. Carlson Van Dorn.
Thanks. I was just going to mention that, and also that, if you start distinguishing between resident, non-resident, it gets allocative, so we need to consider some of the allocative criteria associated with this. I will not be supportive of this proposal. We just liberated the GHL. We gave direction to the department. If you put 2 rods in the water, I think you're gonna be hitting that GHL sooner, and you're gonna be seeing some of those restrictive actions taken sooner. I'm not sure that certainly is not what I would like to see. I'm trying to maintain good opportunity on these fish for the winter, and so I'm not going to be supportive of doubling the rods. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Mr. Mike Wood.
I agree with Ms. Carlson Van Dorn. I'm also, I think he did have a lot of friends. He could find somebody to go with him.
Mr. Carpenter, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. To the commissioner's point, I think that was valuable information, specifically when regulatory language that's before this board affects federal waters and the issues that the commissioner has to deal with in regulating that. I do think this could become very allocative, and I do think that, one of the allocative criteria is providing residents with more opportunity to obtain fish for their family. I am not supportive of this, but I just thought it was relevant to add this conversation. I'll do costs while I'm at it. The approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional costs of private person who participate in the fishery, and approval of the proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost to the department. And I'll leave it there for now.
I just have one comment. When I was selected to be chair this year, the commissioner and I sat down and I urged him very strongly that should he have any bits of information that we should be aware of, that he step up and present them. And this is a primary example. I hadn't even considered what you brought up, and I appreciate you doing so. And I will be a no vote. What's that?
I won't be shy.
No, that's what I was suggesting, not be shy.
Mr. Chairman, I would call the question then if there's nothing further.
Question's been called. EO, Director Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weedle?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Nelson, take a roll.
Final action on proposal 11. John Wood,
No.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Zaret,
No.
Svensson,
No.
Godfrey,
No.
Carpenter,
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We go to proposal 12. Staff?
Mr. Chair, my name is Jay Balmer. I'm Sport Fish Management Coordinator for Prince William Sound, Bristol Bay, Kodiak. And proposal 12 is 58.065, 5AC 58.065, North Gulf Coast King Salmon Sport Fishery Management Plan.
My records reflect that it was withdrawn by adjourned committee of the whole. Does anybody else's records reflect that?
Yes.
Would entertain a
Mr.
motion.
Chairman, I would recommend we take no action based on the withdrawal by the Homer Charter Association during committee of the whole.
Is there a second?
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, move on to proposal 13. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 13 is 5AAC 56, new section. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move we adopt proposal 13 with the substitute language found in RC 46.
Is there a second?
Second.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Holly Dixon, the Lower Cook Inlet Assistant Area Manager for the Division of Sport Fish. This proposal would establish a management plan for the king salmon sport fisheries on the Anchor River, Deep Creek, and Anilchik River. The department has been issuing pre- and in-season restrictions and closures in 12 of the last 15 years. The language in this proposal is similar to how the fisheries have been managed by emergency order during those years. For the Anchor River and Deep Creek, the plan states that no harvest will be allowed until the midpoint of the SEG is projected to be met. The Ninilchik is separated within the plan because of the supplementation of hatchery fish. The RC, and as written in the RC, the Ninilchik portion has two sections. The plan gives the department the flexibility to manage the Ninilchik sport fishery to meet the wild SEG broodstock collection goals, provide additional harvest opportunity for hatchery fish, and reduce the number of excess hatchery fish that reach the broodstock weir. The department submitted and supports this proposal.
Thank you. For the benefit of the new members, what you want to have in front of you at the moment is the RC 46. That's what we'll be voting upon. Mr. Carpenter, you wish to explain any of the changes in your RC?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, originally my intent was to address substitute language in Proposal 14, but subsequent to the, Proposal 13 deals with creating a management plan for, in this particular situation, the Ninilchik River. And so this additional language, which has been put together by the department and reviewed, submitted by myself in RC 46, was clarifying language that needed to be added to the management plan so that subsequent proposals down the road would fall in line. That's basically what this language is about.
Any discussion on the motion as amended? Mr. McCallum Van Dort.
Just a question. So I'm looking in section D. Ninilchik River is close to retention of naturally produced king salmon until the in-season projection is greater than the number of naturally produced king salmon needed to meet the SEG and broodstock collection goals. Does that mean that the department will be allowing bait in the river irrespective of whether or not the wild stock goals and the broodstock goals have been met?
Through the chair to Member Carlson Van Dort, yes, that is correct. But the plan is also written that we could take further restrictions to the sport fishery if we felt that the in-season projection meant we would not be meeting the wild SEG or broodstock collection goals.
I believe the commissioner wants to join in on that. Oh, okay.
Then my next follow-up question is like, where are we at and what is the history of meeting the SEG for the wild Ninilchik stock?
Yeah, through the chair, we have missed the wild SEG in the most recent 2 years. Prior to that, I believe the last year we missed it was 2009. So overall, the Ninilchik wild stock has been performing better than other Lower Cook Inlet stocks.
So overall it's performing, but you've missed the last 2 years. You're going to allow bait on a fishery, even though it's non-retention, you're going to be allowing bait on a fishery that hasn't met its SEG in the last 2 years, just so that you can justify the cost of the enhancement better?
Yeah, Ms. Carlson Van Dort through the chair. Great questions, and in discussions we've had, that is the balance that we're trying to find on this. So to answer your first question, our priority for management is to manage for wild goals, then to try and achieve the brood, which is made up of the wild and the hatchery, and then provide that opportunity. So reaching those wild goals is still going to be the top priority. We have EO authority to pull the bait from there if we think that's a factor in that. We have on these places where we've, Crooked Creek and Kasilof and the Ninilchik are both systems where we have stocked wild fish on top of hatchery fish. And there can be a large debate about whether that's a good idea or not, but here we are. As we've stated before, in both of those places, what we're trying to do is maximize the harvest on those hatchery fish, because those are really the enhanced fisheries are the only opportunities we've had for king salmon fishing in Cook Inlet last year. However, in both cases, because we handle each of those fish that come up and have to meet the genetic requirements, have to cull those hatchery fish so that they don't get up into the spawning population at a certain number. We've had to kill 1,800 to 2,000 hatchery kings. That's money. And so at that point, we're having discussions about whether we need to reduce stocking levels, which we've done, or talk about the value of continuing those programs. So it's that balance that we're trying to find. Ms. Van Dort.
What is the average cost of an enhanced king salmon, start to finish? How much money are these fish costing?
Yeah, through the chair. I don't know right offhand. I can get that to you, but clearly not before we deliberate. I don't remember the amount.
Well, I'm just gonna put on the record that I have real concerns about having bait in a fishery early in the season, starting with bait. When you haven't met SEG, I understand the reason for it. I understand wanting to provide that opportunity on a king. I think it's irresponsible at this point, given the trends that we've seen throughout Alaska. And unless, I don't know if I can be supportive of it as it's written unless we talk about the use of bait. So those are my comments, and I'd be interested in other members' thoughts. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Ms. Carlson Van Dort, I don't disagree with a lot of what you said. I thought about this for a long time. I had many conversations with the department. I listened to public testimony before I submitted this language. Obviously, this language is precipitous to what would actually happen in the next proposal. But because this is adoption of a management plan, we obviously need to discuss this in part right now. I too am not a giant fan of using bait, especially in a situation where you're going to have to release fish. I think that there is some assumed mortality that takes place there. But when I thought about this, I want to try and maximize the opportunity to have the people on the peninsula, the state of Alaska, non-residents, whoever's utilizing this fishery, to maximize the opportunity to harvest these hatchery fish. Now, releasing wild stocks while using bait, assuming even if you use the average mortality rate of 10%, you are going to have some mortality. But in releasing all those wild stocks, I think there's a potential that this could help us actually meet the SEG in the next few years by putting more fish into the spawning area while harvesting those hatchery fish at the same time. And I think that in the next 3 years, maybe before the next board cycle, that if we don't see that these hatchery fish are being harvested, the state's going to have to make a tough question. Division of Sport Fish is going to have to make a tough decision, is do we continue this stocking program? Does it make sense financially? But I couldn't think of any other option right now to try and bring this forward to try and harvest those hatchery fish. So that's why I put this language in.
Mr. Mike Wood?
Okay, I have a really queasy feeling about this hatchery fish intermingled with the wild fish. At the same time, I agree that we need to get the hatchery fish out of there and not get turned into dog food. But I think Member Carlson Van Dort is right on top of number K in the Sustainable Salmon Management Policy, that plans and proposals for development or expansion of salmon fisheries and enhancement programs should be effectively document resource assets, potential impacts, and other information needed to assure sustainable management of wild salmon stocks. I don't think I like bait very much either, but it sounds like from people that know how to fish with it, it's the best way to catch and release effectively the kings. So if we're keeping hatchery fish and want to leave wild fish, the bait seems like the most effective way to not hurt the wild fish. I don't really know what the hell I'm saying. I'm done. Thank you.
It's a convincing not knowing. Okay.
So no.
Mr. Swenson?
I think with king salmon, from my experience, even when you're using bait, they strike hard, and most of those fish do not swallow bait. So I believe that the 10% is high. I think that we can release those fish and accomplish what we want to do with taking the hatchery fish, and I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. I don't think you're going to lose that many wild fish.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Mike Wood, even without knowing what he's doing, raised enough issues. Mr. Miller wanted to jump in there. Matt?
Yeah, through the chair, I'd like to address Mr. Wood's ramble a little bit with a little ramble of my own. I don't disagree with anything that's being said up there. I think these are all valid points about the concerns for using bait, about these fisheries, and they're all discussions that we also had in-house when we're doing this. Part of the reason, and unfortunately it's in Upper Cook Inlet, so we'll be talking about it later, is what we do at Kasilof with Crooked Creek, which we pair with Ninilchik. And we like to think about those two philosophically about the same way. If we have different restrictions, allow bait on one but not on the other, then you got the ballooning effect, and we're going to be increasing effort to where there's bait. Kasilof, which I have not fished for kings, but the water conditions there, from my understanding, is that without bait, it's pretty unfishable. So we have, it's one of the reasons we started the bait discussion there, tied it over to Ninilchik. Taking that bait consideration into effect, the regulations that we did by EO and that are before you now is to keep it at single hook. So that's really unusual for those of you who have been around the department. I can't remember when we've ever done a single hook with bait. Typically, if we're trying to reduce that harvest in the catch rates, we'll do single hook artificial lure. So it was a little something different that we were trying to find that balance. And again, people can disagree on where that balance should be on trying to get rid of those hatchery fish and yet still have effective release rates. And to bring up a point that has been brought up a couple of times, it's absolutely true. There could be unintended consequences on those wild stocks. If you've got bait in the river, we were just talking yesterday about catch and release effects. And the thing I said, the studies all point to is placement. And if there's, depending how you're fishing with bait, the chances are it's going to increase the mortality because they'll take it deeper. So what we have for that is our monitoring of those wild stocks, our obligation to manage for those first is our first priority, and the ability to pull bait or to close those fisheries in season with the EO authority. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, I appreciate you saying that, because I believe that was part of the conversation that we had yesterday prior to coming up with some of the additions to this language, was that the management consistencies between the Ninilchik and the Kasilof, and not trying to overwhelm one system over another based on restrictions. But just for the record and for maybe for the public's awareness, could you please, how much was the SEG missed the last 2 years on the Ninilchik River, just so we have an idea of what we're talking about?
Through the chair to Board Member Carpenter, one moment. In 2023, the SEG we made about half of the goal. In 2022, we were just under it, within 100 fish.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, Ms. Carlson Van Dorn?
Yeah, I mean, we're making a pretty significant policy call here. If we're allowing baited harvest or, baited access to a wild stock that is not meeting an SEG goal, I got a real problem with that. And, that has, just in terms of consistency and how we approach these fisheries, I cannot support, if we're not meeting an SEG, using baited out of the gate for the last 2 years. Now, granted, that isn't 5 years, there isn't a stock of concern, I get it. But I've got real concern given the patterns that we've seen with king salmon throughout the state and especially in Cook Inlet. Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner?
Yeah, I'd like to have a little further discussion on D3. The commissioner may, by emergency order, further liberalize or restrict the Ninilchik River hatchery king salmon sport fishery provide for more harvest opportunity or achieve the SEG and brood stocks collection goals. That's pretty broad. You know, are you giving me the ability to open up additional areas above the currently closed areas? I think that was a proposal from the public. Am I able to carefully craft this fishery in a way that just a little bit more board discussion of what you see on that authority would be helpful for me.
Well, if it came to that, I would hope you would do it carefully.
Yeah, I will, but.
Mr. Carpenter, do you wish to address the commission?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, to the commissioner, I think, at least from my point of view, this would give you the ability, because the use of bait is going to be used. If you thought for any reason that you needed to restrict bait to achieve the SEG, but to still allow for the harvest of 2 hatchery fish, I think that this gives you the ability to do that.
Could I also open areas that are currently closed to king salmon fishing to try to harvest hatchery fish? Like, I think what you've seen in a couple proposals regarding the youth fishery?
My opinion and my intent, that this particular language in number 3 does not do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and do cost on this. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional costs. Private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. And if there's nothing further, I'll call the question.
Question's been called before I go around E&O. I just want to put on the record what the impact is of a substitution versus that of an amendment. And I wish Mr. Peterson to jump in if I misstated. Indeed, when you move to substitute and it is impacted by a substitution, the vote on that main motion then will carry or deny the proposal, since that becomes a proposal. If you amend it and the amendment were to fail, you'd then revert back to the proposal as originally crafted. So what we've got a situation here is if you vote this down, you're not going to have a reversion back to what Proposal 13 was doing. And I just want to make sure everyone understands that when they're voting. Mr. Peterson, did I state it correctly?
You did, Mr. Chair. The RC 46 is the proposal before the board that you're voting on.
Just for those members that haven't participated in this before, I want to make that perfectly clear. Mr. Swenson?
I am confused now.
Did my job. What's your question, Greg?
Well, if I vote for this, which I want to do, for this as it's stated here, now is that what we're voting on?
That is absolutely correct. You would be voting to implement the RC 46.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you bring up a valid point, and I think the importance of that point is this, is that because I moved to substitute the language, and the department has brought a management plan before the board to be implemented, this language could curtail the original intent of the department to bring this management plan forward. So,
So vote accordingly.
So vote accordingly.
With that, we'll go to EO. Director Payton? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Thanks. So, quick question. I'm just looking over the policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries, and I would just look at the section that said controlling human-induced sources of fishing mortality and should incorporate procedures to assure effective monitoring, compliance, control, and enforcement. And we just had a discussion around debate. I don't have particular heartburn with the elements of this substitute language, this RC, except for that portion of the Ninilchik. So I just want it to be very clear on the record how the department intends to assure effective monitoring, compliance, control, and enforcement if you are, using bait on a underperforming wild stock.
Through the chair, for the Ninilchik, for the fishery, it occurs in the lower 2 miles of the river. Our escapement monitoring occurs just above that. It's very timely data in season for us to manage the fishery in season. I think with the language that's incorporated into this plan to have the emergency order authority to restrict as necessary, we have the tools that we need to be able to restrict the fishery to ensure that the wild component meets its escapement goal.
Thank you. And just my last comment, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your indulgence and your patience with me. But I do want to reference that, with respect to this, this proposal, there was, locals that, had perhaps suggested different ways of getting at this by, full retention of any fish. And again, that loops back to the same problem that I have with even using bait is that, you're harvesting on a potentially, on a stock that may or may not be meeting its escapement goals, and that's just problematic. It's a very problematic policy, Colin. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will stop talking. You're welcome, and you can go call the vote.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could just respond. I think we were under our SEG for naturally produced fish last year. We'll be very careful going into this year's fishery, knowing that that's the case, and we'll be monitoring in season. So we do take our obligations to meet the SEGs very seriously. We will take those obligations as we move forward. This is a tool that if in fact we're over-exceeding, we can put bait into that fishery. So we'll be very careful moving forward.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to go through the EO process. I raised the procedural question just so it's crystal clear on the record and no one was caught by surprise. And the question had been called, but I sort of fudged a bit to continue on. But I have Ms. Carlson's Van Dart's commitment that she's not going to talk a lot, so it was worth it. Director Payton.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers.
No, Mr. Chair.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Mr. Chair.
No, Mr. Chair.
Nelson, please take a roll.
Final action on Proposal 13 as amended with RC 46 as substitute language. Mike Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
A very cautiously optimistic yes.
Zaray.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
We now go to Proposal 14. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 14, 5AAC 56122. Special provisions for the seasons, bag, possession, annual, and size limits, and methods and means for the Kenai Peninsula area. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt with language, substitute language found in RC 47.
Is there a second?
I second it and ask for unanimous.
Say that again.
Consent, sorry.
Any objection to unanimous consent? Okay, we're going down the road again. So we now have in front of us, as amended by RC 47. Give me a second, I'll get that in front of me. There we go. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As amended in RC 47, this proposal would increase the bag limit for hatchery king salmon on the Ninilchik River to 2 and prevent the retention of naturally produced king salmon. The increased run sizes of hatchery fish have provided a surplus of leftover after the sport fishery and broodstock collection. The department has increased the hatchery bag limit by emergency order annually since 2019 to encourage the harvest of hatchery fish. The department submitted and supports this proposal to provide harvest opportunity and reduce the excess number of leftover hatchery king salmon.
Mr. Carpenter, do you wish to address your
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that was pretty clear. I think the idea here is to maximize the opportunity with the situation that currently exists to harvest these hatchery fish. I think the commissioner and the department have made clear in the discussion we had in Proposal 13, that they will be cautiously looking at the escapement levels of the wild stocks and adjusting the use of bait as they deem fit for the management of trying to exceed that SEG on wild fish. There is obviously mortality that is going to be associated with this, but my assumption is, and I hope that I'm right, is that we're still going to put more wild fish on the spawning grounds, even with that small assumed mortality, which will hopefully accomplish two goals. Meet the escapement goals, provide more opportunity, and the program that has gone to great expense to provide these fish be utilized to the maximum extent possible. So that's the basis of this, and I'll just stop there.
Any other discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dorn.
So I was uncomfortable with the last proposal. I'm even more uncomfortable with this one. Here we're gonna set a bag limit of 2 kings, and I can tell you that there's a whole bunch of people in South Central Alaska that are gonna be very interested in coming down and hitting 2 kings. A lot of those people may or may not be, experienced anglers. You're gonna have, I think, additional pressure on the wild stock. I don't think it's a good approach, not to mention there's gonna require a lot of additional enforcement. And I know that those budgets and how you dispatch and allocate your resources, is pretty thin, especially in South Central anyway. This is an earlier fishery, I believe. And so, I just have real concerns about how that's going to be enforced, how that's going to be monitored. And I think you're going to see a significant influx of people down in that space, the area, to try and maximize that opportunity. And if the department really has that kind of a surplus of fish, I think you really need to consider reducing your broodstock take and reducing that surplus in other ways that aren't going to be, putting potentially a very significant impact on the neighborhood, on the community. And, we see what kind of impacts happen in other areas of the state and South Central where you have that opportunity. And I would say to the Ninilchik residents, brace yourselves.
Any further discussion?
Yes, Chairman Wood. I had notes down here similar to Ms. Van Dort, the two, that on this proposal, I think reducing the egg take would be a much better method or way to go. But that's just a comment.
Mr. Mike Wood.
I also echo what Ms. Van Dort is saying. I think, and Mr. Zare, I think maybe reducing the egg take, but I know people want to be able to provide opportunity to get harvest of kings in the state. Right now, if it's 2 kings and there's going to be a lot more people showing up, maybe that should be reduced to 1 king instead, if that's possible.
Any further discussion? Where? Oh, Director Payton?
Thank you. Just to remind the board and staff comments, since 2020, we have been liberalizing that fishery and bumping it up to a bag limit of 2.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do cost. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost to private person participating in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost to the department. If there's no further comments, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Commissioner?
You asked me to weigh in. I just want to provide a little perspective on Mark Select Fisheries across the coast. Increasingly, at least in the treaty arena and a variety of other arenas, we're seeing movement towards what they call Mark Select Fisheries, which are fisheries that are targeting hatchery release fish and trying to promote harvest opportunities at them to reduce the harvest impact on wild stock. So this concept of having a marked select fishery on a hatchery stock is not unique in this situation. It's fairly broad-based. That said, I do understand the concerns of having incidental mortality on wild stocks in this case, and it's a very valid concern as we move forward.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort? Nothing, okay. No further discussion? E&O, Director Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Nelson, please take the roll.
Final action on Proposal 14 as amended with RC 47 as substitute language. Carpenter.
Yes?
Zaret.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Svensson.
Yes.
John Wood.
No.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 3 against, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We'll take a break till 11 o'clock so that board members can wipe the slate clean of the first 14 and get ready for the next 14.
Motion carries.
Motion. Other way around.
3 against. 4 in favor, 3 against.
Well, could have voted no. I could have voted no.
It was a weird one.
Oh, well, no, well.
we're going to start then. She's right in the room. Annie, ready to go? We're going to resume deliberations. Got all 7 members? Let's see how quick you can be. We'll stand at ease. I will on proposal 15. Staff?
Proposal 15, Mr. Chair, is 5AAC 56-122, special provisions for the season's bag possession, annual and size limits, and methods and means for the Kenai Peninsula area. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second, Wood.
Staff?
Proposal 15 would expand the area of the Ninilchik River hatchery king salmon fishery by opening an additional 2.5 miles upstream of the current 2-mile boundary markers. This expanded hatchery-only fishery would begin on June 16th. This proposal would also limit the gear used in the expanded area to 1 single hook with an artificial lure and no bait. The department supports this proposal to help reduce the excess number of hatchery king salmon currently escaping the fishery. However, the department suggests a more limited opener, such as weekends only in June after the 16th. The department would also prefer to maintain the same gear regulations in effect for king salmon in the lower section during this opener.
Question to staff for clarification. You support the proposal, yet you make 2 recommendations. If those recommendations are not incorporated, does the department still support the proposal?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. That will open it up to discussion. Anyone wish to discuss proposal 15? Mr. Mike Wood.
Sure, I'll just jump in. So we just did some liberalization to the king salmon fishery on this river. Now we're extending it further upriver. But we are reducing the amount of bait. I like the additions that the department put in. Let me say it that way. I like the proposal. Well, I'm not sure I do actually like the proposal because we are continuing to harvest kings and extending the area, providing more opportunity. So I like the reduction in a more limited time, weekends only. I'll put it out there.
Okay, you do realize that weekends only option is not part of the motion currently.
So if that's the case, I do not support the proposal.
Either that or you can make an amendment, whichever you prefer.
Ooh.
we'll go on and think about it while others discuss. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple questions for the department. Part of the proposal suggests a 200-foot demarcation line below the weir. From my thoughts about different situations around the state where this exists, I always thought that there was a pretty consistent 300-foot marking. Is that your recollection, or are there other weirs on the Kenai Peninsula that have anything similar to this, or am I completely wrong?
Through the chair to Member Carpenter, yeah, you're correct. It's 300 feet. It's a statewide regulation. It's 300 feet or as posted by the department. So the department can provide a shorter location, but the 300 feet is the standard use.
Okay, thank you. And if I can, so your suggestion is, although you have support behind this, that would be a small modification that we should clarify?
Through the chair to Member Carpenter, we're not opposed to that language in the proposal to be only within 200 feet of the weir.
Okay. Third question, I guess, is we heard during public testimony there were some people that had concerns about trespass issues. This particular area, specific to spawning, potential spawning habitat. Can you maybe touch on what your concerns are at all in regards to the trespass issue? If you have any control over that, maybe the Department of Public Safety can weigh in if they have any comments, but also in regards to the spawning habitat.
Through the chair, I'll take both to get started here. So for a little background on this stream section, it's primarily private property, the entire length of this stream section. So there's no real public access except at the lower end boundary and the upper end boundary by road. Along the banks in this section, they're very tall grass and very vegetated. So most anglers that fish in this section of the river when it opens on August 1 are primarily accessing the river by staying below the ordinary high water. And repeat your second question.
Thank you for that. The second part of my question was dealing with the area in question here in this proposal in regard to spawning habitat.
Thank you. So this section of the stream does have a small percentage of fish spawning, king salmon spawning in it. That's been pretty variable over the last handful of years, where we've been running a weir on the lower end, where we just changed the new goal to and the broodstock weir. Historically, all of our counting was up at this broodstock weir, but we've been counting fish both below it and above it. And we've seen it fluctuate from less than 5% to almost 15% of the spawning fish end up staying in this section of the river. Spawning for king salmon typically happens in late July and early August. Currently, this section of the river does open to sport fishing for other species, dolly varden, steelhead on August 1.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Yeah, thank you. I need some remedial help with the dates. So there's no map in the staff comments, which is problematic. I think that there's one in an RC somewhere, but I don't know which one. But walk me through the changes in the dates and what would be allowed on which days and when, because I'm having trouble following the latitude of the chair, please.
Through the chair to Ms. Carlson Van Dort, there is a map on, in proposal 14 for staff comments, figure 14.1. So, and it's not a great, it's on page 50. Yeah, 36, thank you. So I can give a little bit more season details for you, maybe to try to clear things up a little bit. So the Ninilchik overall, the fishery first opens on Memorial Day weekend. It's a three-day weekend fishery that's primarily focused for fishing king salmon, and that's only open in the lower 2 miles. Then the fishery opens for 2 more three-day weekends in following Memorial Day. So in Memorial Day, first 2 weekends in June, it's only the lower 2 miles. The youth fishery occurs the second second Wednesday in June, just in the lower mile of the river. Currently, the hatchery-only fishery starts June 16. That's a 7-day-a-week fishery that's only in the lower 2 miles. This proposal is looking to include an additional 2.5 river miles upstream of the current fishery area during the continuous hatchery-only fishery. This upstream section that we're talking about does open on August 1 through the end of October for fishing for dolly varden and steelhead. It's been closed to sport fishing for salmon for quite some time.
Anything further?
Yeah, so just for clarity, so what this proposal is getting at is allowing additional time on hatchery kings, 7 days a week, potentially, as it's written, between the 2 mile marker and the broodstock weir?
That's correct.
And what I just heard you say is that there is spawning occurring in those river miles during that time period,
A
correct?
small percentage of the run does spawn in that area, that's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey?
So during committee of the whole, one of the things we heard probably, I think the primary resistance or opposition to this that I heard was the fact that it would facilitate and increase the likelihood of trespass. I have no way of knowing if there's any easement or public access right away on either side of the stream up there. But what we did hear is, the creek's pretty small, and, presumably if people were trying not to be on someone's private property that goes right up to the creek bed, that they would be trekking through this water. Would the department support this, albeit a more conservative approach, as it says in the comments? Would the department support this if they contemplate that people would be tracking through spawning beds in order to try to avoid trespassing? And I'm asking this is legitimately not a gotcha or hypothetical, because I don't know. I'm just going off of the comments during the committee of the whole.
Through the chair to Member Godfrey, I'll take it in the components. For when king salmon are primarily in this section of the river, as they come in the lower river and are exposed to the fishery, they move upstream and they're staging in this section for quite some time. The vast majority of the fish, after they stage there, they're moving on to spawn. But spawning doesn't occur until later in July or in early August. So if the fishery was opened in June, there would be no spawning occurring during that time.
Okay. And to the other part of the question, are you aware of, or if there is any easement on either side or public access right away?
To the best of my knowledge, there's no public access in this section. Given that it is open for a period of time from August through October, we haven't heard any concerns from area residents during that time of trespass issues for when this section's open. We're not anticipating, if this proposal was to pass, a large increase in effort, but most certainly issues could arise.
Thank you.
Carlson Van Dort?
And so we're not talking about fishing opportunity above the broodstock weir with this proposal?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're just talking about those 2 river miles, and we're talking about in June, primarily. Is there any concern about any of those those spawning beds? I mean, do you have concern about the presence and if the fish are staging in that area? Does that stress them out if you're gonna open this up and have people tramping through the waters since there is no public access on the land?
Through the chair, the Ninilchik with the sport fishery being just in the lower 2 miles, these fish are very, very slow moving. The fish come into the river and during, throughout the week, and then it opens on the weekend, the fishery occurs, and we see those fish move from the sport fishery area just upstream of the weir beyond the fishery. And so, yes, they're using it kind of as a sanctuary to stage. They're coming in late May and early June, and then not spawning till the end of July and early August. So they have a long time in the river prior to spawning and staging. So the vast majority of the fish do spawn considerably farther upstream. There's good holding habitat in this section and above the broodstock weir prior to spawning, but they're choosing to sit in this location right now, and the numbers build in the area because there's good holding habitat there and the fishery is closed.
In order, we have Mr. Swenson, Mike Wood, Mr. Godfrey, and Mr. Carpenter. Mr. Swenson, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through the chair. They can travel up that river at the high water marks. Is that, I mean, I'm sure at some time of the year, maybe if it's flooded, you're not going to be able to walk the banks very well. But most of the time, I would think, from what I've heard from some of the people there, that there is a adequate area to walk the banks at the high water mark and not trespass. Is that, what would you say to that?
Through the chair, it's definitely feasible to walk this section of river at ordinary water levels. There's good gravel bars. As we've been discussing, this is a small stream. It's easily wadable and crossable for where you would need to go moving upstream and downstream. That said, I do feel like this is, it's still a stream and you have to stay in it. And so it is a difficult to access location, but for those that are willing to put in a little bit of effort, you can walk up and down this stream.
Thank you.
Mr. Mike Wood, then Mr. Godfrey.
Okay, tried to collect this together here, my thoughts. I'm making a motion to amend number 15, proposal 15, to weekends only, and ask for unanimous consent.
Well, you can make the motion, someone else will do the rest.
Oh,
So
sorry.
what you're doing then would be to adopt the recommendation number 1 of the department, correct?
Yes.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Are you asking for unanimous consent?
No.
So, okay, it's open for discussion. There's an amendment on the floor. And Mr. Wood, since you made the amendment, you have first crack at it.
I just think that since we've done a fair bit of creating access to Kings already in the previous proposals, it would be important that if we did create more access with this proposal by adding more area to fish in, that it would be good to limit that area, the amount of time spent in the area, potentially harvesting by limiting the harvesting time. So if we increase the area, we reduce the time that people can fish it.
Thank you. And for other members' consideration, if indeed this amendment carries, I'll be a yes vote. But should we revert back to the proposal submitted, I'll be a no vote. Discussion on the amendment. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I know the answer. It's just maybe for the department to clarify. Speaking to the amendment, by the way. Currently, fishing for other species other than salmon right now in this particular location is allowed, correct?
Through the chair, this section is closed to all sport fishing until August 1st each year, and it's open August 1st through October 31st to species other than salmon, mostly steelhead and dolly varden.
Okay, August 1st. Okay, that was the answer I needed, thanks.
This is on the amendment?
On the amendment?
On the amendment, I've been, so far, I've been generally deferential to the department, where the department stands on these King-related proposals, and I'm continuing to do so, although I do acknowledge my colleagues have made some valid points regarding conservation and not necessarily hitting our targets. This one is pretty easy for me to also appreciate the amendment from the standpoint that it does create a more conservative approach to this based on the department's comments and their concerns. So that's why I'm in support of the amendment.
On the amendment, Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
On the amendment, so this is a conservative support to a vastly liberalized fishery. We just double the bag limits, you know, in the last little bit, and you know, I'm not sure for me that a weekend fishery only really addresses those concerns, and I think that this is largely a problem of the department's making.
You want to be recognized? Mr. Nelson.
I just have a clarification. Mr. Wood, with his motion, mentioned weekends, and then you clarified this would be recommendation number 1 from the department. Looking at staff comments, that looks like it's a single 3-day weekend that this would occur on?
And that's why I asked
The reading on page 38?
That's why I asked for the clarification. Mr. Wood, you're the maker of the motion. Were you going with multiple weekends or the single 3-day weekend?
I was actually going with multiple weekends,
I see.
but looking at Director Nelson is correct. It would, the way it's written, be.
We're asking what your motion was.
Multiple weekends.
Okay. Does everybody on the board understand that? Apparently so. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I didn't pick up on that. Okay, on the amendment as just described, any further discussion? Mr. Swenson?
Here we are again, confusing me. If you vote for this amendment, then I guess that passes this whole thing with that stipulation that Mr. Wood has got in it.
Negative. If you
Okay.
vote, this amendment is simply to use the language that Mr. Mike Wood has put forward on the main motion. So if this amendment is to be adopted, it becomes part of the main motion. We'll then have a vote on the main motion itself sometime later on.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
I'll call the question on the amendment.
Mr. Nelson, could you please take a roll on the amendment?
On the amendment to proposal 15, Mike Wood,
Yes.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Zaret,
No.
John Wood,
No.
Carpenter,
No.
Svensson.
No.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 5 against.
Thank you. So we now have in front of us a main motion with no amendments on it. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Godfrey was up in line next, followed by Mr. Carpenter.
So, from time to time, we get fact patterns that are very similar, just different parts of the state and different stakeholders. And I try to be consistent as possible. I say it on the record. I'm happy to be called out if somebody sees I'm not being consistent. I'm generally unmoved by an argument of a private landowner that will say this is going to encourage trespass. And the reason I'm generally unmoved by that, the value of their property is likely higher because of whatever it is that people want to trespass on to get access to it. A stream, a river, a creek, a lake, et cetera. So you have a property owner who gets all the upside of having a higher value property because it has a coveted natural source of fish nearby, but none of the downside. There's native corporations on the road system that can't police their land, and it's trespassed all the time, both for fish and game. There's other private landowners, but it's not a uniform personal policy of mine. I'm looking for another reason and listening to my other board members beyond just that, because I'm gonna see this fact pattern again in different parts of the state where the argument in opposition is just grounded in, oh, you're gonna encourage trespass. That's tough, but you got a choice piece of property for a reason, and it comes with a downside. You know, it's kind of like a celebrity that complains about the paparazzi, but you're a celebrity, you got the red carpet rolled out everywhere you go all the time, but you don't want the paparazzi there unless you want them there, right? You get all the perks, but none of the downside. But on this one, I'm looking and listening to my colleagues and staff to, you know, is there a potential harm to spawning beds? Because then there's a corollary. It's not just the private property area, and I could be moved to oppose it. But based on what staff has said, I'm not hearing that as an issue. I'm hearing, you know, consistent conservation concerns from you know, a board member, and I acknowledge that. I don't fully share them. But that's where I'm at on this. I expect to be consistent throughout the rest of my term when I see other ones where opposition is grounded almost exclusively in private property rights and encouraging a trespass. If I hear something from other board members during this deliberation that I can add another element to why to oppose it, then I probably will oppose it. But that's where I stand on this, and that's where I'll stand on this fact pattern as it moves around the state to different areas.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess maybe I have a question maybe for the Department of Public Safety. When this particular stretch of the river is opened after a certain date, do you have you seen, or is there a big problem with trespassing during that portion of the year?
Through the chair, we don't have significant complaints of trespass currently.
Thank you very much.
I would like to just comment, I don't think I'm going to change his mind necessarily, but what you are describing, Mr. Godfrey, I think shows you the division in the state between those that live in rural areas and those that live in cities. I live in a rural area. Yes, I'm a dog washer. I have a few dogs. And we've had people trespass there because they consider themselves entitled to come on the land to hunt, et cetera, and to set traps. Now, I understand what the law on trapping is and that I have somewhat of a restriction of what I can and can't do, but I encourage them to reconsider their position very strongly should they decide to leave their traps on my property. So it is a problem, and maybe your personal life, you don't encounter it. My personal life, I do encounter it. That's why we have such diverse representation across the board throughout the state. But it is a problem in rural areas, in my opinion. So.
Thanks. So I think if this, you know, I had a conversation in the break with, I think, the proposer. And I think if this proposal were taken up in and of itself with the department's recommendation of opening it to one weekend, I would have been more inclined to support at this point. But given all the actions that the board has taken thus far, for me, it's like 2 steps too far. And I just, you know, given that there's spawning, again, there's conservation issues, there's variables, you know, along this board about how concerned people are about that. But we just, you know, have taken some significant actions to liberalize and increase access to this fishery. And given that, I'd like to see how this plays out. If, you know, there's significant concentrations of people, you know, there's no enforcement down here, really. I don't see how, well, I mean, there could be if they're in response to complaints, but I mean, if a lot more people show up, I mean, that begs the question about how those resources are allocated, and I know that those are finite. And there's a lot of calls at this time of the year, particularly in Bristol Bay. So I think this needs to be more incremental approach to how we're continuing to liberalize this, and I I just can't get there on this one. Thanks.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually tend to agree with Ms. Carlson Van Dort on this particular situation. I think some of what we did with earlier proposals has about met the maximum capacity that I can liberalize this particular situation. I do agree that if the proposal, like suggested, is possibly an alternative to the original language, that it be curtailed to a very small portion of time each month, I might be able to get to that point. I think that there's, even though it may be a small section of water that may have small amounts of spawning capacity, I think that those areas of rivers like this are important. The other thing that's kind of interesting to me is that this has been an area that's been closed for a long period of time. I'm not exactly sure how long, but if there were other sport fishing activities taking place in this river and it was just salmon that you weren't allowed to harvest, I might have a differing opinion. But for that matter, at this time, I'm going to be opposed.
Mrs. Ray, were you trying to get attention? Do you wish to be recognized? Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm probably going to be voting for this proposal, but I'd just like to state that I'm, with this proposal and with a lot of the past few proposals, I'm just continually being frustrated by having to choose between minimizing the number of hatchery spawning fish and impacts to the wild fish due to catch and release, and in this particular particular proposal, throwing in the damage to the spawning grounds due to, walking on the spawning beds, which I'm very familiar with, the damage that causes. Even a fish spawning on top of another fish's spawning beds can completely kill the eggs, of the prior spawning fish, and then everybody's eggs die due to all the dead rotting eggs, and it's, so it's just a frustration that I'm dealing with in these proposals. And I realize that it's frustrating to everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey.
So a couple of my colleagues have made really good comments from my perspective, which have moved me the other way, and it was, we have liberalized this quite a bit just in our previous votes, and maybe incrementalism is more appropriate right now, and maybe this is something, this particular proposal is something that's revisited after a few years when there's a little more data to determine how the fallout of our prior proposals that we've adopted and today play out, and we have a little bit more data. So with that, I decided I will end up opposing this one based on the over-liberalization all in one meeting kind of concept.
Any other discussion on proposal 15? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just go ahead and do cost. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to private person to participate in this fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. And if there's no further comments, Mr. Chair, I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions, Director Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Forrest?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Chair.
And the captain.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Nelson, please take the roll.
Final action on proposal 15. Godfrey.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Zaray.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 5 against, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're now going to consolidate proposals 16 and 17 for deliberation purposes. We'll treat them differently on action, but for deliberation. We'll consolidate them. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposals 16 and 17 are 5 AAC 56122, special provisions for the season's bag possession, annual and size limits, and methods and means for the Kenai Peninsula area. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second it. Wood.
Mike Wood. Okay. Staff?
These proposals are identical. They would expand the area open for the one-day youth-only fishery to be from the mouth of the Ninilchik River to the 2-mile markers, which would make it the same area open to fishing on the regular opener days. The area is currently restricted to a section approximately half that length from the river mouth to the Sterling Highway Bridge. The department supports these proposals since it reduces regulation complexity and provides additional harvest opportunities for hatchery king salmon.
For board members' purposes, the proposal 16 is the one that's on before us currently, but they're both identical, so 17 will follow whatever happens in 16. With that in mind, any discussion, Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
I'm just curious, why was the original restriction put on, I mean, the area restriction put on in the first place? Why was it only a mile versus the 2?
Through the chair to Member Carlson Van Dort, when this youth-only fishery was proposed, I think 2 board cycles ago, it was proposed to be a youth-only fishery for all of the Lower Kenai Peninsula streams. And so the thought at the time was to start with just the Ninilchik, where it's supplemented with hatchery fish, and start with a small opportunity and see how it went. It's been going well. Participation has been growing. And the lower section of the river just has a handful of good spots that hold king salmon in it.
And I'm going to assume that there's great education that's occurring upon how to identify a hatchery versus a wild king salmon.
Yeah, through the chair, we are there as department staff on that day, handing out fishing gear and helping kids and parents understand exactly what's going on. So I would say yes.
Any further discussion on proposal 16? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am a big supporter of youth fisheries, and will continue while my time is on the board. I appreciate the fact that the department takes time and spends time, helping educate these people instead of just letting a bunch of people loose, especially with the component in regards to hatchery versus wild fish and things like that can only benefit this system in the long term. I guess there is a small allocative portion to this, that there's a section that's going to only be able to utilize for a certain period of time by youth on the Ninilchik River, but I don't think it's very substantial. And other than that, I would just do cost real quick, Mr. Chairman. The approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost for private person to participate in the fishery, and that approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional costs to the department.
We do have somebody who wishes further comment, Ms. Carlson Van
Yeah,
Dort.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to note in the on-time public comments, there was no opposition to either proposal number 16 or 17. There was one request to amend, but all other comments were in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have comments before questions called? Mr. Carpenter?
Question, please.
Question's been called on proposal 16. Go to errors and omissions. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Aaron?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please take the roll.
Final action on Proposal 16. Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Zaray.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carpenter?
Mr. Chair, I move we take no action on proposal 17 in light of the action taken on 16.
Is there a second?
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
It is so done, and I would just point out to the community out here that Mr. Stubbs and Mr. Anderson can both take credit for getting this done for their community, even though we only acted on one. With that, I've been requested by a number of members to start with proposal 19 rather than 18, and then that would be followed by 18. So we're going to take up proposal 19 next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 19 is 5AC 58.022, water seasons, bag, possession, annual and size limit, and special provisions for Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second it would.
Thank you. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Brittany Blaine-Roth. I'm the Sport Fishery Management Biologist for North Gulf Coast. Proposal 19, this would decrease the rockfish limits in the Cook Inlet and North Gulf Coast saltwater areas to a bag limit of 3 fish and 6 in possession. Currently in the Cook Inlet saltwaters, rockfish bag limit is 5 fish and 10, a bag limit of 5 fish and a possession limit of 10 fish of only 1 per day, and 2 in possession can be a non-pelagic rockfish. And in the North Gulf Coast saltwaters, rockfish bag limit is 4 fish per day and 8 in possession, of which only 1 per day and 2 in possession may be a non-pelagic rockfish. This would reduce the rockfish sport harvest by up to 33% in the Cook Inlet area and 19% in the North Gulf Coast. It would also align the rockfish bag and possession limits in the Cook Inlet and Resurrection Bay saltwater areas. The department is neutral on this proposal, and the department submitted and supports proposal 18 to reduce the rockfish bag and possession limits. This proposal would likely reduce harvest by an additional 6% in Lower Cook Inlet and 7% in North Gulf Coast compared to proposal 18. This proposal is the same bag and possession limits that we used in the emergency order in 2023. This proposal does not provide the regulatory structure to manage pelagic and non-pelagic rockfish assemblages separately as written in proposal 18. This proposal would also maintain the possession limit of 2 bag limits, and that would allow anglers to harvest additional rockfish on multi-day trips. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just one clarification. The way it's written, could all 3 of those fish be non-pelagic fish?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay, I see a problem with that.
Oh, excuse me, sorry, I misspoke. I thought you said pelagic. All 3 could be a pelagic rockfish
Yes?
or 2 pelagics and 1 non-pelagic.
Okay, I didn't read it that way. Thank you. That's what I was asking, too. Okay. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Originally, I drew up some substitute language for this, and I believe it was RC 52. And after some comments that we heard with a couple of proposals earlier, specifically in regards to issues that might take place between residents and non-residents in the federal waters, I have chose to not utilize that language. I think when we heard in committee of the whole, and when we saw the presentation by the department of the obvious increase in the amount of rockfish that not only has been happening in Cook Inlet, but also the North Gulf Coast. I think this streamlines the 2 management regimes to where it's easy for the general public to understand. I think it addresses conservation burden across the board. And I think it also addresses the concerns that some of the charter industry had specific to Proposal 18 and the way the language is written. I think this better suits the situation that we're in, and so for that, I'll be in support of this.
Any other discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dorp?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Member Carpenter for bringing this forward. I am in complete agreement with him. I recognize that the proposers of 18 had 1 more fish, I think, included in their limit, but I think given just sort of the very steep curve that we have witnessed in the department's graphs about the utilization in the sport fish fleet of the rockfish, and I think that it compels some type of reduction. And so I agree with all the comments of Member Carpenter. I appreciate him bringing this forward. And I don't see any huge allocation issues because there is no, again, distinguishing between the resident and non-resident at this point. But I'd be very interested in seeing how this reduces in the next couple of years and how that might play into decisions as the department continues its work on rockfish biology and getting a good idea abundance levels and how we should manage them better. But I do think I think it's prudent to be a little more conservative given those increasing pressures on the rockfish because of other reasons. Thank you.
And I would just like staff to confirm my math so that if this is adopted, we can hopefully expect at least that Cook Inlet, we'd have a 33% reduction, and in the Gulf Coast, North Gulf Coast, we'd have a 19% reduction. Is my math correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mike Wood.
Yeah, when I first heard the presentation by the department, I thought this was like Thelma and Louise heading for the cliff. And later learned, talking to you and the rest, and other people using the resource, that it's really not quite so bad as if it were maybe salmon. So with that, I'm willing to give it some more thought. I would say that with the amount of ability, how much we rely on the department to make these decisions, it seems like they should have the tools to really assess what's going on in Cook Inlet as much as possible. So if there's other ways of assessing rockfish more accurately or more easily, like they have in Kodiak, a hydroacoustic survey, or in the southeast, they got an ROV survey for yellow eye, I'd say it'd be really worth it to Cook Inlet staff to have that at their disposal in order to continue to watch the trend of the rockfish so that we can preserve this resource here. Because it does seem like somewhat of a new fishery in a way because of the way things have had to switch for people to go after them. So I support this proposal.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do costs real quick. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to private person to participate in the fishery. And the proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. If there's no further comments, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Commissioner.
Yeah, I just want to add my comments on this. There's very few fisheries that really keep me awake at night, and rockfish are one of them. It's one of the ones that if we don't take an action to slow it down a little bit at this point in time, we may not have an opportunity to recover this stock. So I appreciate the board going down and putting a little bit of brakes on this, because these are long-lived species, and if we make a mistake, it is going to be a long time to recover the stock. So thank you for your actions.
Thank you, Commissioner. With that, we'll go to, Carlson Van Dort.
I just wanted to put on the record that, these 18 and 19 reflect proposals that were submitted by, the users, the Homer AC, and I believe the Charter Fleet. I know that I guess 18 was a Fish and Game one, but the Homer AC submitted 19, and I just really appreciate that. There's a recognition that they're good stewards of their resource, and I just wanted to place that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's appreciated. Now we'll go to errors and omissions. Director Payton.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers.
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weed.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Anderson.
No, Mr. Chair.
And Cap.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Nelson, please take the roll.
Final action on Proposal 19. John Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now go back to Proposal 18.
Mr. Chair, I move we take no action on Proposal 18 in light of action taken on Proposal 19.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Hearing none, we move on to Proposal 20.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 20 is 5AAC 58022, Water Seasons Bag Possession Annual and Size Limits and Special Provisions for Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay Saltwater Area. Mr. Chair.
Matt, in my book, they have 20 and 21 together. Are they identical?
Mr. Chair, yes.
We'll do the same thing here. We will have deliberations on the two of them, but act on one and then the following one. So with that in mind,
Mr. Chairman?
entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman? I just, I would ask staff whether or not those, did the action that the board just took on 19 basically deal with 20 and 21 too?
That's correct. Your action to reduce the bag limit, these are identical proposals only for Lower Cook Inlet.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would move that we take no action on Proposal 20 and 21 in light of the action we taken on Proposal 19.
Okay, now, oh, the heck with it. Is there a second?
I second that, Wood.
And
And ask for
asking-
unanimous consent.
Is any objection to that? We now will move on to 22.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 22.
You guys like to keep me on your toes, right? Is that what's going on? Go ahead.
Welcome to the chair.
Proposal 22, staff.
Proposal 22, 5AAC 58022, waters, seasons, bag, possession, annual and size limits, and special provisions for Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
I second that, Wood.
This might also be one of, we just went through, is this something else that 19 took care of?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 22 is a little bit different. It's
Then-
not just a bag limit proposal.
Okay, then we'll deal with it. Okay. Then staff on 22.
This proposal would close Cook Inlet saltwaters north of the latitude of Magnet Rock to the harvest of rockfish from June 1 through July 31. The effect of this proposal would likely reduce the guided sport harvest by an additional 15 to 20%. The department opposes this proposal. This proposal would create regulatory complexity by having differential bag limits within Cook Inlet saltwaters and be different from the North Gulf Coast. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any discussion on 22? And this will be the last proposal before lunch. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm not inclined to support this proposal. I understand the spirit in which it was offered. However, we did just, reduce the bag limits throughout the area. I think that that is a good first step, and so I'm not inclined to restrict within this particular area. And certainly, I think it would become allocative between resident and non-residents based on some of the things that we've heard in committee of the whole and in public comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other discussion?
Yes, I recall hearing that it would also limit locals from being able to fish that area, so I'm not inclined to support it.
Any other discussion?
I'll just do cost real quick, Mr. Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to a private person to participate in this fishery. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Questions have been called. Errors and omission. Director Payton.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers.
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder.
No, Mr. Chair.
Aaron.
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to get on the record that wildlife troopers also concur with ADF&G's comment about complexity and be hard to enforce. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That in mind, take the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 22. Mike Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaray.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Motion fails 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll now stand in recess till 1:30. We'll resume with Proposal 23, which apparently has been withdrawn. resume with proposal 23. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 23 is 5 AAC 58022, water, seasons, bag, possession, annual and size limits, and special provisions for Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move we take no action on Proposal 23 based on the comments by the authors in RC 101.
I second that, Wood,
And that's unanimous consent?
and I ask for unanimous consent.
That's what I thought I heard. Any objection? Seeing none, we move on to 24.
Proposal
Staff?
24 is 5 AAC 58022, water, seasons, bag, possession, annual and size limits, and special provisions for Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second that, Wood.
Staff?
This would remove the bag and possession limits for spiny dogfish in Cook Inlet saltwaters. It's also requesting language to not require the retention or the release of spiny dogfish. Eliminating the bag and possession limits for spiny dogfish would also allow them to be used as bait. Harvest is not likely to increase, but the wasting of fish may increase. Spiny dogfish are highly migratory, long-lived, and slow to mature species. Based on department port sampling, approximately 99% of the spiny dogfish that are caught in these waters are already released. The department opposes this proposal. Although these fish are considered a nuisance by some sport anglers, they are a sensitive species that are capable of being overexploited. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on proposal 24? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not in support of this proposal. I'd just like to bring to the attention 5 AAC 75012, the Sport Shark Fisheries Management Plan, which lays out pretty clearly dates and times available and bag limits or annual limits for sharks. So just something for the board to consider.
Any other discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not going to be supportive of this proposal either. I mean, they might be considered a nuisance, but they have their place in the ecosystem too, and wiping them out for the sake of wiping them out doesn't seem like a good thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I identify with the remarks made by both previous speakers. Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
I'll do cost real quick. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct costs to private person to participate in the fishery. And the approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional costs to the department, and I will call the question.
Question's been called. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Guida?
No, Mr. Chair.
Aaron?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 24. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Zaray.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Can we now go to proposal 25? Staff?
Mr. Chair, my name is Martin Schuster. I'm the area management biologist for Prince William Sound and Cook Inlet groundfish, shellfish fisheries. Proposal 25, 5 AAC 28.365, Cook Inlet Rockfish Management Plan, and 5 AAC 58.022, waters, seasons, bag, possession, annual, and size limits, and special provisions for Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area.
Move to adopt.
Second that, Wood.
Staff?
Mr. Chair. Proposal 25 would reduce the commercial rockfish GHL and sport harvest of black rockfish by an unknown amount. Current commercial fisheries regulations include a 150,000 pound GHL for the directed pelagic shelf rockfish fishery and bycatch combined. Rockfish bycatch limits are provided by regulation for other directed groundfish and halibut fisheries. Other management measures include mandatory retention of all rockfish, with 5-day trip limits of 1,000 pounds in the Cook Inlet District and 4,000 pounds in the North Gulf District. Please refer to Proposal 18 for background in the sport fishery. The Cook Inlet Rockfish Management Plan was established in 1993 with a 150,000-pound directed rockfish GHL. It was codified in 1997, and the GHL was modified to include directed and bycatch rockfish. Harvest of rockfish in the Cook Inlet area has fluctuated based on harvest in the directed rockfish fishery, with the GHL being exceeded once since its establishment. The most recent 3-year average of total rockfish harvest in the Cook Inlet area is approximately 31% of the GHL, or 46,000 pounds. In the most recent 3-year period, 5% of black rockfish in the Cook Inlet area have been harvested in commercial fisheries. The department is neutral on the allocated aspects of this proposal. The department does have growing concerns about the status of rockfish stocks and recent increasing harvest trends. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on Proposal 25? Forrest?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add a little background. You know, we had a long discussion earlier regarding GHLs in the sport salmon fishery here, and we talk about a rockfish GHL in the commercial fishery here, and I just wanted to bring that to attention, the board's attention, because when you see GHLs for commercial fisheries, for groundfish or shellfish, those are GHLs that are set based on sustained yield, and they are set with the idea that we'll be managing in season. We have a lot of in-season management tools to track harvest, and we will take action to restrict the fishery before that GHL is met. So it's a little bit different than the scenario that we talked about this morning with the salmon, the sport salmon fishery here in Lower Cook Inlet. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention. Thanks.
Thank you, because that is a major difference. Yeah. Any discussion? Mr. Wood?
I support this mostly because of the actions that we took this morning to conservatively, to be conservative with rockfish, and also mostly because of testimony of people that say they use this fishery because they're catcher sellers, they're small business people. So it's for conservation. What Forrest just said puts my mind at ease a little bit to know that they're on top of this. But I think it's the testimony of these small harvesters that are trying to make a living in the off season that kind of moved me towards supporting it.
Any other discussions, Carlson Van Dort?
Thanks. So I don't think I'm inclined to support this for a couple of reasons. Number one is that the commercial fleet doesn't seem to be even reaching the GHL on average. So why would we reduce it if they're not even reaching what they could have potentially? You know, we've acknowledged that it's the sport fleet that has had a lot of growth in this particular area. We've taken action to reduce the sport fleet. I know that I think it was the proposer who spoke during the committee of the whole said kind of what's good for the goose is good for the gander. But I'm not inclined to support a reduction that I don't think is really necessary right now in the commercial harvest. And, you know, again, I'd like the department to do its work and come back in a couple of years, but they're not utilizing the full commercial GHL right now, or up to that GHL. And I don't see the function or the conservation purpose of reduction in the commercial side of things right now. We've already taken action with respect to the sport. Thanks.
Mr. Wood?
Rookie move. I read the wrong notes on my booklet. I'm sorry. I do not support Proposal 25.
I'm not amazed. I've done it several times myself. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Ms. Carlson-Midort's sentiments on this. I think actions that we've taken today and the fact that the GHL on the commercial side has not been exceeded. Also, the comments Director Bowers made in regards to the commercial side of things, ability to look at harvest in season if that becomes an issue, is very appropriate. I'll go ahead and do cost on this proposal as well while I have the floor. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost for private person to participate in the fishery. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to the department. And if there's no other question, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Powers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Anderson?
No, Mr.
Peterson?
Chair.
Yeah, my apologies. Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 25. Zareh.
Yes, no, I mean, no.
John Wood.
It's contagious. No.
No, that's a no, Mr. Chair.
Correct.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dorp.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Move on to proposal 26. Staff?
Proposal 26, 5 AAC 28 and 5 AC 58.022. Waters, seasons, bag possession, annual, and size limits, and special provisions for Cook Inlet Resurrection Bay saltwater area.
Move to adopt.
Second that, Wood.
Thank you. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 26 would reduce the commercial GHL and sport harvest of lingcod by an unknown amount. The current commercial GHL for lingcod is set at 52,500 pounds for the directed rockfish fishery and bycatch, for the directed lingcod fishery and bycatch combined. Lingcod bycatch limits are set by emergency order for other directed groundfish and halibut fisheries. Please refer to Proposal 23 for background information on the sport lingcod fishery. The state of Alaska first exercised its management authority for commercially harvested lingcod in the economic exclusion zone in 1995. From 1997 until 2002, the commercial lingcod fishery was managed for a 35,000-pound GHL. In 2002, the department increased the allowable harvest to 52,500 pounds. Commercial lingcod harvest has fluctuated since the implementation of the 52,500-pound GHL, with low harvests in the 2010s and harvest near the GHL since 2017. During the most recent 3-year period, 33% of lingcod in the Cook Inlet area were harvested in the commercial fishery. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal.
Thank you. Before we get into discussion, this is the reference I was making in the earlier discussion of GHL, where it's based upon a percentage of a 5-year average, I guess is the best way, of the recent 5-year harvest, rather. How has that worked out with the percentage basis rather than setting a set amount?
Mr. Chair, this GHL has been a set amount. When it was originally set, it was based on a 5-year average according to a method similar to what the National Marine Fisheries Council uses.
So the GHL is a set 35,000 or whatever the figure might be, as opposed to a percentage of?
That is correct.
I misread what you wrote then. Okay, that's good to know. Any discussion on proposal 26? Ms. Carlson Van Dorp.
Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of curious, so, and forgive me, we kind of blew through 23, which I think this was addressing lingcod sport limits, and there was a no action motion based on, what was that? Was it based on a withdrawal? Was it based on a PC? What was the RC? I thought I heard 101, but there is no RC 101.
No, it's a PC 101, yes, and it was withdrawn based on that.
Well, just because they withdraw it doesn't mean that it's not worth discussing, and there might be board members that had interest in that. So I guess this is now a place where the regs are open for discussion of reduction of sport fish lingcod, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, good, just checking. So I'll just speak to that a little bit. I think that I have an interest in reducing that lingcod for the sport fish, and I know that the commercial side of things is getting close to utilizing that. So I guess from my perspective, I would like to see the elements that were in proposal number 23 addressed in this particular proposal. I think it's worthy for the board to consider a sport lingcod reduction for the reasons that were discussed in terms of conservation concerns that the department had, I believe. Thank you.
And any specific portions of 23 you want to discuss, or?
Yeah, I guess I would say I would like to reduce the sport bag harvest down to 1 from 2 with a possession limit of 2. And I had no issues with the other elements that were proposed by the Homer Charter Association, proposal number 23, with the specifications that it must be at least 35 inches long with the head attached or 28 inches from tip to tail, you know, those other provisions. So I would like to see the elements of 23 included for board action in this proposal. Thank you.
And is your request of staff to respond to that, or are you making a motion to that effect? I'm trying to figure out what it is you want done.
Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'd like staff to comment on that, since they didn't have the opportunity to speak to 23, and then I may or may not make a motion to that effect. Thank you.
Okay, staff?
Sure, through the chair to Member Carson Van Dorp. Yeah, we're supportive of a proposal to reduce the lingcod bag limit from 2 to 1 in Cook Inlet saltwaters, primarily associated with all of the other restrictions that you've heard here today towards halibut, king salmon, rockfish, kind of acknowledging the potential shift in effort that we've seen over time from one fishery to another. So we feel that if the lingcod bag limits to remain at 2, that we're likely to see increased harvest in that fishery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so with that, and given sort of the elements that we heard in public testimony and committee of the whole, I would like to offer the amendment to include the provisions in 23 into proposal number 26 for our consideration.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. To the staff, and Shalene, I think this is probably going to fall in your bailiwick. Do you have enough information here to craft the necessary language to make that amendment? You should be able to copy right off of 23.
Yes, that's enough information. That's clear enough.
Any discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the amendment, well, I guess I don't necessarily have a comment on the amendment.
Any comments on the amendment that is before us? Mr. Wood?
I support the amendment of going from 2, reducing it to 1 and a bag limit of 2, definitely.
And you were the second, correct?
Yes, I second it.
So Ray was the second, okay. I was going to suggest perhaps ask for unanimous consent. I'll make the request for unanimous consent on the motion. Any objection? Okay, so the amendment is now part of the proposal 23. So proposal 23 as amended. Mr. Carpenter?
So we're actually, just for clarification, we're on 26, 6 is amended, correct?
Right.
Okay, and I guess my question is, so we've added some language to reduce the sport take and bag limit for lingcod from 1 to 2. But this proposal also has a commercial component to this. And because these are lumped together now, I guess I'd like to hear from Director Bowers what his concerns might be specifically to the commercial aspects included in this.
Forrest?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question, Mr. Carpenter. Yeah, I mean, I guess I was just looking for a little clarity because the proposal's rather vague in terms of what sort of GHL reduction it's seeking. And so perhaps the maker of the motion could clarify her intent. One way to deal with that would just be to speak to that and if your intent is to just take action only on the sport fishery, that would be clear for us and I think for Shalene. Otherwise, we'd need some direction on what level of GHL reduction we'd be looking at in the commercial fishery.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort, do you wish to respond, or do you want to recess to talk it on over, or what?
Well, I would just ask, would look to the staff. I'm trying to recall from your oral presentation what the sport fish versus the commercial harvest impacts are with respect to the GHL.
Through the chair, the lingcod harvest commercially in the sport fish Cook Inlet area is relatively small in comparison. The vast majority of the commercial harvest in these waters overall occurs in the North Gulf Coast sport fish area. I think the harvest commercially, Martin probably has it here, but it's just in a couple hundred fish in most years in the Cook Inlet area.
With respect to the commercial harvest specifically, is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, yes, that is correct. In the lower Cook Inlet Sport Fish Management Area, lingcod harvest is quite low throughout history and in the most recent 3-year period.
The commercial, just for clarification, the commercial harvest is quite low, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Bauer has his hands up.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there's a harvest table 26-2, and so it's that first column, I believe, is what we'd be looking at. So that's the lower Cook Inlet Sport Fish Management Area, and then it's broken down sport and commercial. So, ranging from 1,400 to 2,100 fish in the sport fishery the last 3 years, and from about 80 to about 220 in the commercial fishery the last few years.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I think given those numbers and, I would kind of reference my comments on the previous proposal as well, that it's not, I don't believe that it's the commercial harvest here that's having as significant an impact, so it would not be my intention to change the commercial harvest level at this time, but to reduce the sport bag limits and then take it, in the interest of conservation, and then take a look at it more closely when the department has completed its analysis in a couple years. Thank you.
Mr. Bowers, you're the one that raised the issue of clarity initially. Does that satisfy your concerns?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you, and appreciate you indulging those questions.
And Shalene, you're still capable of carrying out the language?
Yes, I believe that's clear enough. I mean, we can always take a few minutes to put it into a record copy, but I think that I have enough information.
I'll let you do it on that time frame because I've never seen it take just a few minutes. So.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that that's also an option, if you
Yeah,
would like to
appreciate
put it
that.
in a record copy.
Okay, Mr. Carpenter.
I just want to be clear about this. So the amendment was to add the language specifically that was in proposal 23 into 26. So, but the language in proposal 26, as it currently exists, is still to reduce the GHL in the commercial fishery. Am I correct?
Staff?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, yes, the language in the proposal is to reduce the lingcod GHL by an unknown amount for the commercial fishery.
So if I could follow up on that, I don't necessarily disagree with Ms. Carlson Mendor's sentiment on this. I think that for myself, I can't support the proposal the way it's written. If somebody would like to amend to take the portion of this proposal out that reduces the commercial GHL by an unknown amount, I might be a supporter of that, but the way it's written now, I can't.
Stand at ease for 5 minutes. stay ready. Okay, back on record. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. So, a few things, just to make clear my intent and what I'm requesting and I'll make a second amendment, or a motion to amend to remove any commercial, harvest reduction. So the intent would be to keep the commercial GHL status quo. And I will also just note for the record that I recognize that I believe this applies to both Lower Cook Inlet and North Gulf Coast. And my intent would not be to change the commercial harvest level at all. Thank you.
Second and ask unanimous consent on the amendment.
Any objection? Before we move forward, Mr. Bowers, that satisfies your concerns as well?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now, we have in front of us Proposal 26 as amended. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, let me go ahead and do cost real quick here. Cost of this, approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. Proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost for the department as well.
Did you call a question? I just didn't hear it. Oh, I know. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
I would just like to reference my comments for Proposal 25 in terms of any allocative implications. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Question.
Question's been called. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Forrest?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Chair.
I apologize. I don't know where Anderson came from a couple of minutes ago. The captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please take a roll.
Final action on proposal 26 as amended. Mike Wood.
Oh, God. The first, yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. You essentially have just adopted proposal 23.
Correct. And if what is worth department, through chance or through design, you got on the right side there of the mic. We go to proposal 27.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 27, 5 AAC 28.310, fishing seasons for Cook Inlet area.
Move to adopt.
Second, it would.
Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 27 would change the season start date for the Cook Inlet area commercial sablefish fishery from July 15 to April 15. Beginning in 1995, the Cook Inlet sablefish fishery opened concurrently with the IFQ fishery on March 15. A public proposal to change the start date of the fishery to July 15 was adopted in 2000. Current regulations for the Cook Inlet area state waters sablefish fishery include a 2-day, 3,000-pound trip limit and a GHL, which is based on annual percent change in the Central Gulf of Alaska allowable biological catch. Sablefish may only be retained in the state-managed sablefish fishery and not as bycatch. The Cook Inlet area GHL has not been met since 2011, and landings and harvest were low or zero during the most recent 3-year period. The department is neutral on this proposal. There has been little participation in the fishery, and there are no conservation concerns associated with a longer season.
Any discussion from board members on proposal 27? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question to the department. Some of what I read was that the reason that the date was changed was that there was concern that there were fish being harvested outside this area being reported in the state fishery, state waters fishery. We've obviously heard that there's very little effort that's going into this fishery at this time. I mean, I really don't have an opinion one way or another about moving the date, but if we did move the date, would the concern that currently has the date in the middle of July still exist in regards to reporting?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, those concerns were many years ago, and at this time, we are not concerned with that same issue if the date were moved to April 15.
Just to follow up then, so then it would make things more uniform along the North Gulf Coast in regards to State Water's Black Cod start opening dates, is that not correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, that is correct. April 15 would align with Prince William Sound sablefish regulations.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Give me 2 seconds here, I just want to see something. I don't think we've got any allocation question here. Okay, any other discussion? I was trying to see whether there's any allocation question. I don't believe there is. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually going to support this proposal. I mean, if the department doesn't have any concerns about moving the date to April 15th, and we could potentially have more participation and harvest portions of this GHL that are being underutilized, and they're not concerned about reporting, I feel no reason to not support this. So, having said that, I will read cost real quick. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to the department.
And question called?
And I will call the question.
Thank you. Question call, Director Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Forrest?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please take the roll.
Final action on Proposal 27. Godfrey.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
John Wood. Yes. Zaret.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorp.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now move to proposal 28, which is the last one in this group. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 28, 5 AAC 28.367, Cook Inlet Pacific Cod Management Plan, Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second that, Wood.
Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 28 would reallocate Pacific Cod State Waters jig quota that is not harvested by July 15 to the pot gear quota. It would also allow 100% retention of Pacific Cod during the state-managed Cook Inlet sablefish fishery for pot gear only. The State Waters Pacific Cod season opens after the closure of the federal Pacific Cod parallel fishery, and the State Waters GHL is set at 3.75% of the Central Gulf of Alaska total allowable harvest. This GHL is allocated 85% to pot gear and 15% to jig gear. Currently, on September 1, the department may make any unused allocation available to all legal gear. Registration for the State Waters Pacific Cod fishery is also exclusive in Cook Inlet. From 2019 to 2022, the GHL has been almost fully utilized, with harvest ranging from 84 to 93% of the GHL, though the 15% jig portion of the GHL has not been met in recent years. Pacific Cod bycatch in the state-managed sablefish fishery is set at 20%. The average retention of Pacific Cod in the Cook Inlet managed sablefish fishery is 9%. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Discussion on 28? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not in favor of this proposal. I think we heard in public testimony in committee of the whole, this is a good fishery for entry-level people that are new to the commercial fishing world. I think this is a direct reallocation from one fishery to another. I understand that this jig fishery has been underutilized, but there seem to have been some people in the audience that planned on participating and doing some direct marketing. So I think that we need to give them the opportunity to establish those. I do think that part of the allocation criteria that's important is number 4, the availability of alternative fisheries resources. And some people that either are new people in Alaska or people that grew up in Alaska that want to establish themselves in the commercial fishing business don't necessarily have reasonably inexpensive opportunities to get into commercial fishing, and I think this is one fishery that does that. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Like Mr. Carpenter, I'll not be supporting it. And I would refer the body to PC 269, which was submitted by Mr. Woods. Well, I'm going to butcher your name, was Newski? But regardless of how you pronounce it, on his first page, he goes into a pretty long description of the impact of Proposal 28 would have. And much of it was covered by Mr. Carpenter, but there's some additional points there as well. I'll be a no vote. And Art.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This seems like just a straight grab, and I'm not going to be supportive of it. And I will also just note for the record that there were 3 ACs that were not supportive of this: Homer, Matt Valley, and Seldovia. Central Peninsula AC wasn't supportive of this. Thank you.
Mr. Wood, and then Mr. Carpenter.
This is the one I meant to oppose. And will. Thank you.
Oh, you make a
Chairman.
long day enjoyable. Mr. Carpenter.
I'll do cost real quick. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. And I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Mr. Payton.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers.
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain.
No, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Nelson, please take the roll.
Final action on Proposal 28. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Zareh.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
That concludes Group 2. So what we're going to do, folks, is going to be some slight changes in the agenda as it was initially put forward. We're going to take a short break. We're going to go into Committee of the Whole 3. Depending on the time that takes to do, we may or may not go directly into deliberations on Committee 3 proposals. Something's come up, and we can go no longer than 5 o'clock, so 5 o'clock's a drop dead time. If we get up close to 5 o'clock and it's just a good stopping point, we may stop earlier. So with that, we'll take a 15-minute break for staff to get prepared. Is that fair? Okay. So we'll come back in, let's say it. we'll go back in session. We'll be starting with Committee of the Whole, Group 3. You were all here present when I went through the rules of the committee process, and Mr. Mike Wood will be leading this committee, so I turn the gavel over to you, Mr. Wood.
Okay, thank you. This is my first one, and I promise to take it easy on you.
I think you better hope it's the other way around.
Oh, no, not yet. It's my committee now, buddy. All right, Committee of the Whole, and we know that the whole point of this is to hear from new information and address proposal by proposal as we go along. So for the sake of time, that would be great. There's a few proposals here. Luckily, I got helicopters and hatcheries, so this should be fun. But all of these proposals, there's a few of them that are covered by law, which will be, I'll read that. But after this preamble, we're going to start off listening or hearing from Forrest Bowers about this addendum to the McNeil River Chum Salmon Action Plan. So we're going to hear from him and then open up some discussion on that. And then we'll deliberate on it after we hear, from all the other proposals. So I'm going to turn it over to our esteemed colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. I appreciate that. We realized when we put this roadmap and agenda together that we hadn't specified a time and place to talk about the McNeil and McVick action plans. And so we thought at the start of Committee of the Whole 3, that would be an appropriate spot for Committee of the Whole discussion on those action plans. And as part of that, we recognized that in the McNeil action plan that was adopted, I think 2 board cycles ago, we did not include criteria that could be used to lift the stock of concern designation or provide additional harvest opportunity when we're meeting escapement goals. That's our current practice for new action plans that we're developing, but at the time the McNeil action plan was developed, we weren't including those criteria. So that's what you have before you in RC 48 is a list of draft criteria that could be used to delist the stock of concern. This is a stock of concern when it recovers, or liberalize the fishery when we're meeting escapement goals. So that as you mentioned, when we get into deliberations on this, we would be looking for the board to take action, one, to make recommendations to the department on which suite of management measures in the action plan that you're endorsing, your direction to us. And then also, we would be asking the board to incorporate delisting criteria based on RC 48, or however the board chooses to amend RC 48. So, thank you.
Thank you, Forrest. And I forgot to say that this is found in RC 048. So, go ahead.
Just help, my paper management skills are lacking and they're a little rusty, and I'll get on point here, but where is the action plan?
Thank you, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. So the action plans, the McFick action plan is RC3 tab 2. And is the McNeil action plan under that tab also, or is that just under additional reports? Yeah, and then the McNeil action plan is posted on the website under additional reports. I'm not sure if that one's in RC3. I don't think it is. Yeah, but McFick is RC3 tab 2.
And then go ahead.
I was just gonna say, can we make sure that we have actual copies of the action plans?
Yes. I'm looking in this RC3, and it's under tab 2. And I should have referenced RC 048 submitted by the department.
So we did present the action plan during staff reports, and I believe there is a table that you're talking about, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, that does summarize the management measures within the action plan, and we can bring that oral report up if that would help the board.
Sure.
Yeah, can find that.
The oral report was RC3 tab 4.
So, Mr. Chair, we could have staff walk through RC 48 if you'd like to before you open the committee discussion up to the public, or what are your wishes on that?
Yeah, that would probably be good to hear from
Okay.
the department. That way we'd know, everybody would know what we're talking
Sure.
about.
Thanks. Ted?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So RC 48, as Forrest mentioned, is the addendum to the McNeil River Chum Salmon Action Plan that provides delisting criteria. As he mentioned, at the time that action plan was written, we didn't yet have the standard process of including delisting criteria. So I believe you all have that in front of you. There are two components to that. One is the delisting criteria, and if you allow, I'll just go ahead and read that here. If the lower bound of the SEG is met or exceeded in 3 consecutive years and is expected to be met in future years, or is met in 3 out of 5 consecutive years and is expected to be met in future years, the department will recommend removing McNeil River chum salmon as a stock of management concern at the first Lower Cook Inlet Board meeting after this condition is met. There is a second component, management restrictions. Management restrictions may be relaxed if in-season assessment of chum salmon abundance indicates restrictions are no longer needed to ensure the escapement goal is met. This may only occur if stock of concern stocks, Mickvick Lake sockeye salmon and McNeil River chum salmon escapement goals are projected to be met. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I'll just add, fill in the space for a second, is for these stock of concerns, there's three tiers of stock of concern. And there's sometimes it's easy to get into them and harder to unwind to get out of them. And this is part of the unwinding part, correct? And would you mind just educating us on those 3 tiers of stocks of concern?
Sure, Mr. Wood. So the most severe level of stock of concern is a stock of conservation concern. And that's defined as a salmon stock that has failed to meet a sustainable escapement threshold, which is, essentially a level at which that stock may cease to exist, if it's not being met. And we've never set an SET, the board's never set an SET, and we've never had a stock of conservation concern designated. Sort of the middle tier of concern is a stock of management concern. Most of the stocks of concern that have been designated are stocks of management concern, and that's defined as a chronic inability to meet escapement goals, whether that's a BEG, SEG, OEG, or in-river goal, despite management measures. And then we have a stock of yield concern, which is a failure to meet expected yields despite management measures. And we have a couple of those. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. A question to staff. The way you've got it worded on the delisting subparagraph 1, it puts an affirmative duty on the department to recommend removal under the conditions that are stated therein with the word will rather than may. If that word remains in there and you bring such a recommendation to the board and the board fails to agree with your recommendation, does that mean that the action plan remains in full force and effect?
Yeah, I believe I'm sorry, through the chair, Mr. Wood. I believe it is at the board's discretion as to whether a stock is a stock concern, and so therefore I would assume whether we can delist it is your ultimate purview.
The reason for the question and my concern is action plans are sort of a hybrid between the department and the board, doing some cooperative effort. And I want to make certain that we're on the same page here, that if indeed the board wants that action plan to continue, they have the option to make sure that happens by simply voting down the recommendation. Commissioner?
Yeah, I think it's really important to have a discussion when you develop an action plan as to what it is that you want to do in terms of rebuilding. You know, do you want to rebuild to remove the conditions that led to it becoming a stock of concern in some level? Do you want to rebuild it to provide some level of yield above what you had in terms of meeting that escapement goal? Do you want to rebuild at what rate? We rarely have those discussions. We simply say we want to meet the escapement goal for 3 years. Well, if we do that, oftentimes at the end of it, we don't have any yield because we're just meeting the escapement goal and we haven't provided any fishing opportunity. So I think as you develop these action plans, it's going to be really critical to step through these deliberative discussions, or at least have some discussion about what it is you want rebuilding to look like and what it is you want to have at the end of that action plan going away.
Could not agree with you more, and that's why I want to make sure that both sides of this equation have the ability to see that through. And as long as I get assurances that you come to the board for approval and they fail to give you approval, that action plan stays in place. And everything that the commissioner said, I totally agree with. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both. You took the words right out of my mouth. Coming from the Susitna and dealing with action plan or stock of yield concern and management, it was refreshing to see how they get into these stocks of concern, but also how to get out of them so it's not just a dark tunnel. So that being said, is there part of bringing this up now was to also hear from the public on this? Is there anyone out there that would like to speak to this? It's so easy. Go ahead. Come up to the podium, please, and state your name.
My name's Beaver Nelson, and I've spent a lot of time in Kamishak fishing on McNeil chums back during the heyday. And one thing was very obvious, we had very few bears compared to nowadays. The solution, as I see it, you've got to get those fish above the falls. Either reduce the bears or provide some sort of a covered fishway for a portion of that stock to be able to access the upstream area. And that's the most immediate thing you could do. You could try to reduce the bears by allowing hunting back where it previously was, which had less bears on the falls, and then you got to wait to hope that the bears do in fact. You can't remove enough bears when one hunting season to make things happen. But if you'll go in there and put a covered fishway around the edge, covered over so a portion of the fish can get up unobstructed, that would be the very best way I can think of to make something happen fast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, David Martin with Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. A couple of things that haven't been brought to the attention is that we have the McNeil River Refuge, but also when the Paint River project was put in, they annexed the property from just west of Paint River up to Bruin Bay and disallowed hunting in that area also, which encompasses quite an area. And then it's my understanding that even south of the McNeil Refuge, they've annexed land in there also that disallowed hunting. So you've got more bear in that situation. And these are early runs over in McNeil and Mickvick. I fished there myself too, same years ago. They're a small fish, a small red went up McNeil. You saw the pictures of these bears in into May, June, which is an early run. There's not much else going on over there. These bears are pretty fat. So they've been eating on them quite a while. There's no other game in town. And I don't think you're going to bring these systems back to their heyday because you've got so many bears. I've heard estimates of bears eating, 30, 50 fish in a day. They get full, they might kill one, rip the belly out of them and go to another one. So with the bear situation, it's going to be hard to do, but I agree with the department on the getting out of the conservation concerns. So outside of getting them more above the falls, that's gonna take some effort. And is it really worth it for the size run it is? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Robert Ross. Thanks for listening to us today. I grew up fishing in Lower Cook Inlet, and in the last 20 years, I have not been able to fish by McNeil. As far as I'm concerned, there's an overpopulation of bears, overpopulation of tourists, taking pictures of bears, making money. Fish can't get by them. It'd be nice to have it fixed. In 2019, there was a lot of bears that had 3, 4 cubs running around on the beach.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to?
Hi, my name's Nancy Hillstrand, and I just wondered if you could ask the department how many permits are actually fishing over there before we start doing any elaborate habitat work, because I think most of the time, or lately, it's been confidential, so that means less than 3 people over there. And I think average, we could look, maybe how many permits there are, you could tell them, to put it in perspective. Thanks.
Is it possible for the department to answer that, or?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Glenn Hollowell, and we have been having fewer than 3 permits fishing in that district for the last 5 or 6 years.
Thank you. Go ahead. And stay up there if you want to say something a third time.
No, 2 scoops is enough.
Okay.
So, okay, David Martin again from Central Peninsula. One issue that I was going to bring up and forgot about was back in the heyday when the chums were producing commercial harvest, and McVick also. You also had several processors would send tenders over there. That doesn't happen anymore. You don't have all the processors. You don't have any tenders over there. So if you're going to fish there, you've got to bring the fish back. And you're talking about 100 miles. That area is notorious for bad weather. A lot of times it's open 7 days a week. If you can fish 2 or 3 of them, you're lucky. And with the price of and the low returns, people aren't going to go over there. So that's why the harvest is low, and you're not going to get the tenders to go back over there like they used to either. So that's a big factor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment? Okay. Forrest, is there any more out of this you'd like to say?
Mr. Wood, I think we've covered it for right now, but when we get into deliberations, we'll be a little better prepared to present the suite of management options that we would be looking for the board's recommendations on. And so we'll have that available to put up on screen, and we can walk through those like we've done for some of the other action plans. So, yep, thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Wood?
Forrest, those could be ready for this afternoon if needed.
We can make that happen.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll start rolling with Committee of a Whole, Group 3. We'll start with Proposal 29. And this is the helicopter one, and I'm just going to read something from law here, because it was nice to have the weight of that in here. It says the proposal seeks to prohibit use of helicopters to transport anglers and to select Cook Inlet waters. Were the board inclined to adopt this proposal, the Department of Law would need to review proposed regulatory language, and there may be aspects of this proposal that are beyond the board's authority. The board should be clear that any regulation is of an activity in aid of sport fishing. The board has broad authority to regulate various aspects of sport fishing and guided sport fishing as needed for the conservation, development, and utilization of fisheries, but does not have the authority to regulate the transportation of persons without a fishing nexus. Would somebody like to go to the podium, or would department like to speak to this first? Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll introduce the proposal quickly. For the record, I'm Holly Dixon, Lower Cook Inlet Assistant Area Manager for the Division of Sport Fish. This proposal would prohibit the use of helicopters for transporting sport anglers or sport caught fish on the Lower Kenai Peninsula streams and the Kasilof River. Helicopter use has been most prevalent on Deep Creek, where there is very little public land access and no road access in the upstream section. Anglers can also access this section by walking the stream channel below ordinary high water or via private property.
Thank you. Yeah, if people would like to comment, feel free to approach the podium. And keep it to new information, please.
David Martin again of Central Peninsula. We oppose this proposal for the reasons we stated in our minutes. But also, it hadn't been brought up, is this, the headwaters of these is a small stream. They got holes where the fish are spawning. Clear water, you can see the fish in there. It's kind of like fishing in a barrel. It reminds me of a proposal years ago in Upper Cook Inlet. So you sit in a drainage on a lodge that put in a proposal to do the exact same thing, eliminate helicopters from Donkey Creek. And the people that had the helicopter service said, well, we're only catching and releasing them until they go off the bite, and then we leave them alone. So, well, by that time, they're probably not going to spawn, or their eggs are not going to be viable, or they're going to be dead. So same thing will happen on these small streams. It's been mentioned there's other places they can go. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Helicopters. Now's your time. Oh, Jared.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm unclear. According to Department law, we do or don't have the authority to regulate this? Because it sounded like you were hedging when you opened this up, and I was just curious, do we have authority?
Great question. Could I ask Law to speak to this?
Sure. For the record, Noah Starr, Department of Law. I think as long as the board ties the regulation under consideration to a conservation, development, or utilization basis, then the board has authority to do that kind of regulation.
So we'd have to be artful in the language.
Through the chair, I think you would need to establish on the record one of those bases for why you're adopting the language as proposed or amended language proposed during deliberations.
Thank you.
Would you restate those two? Conservation, what were?
Yes, through the chair, or to the chair. So for the conservation, development, and utilization of fisheries. But as we wrote in the written memo, it's a problem if there isn't a fishing nexus in the regulation. So keeping that fishing nexus is the key.
Thank you. Commissioner.
So I just want to reiterate this. So like on the Kenai River, you can not regulate the kind of vessel unless it's used for fishing purpose. You just can't go in and say, we're only going to allow drift boats in this section of the river. You can do that if it's a fishing nexus, but you just can't say for navigation purposes, you can't use anything but a drift boat. So you have to kind of get it tied back. In this case, you could probably restrict the use of helicopters if they're for giving access to fishermen, but you couldn't restrict the use of helicopters in the area if somebody wanted to go view fish, for instance. Or land up there to go hiking. Yeah, land up there to go hiking. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Diane Dubuque, Seward AC. It's just come to my attention that there's an error done in our minutes. We voted unanimously, or not unanimously, but we had one abstention, two abstentions, to oppose this proposal, but in our minutes it says that we supported. This discussion that we have is, why do you need a helicopter to fly into a creek that's on the road system, basically? You know, they should be going to areas that are more remote, and then also the deal with noise and disrupting other anglers on those creeks that are heavily used because they're on the road system. So let them fly across the inlet or something. And again, we did oppose it.
Thank you. Mr. Godfrey?
So I'd like to engage law again, just because I'm still maybe unclear. As the proposal is currently worded, would it stand that test based on your interpretation? And why I'm asking is, unless somebody wants to resuscitate this, one of the board members, and indicates as much moving forward, it's not time well spent by us, debating it, if it's DOA without us wordsmithing it. As it's currently written, does that meet the smell test? Because I don't think it does.
Through the chair, I think that the record during deliberations would also be a crucial part of whether or not you have authority to adopt this proposal as written. There are aspects of this proposal as written that could relate to the board's statutory authority to regulate, and there may be things that are said that exceed the board's authority. But before we get into the record of deliberations, it would be difficult to answer.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood, you'll be recognized after the department. Let them go real quick.
Yeah, through the chair, just wanted to mention there's current sport fishing regulations in the Bristol Bay area for the Quejack and Alagnac rivers that use this language to prohibit the use of helicopters for transporting sport anglers and sport caught fish.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
And it could very well turn out, the facts come on the record, and I'll wait and see what happens, that you may have a connection between helicopters opening up spots of concern as far as spawning or other things that would be directly related to fisheries. We had a similar situation, I forget which of the rivers here along the Kenai, where they were talking about high-powered boats versus low-powered boats, and there was not a connection because it was more the cabin owners simply didn't want to hire the boats coming down. There wasn't a fishing connection there at all.
Are there more comments from the public? Helicopters? This is a good time to talk about it. Okay. How about on the board? Oh, go ahead, Greg.
Well, through the chair, the gal that was just up there a few minutes ago, you didn't want the helicopters, so you would be in support of this, wouldn't you? And you said you were against it. Yeah, so you're in support of this then? Okay, that's confused me. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, people need to get to the mic so it can be heard on the record and so that everybody can hear. So if you got comments, answering questions, just ask people to come to the front because we need to get it on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I get to sound stupid on the record, but apparently I did misread that, and I apologize and withdraw my last statement. Diane Dubuque, Seward AC.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else to be said on this, we'll move on to Proposal 30. Would the department like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Proposal 35 AAC 01.570, lawful gear and gear specifications. This proposal was submitted by the department and would clarify existing regulations on the subsistence harvest of herring spawn outside of the anchorage non-subsistence area in Lower Cook Inlet, and would specify harvest methods for herring spawn on kelp. This is a housekeeping proposal, and if adopted, would bring existing regulation in line with an established subsistence harvest.
Thank you. Would the public like to speak to this? Any comments? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on to Proposal 31. Department?
Proposal 31 would extend the China poop personal use dip net fishery season on both ends by moving the open date from July 1st to June 15th and the closure date from August 7th to the 15th of August. The department has extended the season by emergency order in 3 recent years due to 500 to 1,000 sockeye left over in the creek on the closure date.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this? Okay, going once. Oh, come on up.
Thomas Hagberg, Vice Chairman of the Homer AC. We were in favor of this, leaving, fish timing runs are very variable, and leaving this amount of valuable sockeye salmon in the creek to feed the bears just is not logical. So we did unanimously support the extension. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. We'll move on to proposal 32.
All right, this proposal would require participants in the China Poop personal use dip net fishery to obtain the Upper Cook Inlet personal use permit. There are 3 major effects that requiring this permit for China Poop would have. The first one is it would implement an annual household limit for this fishery as specified in 5AAC 77.525. It would also change the current bag limit of 6 sockeye salmon from an individual limit to a household limit. And last, it would prevent participants from also doing the Kachemak Bay personal use coho salmon set gillnet fishery because you can't obtain both permits in the same year.
Thank you. Any comments on proposal 32? All right, we got a taker.
Good afternoon, Scott Adams, Homer resident. I've been a resident for 46 years. I've partaked in this little fishery for 45 of the years. So my concern is that if we get approved and we have to go underneath the permit process, that means we lose one of our options. We can either fish the China Poot Creek or we can fish for the coho salmon in August. We lose one of them. And I don't think that's fair for the people that live in this vicinity that rely on fish. And so that was number one. Number two, if we go through the process of being in the permit system of the Saldana Kenai office, I don't know if that puts more pressure on them for dealing with so many people filling out permits. I'm not involved in the permit process because I've never done the dip net fishery up there on the Kenai because it's nuts. It's not nuts across the bay. It's really mellow actually. And that's what I enjoy about it. So I'm against it because we're gonna lose our use of one of the fisheries down here. Also, we go to a household limit versus 6 a day per person. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once. Okay, we'll move on to proposal 33. Department.
This proposal would expand the area open to dip netting in the China Poot Creek area by moving the regulatory markers 300 feet further out into the saltwater. This would expand the area open to dip netting and reduce the area open to snagging. It may make it more difficult for participants to harvest a sport bag limit of 6 sockeye salmon.
Thank you. Any comments? Here we go. Thank you.
Scott Adams again. So this proposal, and you'll see on page 76 in your pamphlet, that it'll move the boundary lines out a ways. By the look of this picture, you can see that's a shallow area. The creek that's above this area is maybe 6 foot wide at the widest, maybe, and then it goes all the way up to the falls where the pool up there is, I guess about 18 foot deep or so. That's where these fish end up. They don't go anywhere else. It's a hatchery release, and so the fish go through a commercial catchery, and these are the ones that get by. And so it provides us fish for ourselves. So to close the area off to where people snag, I am not a snagger. I don't have the technique. I go up dip netting, take my granddaughter up there. But my kids, they've got the twitch. They've got it really good. And I've been up there, like I say, since the late 70s. And I've never had a conflict between one user group or the other. People get their fish the way they easily find it easable. I go and walk the bank, I talk to people, I hang out, check out the bears, the eagles. And so to close an area off to a certain group, I'm not really in for that. Plus, that's the area where they school up, and then they get pushed up with the tide. So to envision that we're gonna allow or possibility have people in their boats with dip netting, trying to, like the Kenai or Kasilof, in this small area, it's not reasonable. I think we should just leave it the way it was set up in the plans years ago and leave it at that. So thanks, have a great day.
Thank you. Any other, here we go, thanks.
Hi, I'm Robert Roth. I fish in China Poot, commercial salmon seine. If you guys approve this, it'll move the dip netters closer to us, which might create more unintended conflicts or interference with each other. From what I've read on this, it sounds like they're just trying to get rid of the snaggers from catching the dip netters. So, and if you move the dip netters out of fresh water into salt water, I don't know if that's the way it usually is.
Thank you. Any more comments? All right, we'll move on to proposal 34.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 34 would create a Chemishak Bay purse seine salmon fishery management plan that would be duplicative of existing regulations and policies.
Thank you. The public like to comment? All right, Nancy.
Hi, for the record, my name is Nancy Hillstrand, and I'm the proposer of 34 to create a management plan. And the reason is I just would like to, if you could please ask about all of the escapement goals over there to make sure that everything's healthy over there, because I don't get all the information that they get because it's a lag. And when I look at, I see some of the pink salmon creeks are below escapement goals. Is that correct? But you can ask him and find out. And also, there is a lot of, fish do migrate, and so they do have an SHA over there, and so it is a little bit later, but it's maybe a week later, I think. Is that, you'll have to find out that on the run timing of the fish. I just think it's really important to find out what's going on over there because it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. I know the department feels as though they have a handle on it, but then through the grapevine, and maybe it's not true, they know also what the department's doing. And so sometimes, from what I'm hearing, there are folks that are able to go over there and when Fish and Game is not flying, because of course they know when they're going to be flying. And so I'm just concerned. We've had some violation problems over the years, and it's important to just keep track of that. And I don't know how to do that, but I just think it's really important to look at the way the sub-districts are set up, and they're kind of crisscrossing each other, and the fish do migrate through. So it's just, I'd like to see a little more either enforcement over there or, and again, there's not many permits now, but it's pretty important fisheries over there. So, thanks.
Thank you. Member Wood.
Thank you. And Nancy, you're the author both of 34 and 35, which the department has classified as duplicative of existing regulations. And they reference two regulations, the policy for the management of mixed stock salmon fisheries, and then the policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries. Are you asking for examination of those policies? Are you suggesting that something beyond those policies needs to be looked at? I'm not quite certain where you're heading with this.
Right. Well, with 34, I was looking for something that would be more of an oversight of all of the area, not just the McVick area and not just the McNeil area. And the sustainable salmon policy, being respectful, I feel as though a lot of times I don't see that is being followed. And so I'm concerned about that. I think that the department needs to read that a little more closely from my estimation. And also then, of course, the fish priority.
Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to find out from the intention of your proposals is it doesn't sound like you have an issue necessarily with the policies as they exist, but rather whether they're being carried out. And I don't want to
That's
put
true.
words in your mouth. I'm just trying to find out where you're going.
Yep, well, the most important thing is that I just feel as though we need to start looking a little closer to what we're doing. And do I talk about 35 now also then? Is that what you're asking?
That's up to the chair.
Please do.
Okay, So in 35, when I look at what the department's comments are, they say, well, look, we have 3 hatchery management plans. And to me, that shows a disconnect with this critical habitat area. Because everywhere you look there this is all critical habitat, and it's also state park, which is legislatively designated areas. And so there's additional statutes and regulations that the department, I guess, is not aware of. And I think they're supposed to follow them also. Is that true if there's a legislatively designated area that everyone needs to follow those? Because if so, it doesn't seem as though they realize that there's multiple jurisdictions in this area, and we need to, so with 35, what I'm hoping for is to actually follow the management plan, the critical habitat management plan, and actually evaluate whether or not the department has upheld the goals and policies of that management plan, and then be able to, and there's many people willing to do that are, this town of Homer is full of researchers and educators, and, a lot of our economy comes from that. We have the National Estuarine Reserve, the Alaska Maritime Wildlife, so.
Thank you, Nancy. Any other comments? On 34 or 35, since we opened it up.
Hello again, I'm Robert Roth. I'd like to state that that court case was lost by the state, just on the record. And I oppose both of those proposals because they're vague. And even you guys seem to be confused about what they're asking you to do.
Thank you. Any other comments?
My name is Gene Sandone. I'm the chair of the Fisheries Subcommittee of the Matt Valley AC. And I already gave my comments on 34 for the AC. But 35, our comments, we support this, and the vote was 7-1. We believe wild fish is the priority. I believe most people feel that. Matsu Valley AC wants to notice the board that the Matt Valley AC wants to protect wild stocks from overharvest in hatchery and wild stock mixed fisheries. Scientific information tends to support that hatchery stocks negatively impact wild stocks. The hatchery policy states that hatchery stocks are not intended to replace wild stocks. And that was the people who supported it, which were 7. The one opposition, he believes that the scientific data is lacking. And I just want to put my 2 cents in as a personal testimony. Gene Sandone from Wasilla, is that the regional planning team consists of hatchery managers, ADF&G, and stakeholders. And if I remember correctly, the stakeholders are basically the people who benefit from the hatchery stocking. And I think it's becoming more and more important to broaden the stakeholder definition to not only people who benefit from the hatchery supplementation, but also people who are negatively affected by hatchery supplementation. So maybe we should start thinking about expanding that RPT. I don't know if this is the forum to talk about this, but it's got to start somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there more comments regarding 34 or 35? I might just add that law wrote regarding proposal 35 that this proposal would purportedly create a wild fish priority in the Kachemak Bay. Sustained yield of wild fish stocks already holds the highest priority in Alaska fisheries management, with some references here, and shall be utilized, developed, and maintained on the sustainable yield principle subject to preferences among beneficial uses, AS Fish stocks in the state shall be managed consistent with sustained yield of wild fish stocks and may be managed consistent with sustained yield of enhanced fish stocks. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to 34 or 35?
Yes, this is Nancy Hillstrand again, and I
Please.
just wanted, it's okay, I wanted to reference PC 100 on 35 and also RC 40 on 35 also. And I wanted to mention one other thing, and that is that when, in the mixed stock fishery in Lower Cook Inlet here in the Southern District, the salmon are not reported, the wild salmon are not reported in the, because they do the otolith adjusted, they've done some sampling, and they are not being reported as such. So we are really have a mixed stock fishery here that, without the wild fish being reported. And so that goes all the way down to the enhancement report, and I think it's really important that the department doesn't wait for statistically robust numbers, but they start to state that, yes, they're at 50% approximately are wild fish. So we're gonna lose them and not even know that we lost them without having some massive reporting. And I really hope we can have a management plan or something that will use the Ketchimek Bay Critical Habitat Management Plan to assess what is going on here, because we've lost just about all of our wild stocks here in Lower Cook Inlet. Thanks.
Member Wood?
Yeah, Nancy, please take. I'd already had PC 100 noted on my copy here, but I didn't catch the other one that you referenced.
40, RC 40.
RC 40, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? We'll move, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, I'm Malcolm Milne. I'm a commercial fisherman, and I'm also a member of the Homer AC. I just wanted to point out that the Homer AC did take no action on 34 and 35. The comments were, while there was no opposition to the proposal, it was pointed out that similar language and other regulations in the proposal seems unnecessary. And then for 35, justification for what is being proposed exists in other regulations, and the proposal seems unnecessary. So we felt there just wasn't enough specifics in here to go forward. I think the intention is good, but as Department of Law pointed out, that this is other sustainable salmon policy and other regulations cover the intent of the proposal. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any more comments on this? We could move on to 36, Proposal 36. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 36 would amend the Tutka Bay Lagoon Salmon Hatchery Management Plan to require that at least 50% of the returning adult pink salmon produced by the Tutka Lagoon Hatchery be harvested in a common property fishery.
Thank you. We start with Nancy.
Yeah, I'm the proposer. I'm the proposer of proposals 36. RC 50 is what I've written on this. And what I gave you here was the actual hatchery permit number 32. And in it is, it's embedded in this, but it gives the permit conditions that the basic management plan is a condition of the permit. It must be followed and adhered to at all times. And then when you actually go to the introduction of the BMP or the basic management plan, the objective states that the produce revenues from harvest and sale of returning fish that are at least equal to costs of hatchery operation and operate efficiently. So at least, now in 1994 it said 2/3, and then they couldn't get that, so then they went down to 1/2. So it says it right in the basic management plan that they're supposed to be sharing 50% with the fish. But I wanted to also add that only 1% of the fishermen are getting anything from this hatchery release at the Tutka Hatchery. And also in RC 50 on the last page, it just shows that actually the common property fishermen got more fish prior to the hatchery being there than what they're getting now, because the cost recovery takes 80 to 95%, and so they're of the pink salmon. And so it's important to understand that. And this year, I don't even know how many there were this year, but last year there was only 9 permits fishing, and overall in the last 20 years it hasn't been more than 15 people. So 15 people, and I mentioned this before, out of the Area H fishermen that are having to pay for this hatchery and all these loans. There's $18 million worth of loans out there right now. I just think it's really important that the least they can do is share the 50% with their with the 1% of the fishermen. You know, it's the least that they should be able to do. And it's just, it's kind of, you know, most of the drifters and set netters just wonder why this is happening. And there's really, when you look at the economics, there really is no way they're going to be able to pay for this. So that was why.
Thank you. Mr. Godfrey?
Nancy, based on that 1% take, and that was 9 or 10 boats, how would this be achieved in your mind?
Well, at this point, they just share that. I mean, that's.
Well, no, not the status quo, but the 50/50, or a minimum of 50% for common property. How would that be achieved based off of public testimony? My questions the other day on that. I mean, if the drift can't get access and the set netters are where they are, how would this be viable?
Well, they've averaged about 60,000 a year, 60,000 fish. And again, those are not otolith adjusted, so maybe it's half of that. I don't know. I mean, we need to, first of all, find out what are wild and what are hatchery. But, so they would be able to, that's for the common property. If the cost recovery gets 1 million fish, they should give them 500,000 of those fish, not just 60,000. They're giving them just 5%, you know, maybe 10% of the fish, and it's just, they're taking it all, it's all closed up. These SHAs, where, that's another thing with the critical habitat area, the access is supposed to be open, and they've closed access for less, you know, for 1% of the fishermen, you know, for 10 people, and then what's happened is the hatchery, Cook Inlet Aquaculture takes the bulk of all of the fish, and so it's kind of like a self-serving empire building, is what it looks like, and it's pretty scary stuff.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Member Wood, and then public.
I'm going to try this from a different angle, because I don't
Okay.
think you gave a response to where Mr. Godfrey was going. If indeed you go to a 50-50 split, it does not appear, at least on the data supplied thus far, that you have the fleet to catch that 50%, which means you'd end up with a larger amount of strays, et cetera. How is it that you believe going to 50% is going to address that issue?
Well, even with the cost recovery as it is now, there's a massive amount of strays. And all of these wild little portfolio stocks are being sacrificed for, not for the fishermen, just because they're not fishing on them. It's really, I have pictures of the upper rivers being glutted with these fish. So really, we've got a mess on our hands here, and I've asked the RPTA, I've gone in there asking them for an internal review. There just does, and the department just for some reason doesn't want to do anything about it, and it could have to do with the sockeye in Seward, but then we need to figure out a better way to do it than this. We've got a problem.
Okay, but you seem to believe that there is sufficient catching capacity to soak up this 50% if you go to that ratio?
I think they could. I think they.
That's what I'm trying to drive at.
Yeah, no, I think they could, and when you look at the amount of permits that are fishing, it's just plummeted because of all the cost recovery that's been taken. I mean, they just take so much that a lot of the permit holders they just don't even bother because it's so ridiculous that so
thank
much
you.
is being taken. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. Next?
Yeah, David Martin, Central Peninsula, I'll also be speaking on myself. I've been on the Cook Inlet Aquaculture Board since the early 80s, participated before that. And I just want to put out some facts and figures here of what the hatcheries does and the contributions it makes to the common property fisheries from all fisheries. A lot of misinformation being put out, and I want to set the record straight. I've also sat on the regional planning team since the 80s also, that deals a lot of these projects with the state department, genetics division. So nothing is ramrodded through everything else. But first off, I want to start out, the state started these hatcheries in the Fred division back in the 70s. Then they turned these over to the commercial fishermen who taxed themselves and voted to do so, to organize the various regional nonprofit hatchery associations around the state. They've been very effective. Most of the salmon harvested by sport in Resurrection Bay and Kachemak Bay, and the fish in China Poot, dip net fishery, are all produced by Cook Inlet Aquaculture Association and the programs that they have. Also, there is no cost to these groups to do so. The association has several hatcheries and all these projects that work in collaboration with each other. No one stands alone. You got an association that is developed by the association. Cook Inlet Aquaculture cost recovery programs fund not only the specific hatchery programs, but also the other activities of CIA. Specifically, the Susitna drainage habitat and rehabilitation and invasive species, northern pike, pike suppression, and elodia, infestations and eradications. Do beaver dam notching to move fish up through the systems. That's really important on drought years, dry years. There's these systems that would be extirpated if you weren't able to notch and move fish up through. Then you're going to take 3 or 4 generations to get those fish to come back. Big years, wet years like this year, the floods wash them out. You don't have to do that. That notching has contributed to 15 million fry addition to the Susitna drainage. That equates to 500,000 returning adults for the common property fishery. These programs would not happen because ADF&G lacks the funds to do so. These numbers come from a CIA biologist who was in charge of the pike suppression, beaver dam removal, and other projects up in the Susitna drainage. Other projects that aquaculture does to benefit the upper Cook Inlet fishermen are flow control structures. And these are structures that are put into small streams. Again, on drought years, they're boards that are put into the mouths of lakes. Dry years, you can come out and pull boards to move fish up into these lakes. Otherwise, they wouldn't make it, similar to beaver dams. We use several of them around. We've done the Kasilof smolt weir that the department wasn't able to do. We've done that for years until we financially couldn't afford to do it either. A couple of the other ones, we've operated, rehabilitated lakes in the Susitna drainage, Chalatina Lake, working on the Shell Lake. We fertilized lakes, Packers Lakes. We did enhancement in Tustamita and Hidden Lakes. Then done the limnology work around the systems, helping out the department for that. Also do public relations and school classroom education programs on the hatcheries. And these are only a portion of what CIA projects that produce salmon for the common property fisheries. Unfortunately, the salmon that are produced by these programs don't have a brand on the side of them that says, I exist because of CIA activities. And I continue to say that to fishermen and say, we don't get anything from it. You do, you just don't recognize it. The association still strives for the 50-50 hatchery to common property goal. But the main goal of CIA activities is to meet the egg take goal and to also meet the budget to fund all these projects so that they can continue to benefit the common property fishery. So that's just a small list of the contributions of CIA activities, and that needs to be put out to the public. When I hear things that only 1% of the people benefit, it's just not true. So thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Morgan Jones. I'm a Homer resident. I'm a seiner. I keep hearing this from there's low numbers of fishermen, low numbers of permit holders, and one of the things I'd like to point out is that people like me and other people that have fished here through the years. We've started here and moved on to other fisheries, and just because it's not the biggest fishery around, doesn't mean it's not an important fishery, not important for our area, and it might not all be the same 3 people or 5 people or 10 people. It's more than that. So I think the numbers can be misleading in there. I'd also like to say that we do get benefit as seiners here. We do get benefit, and as fishermen here, we get benefit in that we have the red salmon that we earn money on fishing the red salmon because of the pink salmon in Tutka Bay. And we also, when we're fishing wild stocks in the outer coasts, we can spread the fleet out, and that's not necessarily directly being harvested by the same number of fishermen, but it is reducing the pressure on wild stocks in other parts of the fishery. So there's a couple things. And then the last thing I'd like to hit is that in the proposal, Nancy directly states this could destabilize CIAA's operation, and I think that's pretty telling. So thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, I'm Malcolm Milne, and I am a Lower Cook Inlet seiner. I am actively participating in the fishery, so I'm, depending on how this 1% is defined, I think I might be part of the 1%, which is, my net worth does not reflect that, but for this 1%, I am opposed to this proposal. I think one thing, just based on the comments that were said, I think there needs to be a clarification maybe between the basic management plan and the annual management plan. I think the annual management plan is what guides annual operations, but you might have, as a board, have the department clarify the difference between those two for you and what's actually being asked in this proposal. But I looked through the comments. I didn't read every single one, but I didn't see a single comment up by a common property fisherman, common property seiner asking to approve this. And we're the ones that would benefit directly from our own pocketbook in the short term, but in the long term, I personally recognize the value of investing in cooking aquaculture and allowing them to have the cost recovery to do all the things like Mr. Martin pointed out and the things they do for our fishery. So unless we hear it from some common property fishermen that are really excited about this, I would be really cautious about passing this. Thank you.
Thank you. We got 1 and 2. You could stay right up there. All right, go ahead.
I don't know who this question for, probably for somebody on the Cooking Inlet Aquaculture Board, but, you know, the department put up a slide, and I think it was slide number 25 of their presentation, where there are indications, or, you know, in red, where the hatchery didn't meet its cost recovery goals, and I mean, that seems unsustainable. I mean, there's red in the last, 10, 20 years. I mean, there's a small percentage where those goals have been met, and I'm interested in somebody from the board speaking to those numbers and how this is sustainable and how they're evaluated on their business model. I don't know if that's by the commissioner's permit or how that works, but man, there's a lot of red on this page, and I'd like somebody to speak to it at some point.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Malcolm Milne, I'm also the first vice president of the Board of Cooking and Aquaculture Association. Yep, so I would like to speak to answer to that. So yeah, cooking and aquaculture is struggling to survive. I mean, as Mr. Martin pointed out, he gave a long list of stuff we do, all non-revenue generating. This year we had a great return of fish. We had a few logistical errors in the harvest, but all our price was directly tied to the grounds price, which plummeted. So that was another huge hit. The one year we thought we were going to get our feet on the ground. So I guess I didn't write down all the parts of your question, but yeah, do we have a sustainable business plan? We review that and analyze it every day. Yes, it keeps, as a board member, it keeps me up at night because we're in a world of hurt. Would this proposal do anything to help that situation? Absolutely not. If we took 50%, we strive for 50%, and as a common property fisherman, I'd like to give more than 50% to the fishermen, but as a Cooking and Aquaculture Board member, acting on behalf of the board, that's just not feasible now. And do we hope it is in the future? Well, we hope it is. Right now, we've paid all our bills. We're current with, we are in debt, yes, and as a nonprofit, we're doing a good job of not making a profit, but we're doing our best we're doing our best to carry out our mission with the situation at hand. And, yeah, I wouldn't invest in the stock if it was a private business, but maybe you could ask, if I haven't answered your question, could you follow up with more specifics?
No, I think you did, and I think like the projects that Mr. Martin stated, I think those are, worthwhile projects. It's concerning like that you can't pay for them.
Yeah. And part of the thing, I mean, we took over the ADF&G Weir. We've had other things we're paying for, and maybe we're just too pie-eyed and optimistic about things. But yeah, the board is actively trying to do our best to get out of this situation. And we would have had a great chance if the prices stayed at 50 cents, but here we are. So, but it's not, I mean, any other questions for other board members or anybody while I'm here? Because I can speak, I mean, we're trying, believe me.
No, I appreciate that, and I didn't mean to bring you off track. I was just, I'm looking at that table, and it's, it generates questions. So I appreciate your attempt to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It looks like we got two more, and we should move on.
Yeah, David Martin, to answer Ms. Carlson Van Dort's question there. Some of the problems that we've had at aquaculture in some of the hatcheries is weren't allowed to do things that other hatcheries been able to. I know, and that created setbacks. One example is in Tutka Lagoon. We had saltwater egg take for years, and we tried to get freshwater egg take. And I don't know if you know, but saltwater egg take, your survival's not near as good. Your eggs aren't near as good. Once we moved into freshwater egg take, we're allowed to do so. That benefited it greatly. So some of the other, there's been a lot of changes since we've taken over in regulations and everything. One of the biggest one is, it's cooking it as Area H. That includes the drifters, set netters, everybody. And through the restrictions over the past 30 years and the loss of harvest from the surplus in Upper Inlet has cost CIAA in not getting its 2% enhancement tax over the gross, roughly around $5 million over those 30 years. And the lack of that aquaculture tax has resulted in detriments to the association and setbacks that all contributed to it. CIA is still committed as a nonprofit to produce the common property fisheries, fish for the common property fisheries, but we need all those avenues and help to do so, and not additional setbacks, because last year is a good example. There's a lot of the 2% went up the river.
Okay, Mr. Godfrey?
Dave, so the comment about the saltwater versus freshwater egg take, that was something, there was a period of time where you couldn't do that, but now you can, and so the success rate's higher, or you still can't?
No, in Tutka we can. We tried for years to get that to that point, but it wasn't allowed through departments, geneticists, whatever, and through the RPT process, and we got it to do freshwater, and that solved a lot of the problems. So I mean, you still get other problems.
How long's that been now?
I'd have to 10 years maybe, so roughly.
So you'd have data that would indicate,
Yeah, there would be
improved
data
performance then. Okay.
that the percent survival of the eggs, hide the green eggs and all that, so it makes a world of difference.
Thanks, Dave.
And also, another thing that's, things have developed. You mentioned you had dry marking of the otoliths now, dry water marking. Before we used to have the heat water, and our fuel bill would be $250,000 just to put the mark on the otolith. So, so some of them are all factors in it. So there's a lot to it, and just being Monday morning quarterbacks.
All right, thank you.
Hello, I'm Robert Roth. I've been a board member of Cook Inlet Aquaculture for 6 years now, and I also do cost recovery. Sometimes I make money, sometimes I break even, and sometimes it's a donation. This year, Cook Inlet Aquaculture met their fish goals, except for in Port Graham. Like, we got more fish in Tucka than we expected. The one reason we didn't meet our goal this year on revenue is because the price dropped in half unexpectedly. And I would also like to state, we have board members that actually are against Cook Inlet aquaculture on the board. I don't know how many other boards do that, but we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just an observation, Mr. Roth, you have the most interesting member makeup of a board that I've seen in a long time.
Gene Sandone, Matt Valley, AC. We supported this proposal 7-1. The comments are hatchery should be held to their commitment. It's apparent this hatchery is inefficient since all the fish are going to cost recovery. And we believe there should be a plan to phase out inefficient hatcheries.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to proposal 37 and 38. They're combined. Go ahead, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposals 37 and 38 would allow drift and set gillnet gear to be used in Lower Cook Inlet hatchery special harvest areas for cost recovery harvest.
Thank you. Go ahead and speak to that if you'd like. Would anyone like to
My
speak?
name's Wes Humbird. I've been a drifter in Cook Inlet since 1968 and also Res Bay when they had it open for drift fishing. And I also worked for the Department of Fish and Game for 5 years as a boat officer. And I'm a member of the local advisory board, and I'm also a one-year member of Cook Inlet Aquaculture. And some of the stuff I'm hearing here is stretching the truth quite a bit. We have an $18 million debt. I represent the Cook Inlet Drift Fleet. That's why I got on the board. I didn't want to do it. They talked me into it. Because somebody has to speak up for our side. We don't catch any fish. They talk about beaver dams. They talk about all kinds of other things. I don't see any of them fish coming in my net in the upper inlet. The only place these fish are harvested in the hatchery fish are in the lower inlet. We don't get any of them. And the guys are tired of it. And that's why I'm representing them right now. Something has to change. All this proposal is to let us help catch cost recovery fish to pay the bill. None of it's common property. And the guys are fed up with it. And if something doesn't happen, guys, they want to have a vote to shut Cook Inlet aquaculture down. And that's what it takes, is a number of votes to do it. And I told them I won't be part of that. So some way or another, we have to be able to let us harvest some of this cost recovery fish with gill nets and set nets so they can pay the bill. They're talking about the bills are paid. They're having a meeting in January. There's still $200,000 in the hole, and they borrowed $2 million last year. We're $18 million in the hole, and every one of us guys is responsible for $11,000 on top of our permit. It's got to stop. If you have any questions, I'll try and answer them for you. I'm fed up with it.
Well, thank you. Any questions? We'll move on. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, members, I'm Bob Nathanson. I'm a fleet manager with a local processor. Actually, we process throughout the state, but my concerns are Lower Cook Inlet, Prince William Sound. And I want to address comments I've heard in the public regarding the feasibility of using these other gear types for cost recovery. And the short answer is I believe these are feasible in certain applications. The exact mechanism is still to be developed, but I'm looking forward to the opportunity of seeing setnet and drift gill net used for cost recovery.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
So the processors are going to buy those fish?
Yes.
You're going to pay them for it? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, gotcha, thanks.
Thank you. Gene?
My name is Gene Sandon. I'm representing the Matt Valley AC, and we opposed both these proposals 0 to 8. We believe that's an unnecessary change. The gear change may lower the value of the cost recovery fish because they're gillnet fish, and gillnet may have an incidental catch of non-target species. But and I switch hats now with my personal testimony. I've been talking to a number of people here about gill nets in the cost recovery. And if what they tell me is true, then I would have voted to support it. And what I hear is that they could do a better job at mopping up all the fish rather than the seiners can. So if that's true, then I would definitely support this proposal.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, I guess I would, ask the processor the question again about whether or not there's a difference between the value of the fish if it were caught in a gill net versus, a seine. From your perspective, if that's something, I'm just curious, thanks.
Is that you, Bob?
Somebody, I recognize that there's a feasibility, I understand that you said it's feasible, I'm just curious.
Yes.
from a-
Again,
from a
Bob
value.
Nathanson, local fleet manager with a local processor. And we feel that there's not a significant loss of value in a gill net caught sockeye versus a seine caught. And so this is where I see the potential for these other gear types is in sockeye cost recovery. In terms of pink cost recovery, I don't think you're gonna be able to get gill netters and set netters interested at the price we can afford to pay a catcher as a catcher fee. And so I don't really consider that loss of value to a gill net pink in regards to a gill net pink. And from our perspective, this particular processor, there really wouldn't be a significant loss in value of a gill net pink versus a seine caught pink.
Mr. Godfrey.
If you'd come back to the podium real quick. We're not going to let you get away. Yeah, you're in the net, buddy. Here's the question. So I've seined and I've drifted both in my life. And I guess it sounds counterintuitive to me, but why would the value be less on a gilled fish when they don't ever go through a compressed bag coming up over the side of the boat? So they're not getting compressed by the weight of other fish. Sure, they're getting gilled, but does that devalue them that much?
There's a little bit of a misconception here. For cost recovery, fish of volume, pinks, those fish are not, they're not brought aboard in the same way you would see a seine or a common property. These are pumped right out of the bag.
Got it.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. You are now released.
But don't go far. Thank you. Next.
Thomas Hagberg, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair of the Homer AC. We proposed these two measures and supported them. Basically, it was just adding a gear type that's fished to these areas before. That is, if they were really old. But, I'm sitting between a group of seiners and a group of gill netters, and I can tell you they're all very noisy, and some of them are really big. But we supported these two issues. They fished there in the past. It simply gives an opportunity for a different gill type, different gear type to move into these fisheries, and it doesn't guarantee them to fish, but it may give them an opportunity to participate in these fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, new information, please.
Yeah, Wes Humbert again. I put in an RC 54, and you guys got it there. It came from Pat Shields, the last fish manager we had in Cook Inlet. And he dug this stuff up, and if you look at it, it'll scare you, what the percentages are versus what the drift fleet and the set netters pay. It's like 90% to 10% difference that we pay, and we don't get anything out of that. And that's where this whole thing started. And if you look at that RC I gave you, it'll tell you exactly how bad it is. And that was only for 20 years. That has nothing to do with the last few years we've had. And we just feel like something has to happen so we can get our fair share of the money we're putting out here. I mean, every drift fisherman and set netter in Cook Inlet owes $11,000 on top of their permit because we're held collateral. And all these guys keep telling me it's free money. Well, give me some of my money, will you? If it's free, give it back to me. I'd like to have some of that money back.
Thank you. Member Wood?
You're the first person's addressing. I've asked this question repeatedly, not got an answer. If the Agricultural Association defaults on their loan, do the individuals then have to pick up that indebtedness?
I don't know that answer, but some of us are hired a lawyer to make sure we don't, being I'm on Cooking and Aquaculture Board, I do not want to be responsible for that debt.
I hear you, okay.
Thank you. Next. Sorry. I'd like to
Sir.
recognize Member Godfrey.
Sir, I just want to follow up with, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Okay, sorry about that. So is there a lien on your permit?
Hell, yes. Every one of us permit holders has
So
a
if you don't
lien.
resolve that, there is a lien for $11,000 on your permit?
Every time they owe $18 million right now. We borrowed $2 million last year. We told them no. Three of us people on the board voted no, don't borrow money. So they borrowed it anyway. And we talked to the people down in Juneau and said, quit doing this, because you're putting every one of us in debt. And I'm tired of it. We feel like it's a bank robbery. You need to use a gun and you walk out the door and you get your money. Cooking Aquaculture does. I don't want to see them go broke. Don't get me wrong. Them fishermen are my friends. But something has to change. Our permits right now, with the balance we have owed to them, is $11,000 on top of our permit. And something else I ask a lawyer. If I sell my permit and I don't tell the person that bought it, there's this $11,000 lien on it, they can come back and burn my butt. And nobody wants to talk about this stuff. We have to come to some kind of consensus. I don't want to see Cooking and Aquaculture go broke. But I want to be able to pay my 11% back and make some money doing this. And I told the guys I would come down and try and gill net some of this fish for cost recovery to take the pressure off the bill. Every year we borrow money to keep operating, we've got to stop that. And if I can put cost recovery fish in for nothing, I've helped pay the debt. So we can keep operating.
Thank you for your passion and your comments. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Don't go too far. Next, please. Let's keep going here.
Thank you. Yep. So,
New information.
well,
and-
this is new information because I'm going to give you my personal opinion here. But as far as I understand as a Cooking and Aquaculture board member, that there is no lien on the individual permits, and the organization itself is taking on the debt. There's collateral through, and it's all done through the PMP revolving loan program. But as far as like an individual lien on a permits, there is no lien on the permits. What we are responsible, however, for, there's a 2% aquaculture enhancement tax that we would have to pay in perpetuity until those loans are paid off. So, but as far as like, I can sell my permit freely and there is no additional lien on it from the PMP revolving loan fund. Who is the entity which holds all the loans? So, and that's my, I'm not giving you a legal opinion, but that's my best understanding of it. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. And I also have another, I just don't exactly understand how this is relevant to this proposal, but I guess in some ways it might be. But I will state while I'm here is that I support this proposal, and I was one of the members of the AC who, in his attempt to provide some opportunity for the other gear groups of Cooking and Aquaculture to participate in our projects now. And just to also, new information will be that CIA did have the Eklutna hatchery, which failed, and also the enhancement project in Tustamina Lake, which was deemed to be unlawful it was on federal land, and that was shut down. So those two projects did directly help the Upper Cook Inlet, and we've done everything we can to try to come up with new projects, but we've had none proposed and none that seem feasible. So the Aquaculture Association is certainly attempting and doing our best to help all the member groups and gear groups, but that's the state we are in right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh, boy. Short and
Let's hum it
sweet.
again. And a bunch of us sit down and try to figure this out. And right now, the way we're going, it will take 75 years to pay the debt off at the rate we're going. And I won't be doing it because I'm 80 years old. But all the younger fishermen don't want to buy in this business anymore. They're afraid to get into the fishery. And if you look, Cook Inlet's got the most permit for sale of anywhere in the whole, all fisheries in the state. And it's 75 years it'll take to pay the debt off. I hope they can do it.
Thank you. We got a new person coming up. Okay, no repeats anymore. Sorry.
Diane
your
Dubuque,
one
Seward
shot.
AC. Diane Dubuque, Seward AC. Back to the proposal. So, the Seward AC was against this as written because the idea of set nets and drifters in Resurrection Bay, they're going to be catching a lot of different species of salmon besides just the the enhanced reds. And, also, the mountains don't stop at the water in our bay. They go straight down. And there's no shoreline to speak of, to anchored nets, or it's really a steep fishery. We see gear conflicts with the sport user groups and just the effect on the other wild stocks, the coho dogs and wild pinks that are there. Thank you.
Thank you. New person?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Roland Maw. Fish in the Upper Inlet, also sit on the Aquaculture Board, have for a number of years. Couple of issues. One, there's been some reference made to a document where there was some, as some people would phrase it, some guarantee or expectation of 50% being a common property fishery. Well, that was made at the time and the current state of the fishery. So that is an historic document, and it was made by all parties in good faith. So I don't question having made that. But what I would point out is that since that document was created, you be careful now, number of parties, including the board, administration, RPT, have changed how the fishery operates. For example, we started a cost recovery at Resurrection Bay. Expectation was that there would be a fair bit of that would be to common property. And then all of a sudden, some folks said, whoa, look at all those fish. I want my share. Came and got various allocations, time, area, bag possession limits. It's good to be a good neighbor in the community, a good, participant in the community. But for every one of those fish that's taken out of either the common property or the cost recovery is affecting directly our 2% fish tax that we voted to put on ourselves. So 20 years ago, the raw fish tax, or excuse me, the 2% aquaculture tax, get that right, 2% aquaculture tax was bringing in, $500,000, $750,000 a year.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. In all due respect,
Yes.
Mr. Ma, could you please speak to the proposal,
Okay.
please, directly, so we can move through this?
The
Sorry.
proposal is an attempt to allow those fish to either enter back into the cost recovery program. They were there originally. The program was developed by aquaculture, and now other folks want those fish, which is an allocation issue, which is your issue. But in deciding those things, it has a direct effect on our ability to provide those services that one of the former speakers talked about in a very particular way. A lot of the programs that we run in supporting the fishery, habitat, enhancement, rehabilitation programs, we use that 2% money as seed money for other grants, both federal and state. That is now dried up. We no longer have the ability to have seed money to leverage into these grants. There's anywhere from a 10 to a 25% matching or a seed money match. We just don't have it anymore, primarily because of the 2% money. So this proposal then is to provide additional revenues.
Mr. Chair, you know, as much as it intrigues me, the finance of Cook Inlet, this is really not why we're here. Could we?
I appreciate that, and don't make me not treat you well. Could you please wrap it up? And we have the opportunity to talk to you for a long time. So,
Well, my point is, I would support this proposal. It would provide additional revenues that we could use to leverage other programs.
thank you. Okay, last person, and then we're going to move on to Proposal 39.
Hello, I'm Robert Roth,
boy.
and I'll try and keep it short.
Please.
I opposed letting gill netters into the lower Cook Inlet special harvest areas, mainly because it won't only benefit the Area H gill netters, it'll benefit any gill netter in the United States.
Thank you. I told you I'd try to take it easy on you. Don't push it.
I don't, so. My name is David Martin. I also sit on the RPT. My recollection and thought is, this proposal is asking for gill nets to be used for cost recovery. You know, now we use seines or whatever. I think it's on the books that it can be used now. It might have to go through the RPT process to be approved for these aquaculture cost recovery areas down there, and that's a proper channel to go through. One thing I will bring to the board's attention is that it's not up to the Aquaculture Association to hire the cost recovery operators. So, in essence, not hire the seiners, the gill netters, or what, to do the cost recovery. That was brought forward by the Internal Revenue Service that came down on the aquaculture associations around the state. Being nonprofit, they'd lose their nonprofit status if they hired the catchers to do the cost recovery. So this, if the gill nets are approved as another gear to harvest cost recovery, that would go through the RPT process for approval to be used for those, and then it would be up to the processor who gets the bid to do the cost recovery, whether they want to use gill nets or seines or some of both, probably a combination of both. But that's how it'd work otherwise. It wouldn't be opening it up to a common property, gill net fishery. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, thank you. Okay. Okay, I don't see anybody lunging. Thank you. Proposal 39, and really thank you, but will you speak to that department, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 39 would update closed waters 5 AAC 21.350 to include closed waters that are currently closed using emergency order authority, and some of which historically by physical markers prior to the end of the marker program.
Thank you. Comments on this? Short and sweet, please.
I'm going to wrap things up.
Thank you.
39, the Matt Valley AC supported this unanimously. We figured it was a housekeeping proposal. And we opposed 41, or 40 rather, because it was already done in 39. And we amended 41. We supported 41 as amended, 8-0. And we just said that amended to use the line that ADF&G proposes in Proposal 39. So I did 3 at once.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Hearing none, we're moving on to 40, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 40 would create 7 new regulatory closed waters areas for commercial salmon fishing in Lower Cook Inlet.
Any comments? Wow. Really? All right, come on up, Beaver.
Named Beaver Nelson, and I just want to comment that I was one that really felt that 40 gave a better fisherman-friendly, I would say, definition of the closed areas, and especially in the Kamishak district. And when I say fisherman friendly, I mean the ability to actually have the markers not put unnecessary obstacles in your way when you're trying to harvest fish. And I think I explained it pretty clearly in my written comments. So anyway, I just felt that 40 does not cover the wide range that the department proposal is. It's a little more limited, but at any rate, I just feel it's a little more ability for the fishermen to deal with the results of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments on 40? We're going to move on to 41, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 41 would create a regulatory closed waters area in the Tutka Bay Subdistrict.
Thank you. Comments on this? Proposal 41. Going once, two, all right.
Just real quick, Malcolm Milne. So this, I appreciate the sentiment in this proposal, but I think it's pretty well covered in 40. There's a line in 40 that's more efficient to be used for that, so I hope you look to that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. All right, we're going to move on to, did I, 41 or 42?
I thought it was 42, sorry.
All right. That's it on 41. So 42, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 42 would replace the Trail Lakes Hatchery Sockeye Salmon Management Plan with the Bear Lake Management Plan that was repealed in 2009.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Diane Dubuque, Seward AC. Well, we've been kicking this can down the road since 2009. And we were told at that time that this is going to be a short-term deal, and, they won't need 100% of the fish for long. And as I laid out in my testimony, Proposal 380, the sunset clause, they operated for 3 years without, and then they put in Proposal 84. This is all in my testimony. I don't need to rehash that. So the way that we envision, they don't have a production problem because they're year before last, after they closed the weir, those fish were backed up a couple of miles of Bear Creek down to the river. There's a lot of fish. There's a lot of fish that are getting by that curtain of lead that's trying to snag them. There's 500 people on a weekend, and I think it's a very unsafe fishery. Myself, you should be mandated to have face shields and hard hats. And you have people out there that don't know what the heck they're doing. Anyway, we propose on the 50/50 to let the fleet in early. Right now, they did a cost recovery this year, but they did it at the end of the run, and they were paying nothing for the fish, 25 cents a pound, So there's no interest there. But if you let the fleet in at the beginning of the run, because those fish compete with Copper River for the timeline. And the way that we visualize this is to let the fleet fish somehow, with the processor, split the fish ticket. At the end, they can catch till there's no more fish, then split the profits with Cookland Agriculture. And I think that they'd be making more money than what they are now. Another thing we would propose is a red stamp for the people, the sportsmen that are utilizing this. They're getting these fish for free, and they think that they're their fish, They get upset when the cost recovery guys are out and yelling at it. We had this conflict a few years ago. So it's been going on for a long time. And us in Resurrection Bay, we're especially sensitive to this because, they're not producing a common property fishery. There's not, I don't know, it's very frustrating. And it's very frustrating for us in the local area.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Your main objective is to start earlier, is that what I'm understanding?
No, sir, to the chair. Our main objective is to let the fleet in at the beginning. Right now, it starts like May 24th, and let the fleet catch the fish and have more pressure, get as many fish as they can out of there, and then split the profits with Cookland Agriculture.
Okay, yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. For that to happen, you'd have to abandon the Trail Lake plan and go back to the Bear Lake plan? Is that what you're now saying?
Yes, sir.
Why couldn't you just amend the Trail Lake plan?
Well, why couldn't we have amended the Bear Lake plan back in whatever year it was, with
Okay.
Proposal 380,
No, No, I understand where you're going now. Thank you.
Okay. Gene?
Gene Sandone, Matt Valley, AC. We split evenly 4-4 on this, so we opposed it. The people in support said this hatchery only operates for cost recovery and brood stock. Some members are against the fishery being managed solely for hatchery and not for the fishermen. We also suggest that this hatchery operation be critically reviewed and terminated if it's not sustainable and not providing fish for fishermen in a common property fishery. Additionally, there was an error made in not enforcing the sunset clause. This board should rectify the area and go back and decide as what plan should be implemented. This skirted the public process. For people who opposed it, they said the Trail Lake hatchery places it in place is preferred. Benefits from this cost recovery is that Cook Inlet aquaculture is stocking other places where fish are harvested in Lower Cook Inlet. Also supports sport fishery in Seward. And I just want to, as a personal testimony, I'm sensitive to errors made in the past, and the board, I believe, should go back and fix those errors.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Gene? A question for you on that. So restate what you said about the sunset clause. They didn't acknowledge the sunset clause, or what's?
The sunset clause was not in effect. I think.
What year was that? What year was it set to sunset?
I think that other people could answer that question more pertinent than I could. I know it, I think I heard like 13 years ago or something. So it was quite a while ago, but it was brought out in the proposal.
And was that because there was a superseding subsequent proposal? that
Again,
negated
I don't
the-
think I'm the person to
Okay,
answer
that's fine.
that. Maybe Nancy can answer
Got
that.
it, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gene.
Thank you.
Diane Dubuque, Seward AC. I can speak to some of those questions. In 2009, Cook Inlet Aquaculture went down to Petersburg to the statewide, our Southeast Alaska and Yakutat shellfish meeting with an emergency petition that they were meant to bring forward. They needed $1.2 million. The board said that they would hear it in cycle in March of that year, which they did. They passed Proposal 380, which was to give 100% of the fish to Cook Inlet, that managed for cost recovery and brood. So, because the fisheries were not managed for cost recovery in the past, they're managed for brood and whatever, the viability of the stock. So that passed for the 2010 season with a sunset clause, 2010 and 2011. What happened then is that sunset clause wore out, and for 11, 12, and 13, they operated without a permit. In 2014, they went back in front of the board with proposal, I think it was 84, I'd have to look at the number. The way it was written, it didn't say anything about managing for common property. It didn't say anything about a common property fishery. It said to fish in that area, you needed to have a permit from the hatchery to be able to fish there. So again, everything that I've read through statute, common property is a major factor of the hatchery system. You know, that's why it was started. And everything that I've read in the statute is one of the major points that should be adhered to. So are there any other questions?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that. So the sunset clause you said wore out. That's unconventional terminology for a sunset clause. When was it scheduled to sunset?
It was scheduled to sunset in 2010.
In a year?
2 years, 2009 and 10, I believe. And then Cook Inlet, at the next meeting, Cook Inlet came forward with a proposal to repeal the sunset clause. They had a proposal to close sports fishing in Resurrection Bay and personal use fishing. They wanted all the fish. And all three of those proposals went down. So that sunset clause went down in 2011, so then or 2010. And then they had 11, 12, 13 without a management plan. And then they came in, or without the sunset clause, and they came back with a new management plan at 2013, I believe, or 2014. Yeah. And that was the Proposal 84 that has no mention of common property. You have to have a permit from the hatchery.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Next.
Yeah, I hope that you can see that we got problems. And as I said before, we're asking for an internal review. And I hope the department can maybe start looking at this, because when they talk about habitat and everything, that's all grants. And it's not coming, they don't have the money to spend. They've cut all of their habitat things there, because they have no money. So we need a cost analysis. We need something so this stops, because this has been going on since really 1992 when they started, because they just don't have the money. And 2000, they were insolvent. They were, it's just, why is this allowed to go on? And I hope the sport fish can become part of this, because then at least we can keep some of the, we can start to work on ways of the sport fisheries to do something for maybe the Trail Lakes hatchery. I don't know. It's just, we need to talk about it and stop throwing spitballs. That's what would be really nice. So anyway, thanks so much.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, 42, okay.
Just one last, well, I just wanted to.
Short and sweet.
Yep, short and sweet. I wanted to point out two things. First of all, as a fellow board member, I think it would be we don't have the money instead of they. But my other comment, though, is I did submit RC 42, which is convenient because it's the same number as the proposal. But that does show the record from the Board of Fisheries from 2013 when we did adopt the current management plan.
Okay,
So there is no sunset issue that was non-resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on now. We're going to go on to an easy one. Proposal number 43. Before we do, law has something to say about this, in 2 pages here. Proposal 43. This proposal amends the basic management plan to reduce hatchery production of pink salmon and Cook Inlet to 25% of the year, 2000 production level. Apparently without definition, production level, quote unquote. As proposed, this is likely beyond the board's authority, which is limited to AS, Generally, the department has primary authority over hatchery permitting and associated issues related to salmon production and cost recovery. A few more things. Further, the legislature has certified that expressly provided in this statute board regulations for conservation, maintenance, and management of species for which an acquisition permit is needed. I'm just going to stop there, but it kind of goes on, and it all applies to Proposal 43. So would the board like to address this now, or the department? Please.
Proposal 43, this would cap the Lower Cook Inlet Management Area hatchery permitted pink salmon egg take level at 59 million eggs.
Thank you. Is there public comment out there? And maybe we should make one at a time, like this is your one shot. So say it all, fast.
David Martin, I'll say it all. Back up to 41 too. Couple new information. It's kind of disturbing that other areas want to micromanage our association, the aquaculture. Like I mentioned, I've been on there. I'm also treasurer of that. Be careful what you ask for. Resurrection Bay, there's 20 to 30,000 sockeye caught in that fishery because it's one of the earliest fishery. Shoot, it's on the Channel 2 news report and everything else. Also, people might not know that the Trails Lake Hatchery produces and releases 100,000 sockeye or silver salmon smolt for the silver salmon fishery in Resurrection Bay. The Seward benefits from. You do away with the hatcheries. You're doing away with the China Poot dip net fishery, the sports fishery in Halibut Cove, Tutka and Tutka Lagoon, and all the upper inlet projects that I mentioned. There will be no harvest on pike. There won't be Lodia surveys. There won't be any weirs fertilizing and all the things I mentioned before. So the hatcheries are the funding source for this. The debt that's incurred, other associations have incurred a lot of debt and come out of it. The only way you're going to come out of it is hatcheries. It's not tied to a permit. If you don't fish, you're not paying your 2%. If you sell it, Or if the hatchery goes out of business, it's just gonna continue, so the hatchery is the way to do it, and that'll benefit the common property fisheries, so hopefully we'll make wise decisions here. Thank you.
Thank you. Another comment?
I'll be quick. Diane, Seward AC. We have a problem because Cook Inlet Aquaculture guaranteed us that after like 2 or 3 years, they'd be getting their cost recovery from Tutka. That's why originally we approved Proposal 380. We amended it with alternate days fishing. But that's why and I don't believe we're micromanaging. We just feel like we've gotten the raw end of the deal 14 years later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. While you're walking to the podium, I just want to say I should have let Law read their piece of paper, not me. Apologies.
Good evening, Scott Adams. So I see that they want 50 million to restrict it there. We've been up as high as 125 million. So if we're trying to make hatcheries sustainable and also pay for themselves, I see cutting the production is not a way of doing it. Actually, the last few proposals looks like they actually want to get rid of hatcheries, and they've been here for 50 years. And I have to say, as a bystander, because I never actually seined, but I dealt with fish in the seine industry, that they're a plus. And the last few proposals look like they've been an attack on that hatchery industry towards the seine industry. So, thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on Proposal 43? Proposal 43, going once. Nobody's jumping. Okay, I think that is it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wood. Now I can see some of the challenges of keeping these things moving in a forward manner.
Thanks for an easy one. Next time I'd like to do pelagic, non-pelagic.
Careful what you wish for, okay? Bear with me, folks, and I need your full attention. We've got 3 options here, and first option is to take a break and maybe go into deliberations on item 3, but that doesn't really act fairly to the proposals therein because the board members have not had time to update themselves on any new RCs, et cetera, so I'm not inclined to do that. The second option is to go with the action plans, and correct me if I'm wrong, Forrest, he's ready to rock and roll. Should we go that route? And the third option is, I know there's at least one, but I think more folks that have to leave tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock that are on the items in Southeast, one of which is the Territorial Sports spokesman, one of the signatories. And we could take just those people that have a plane to catch tomorrow morning and try and get them up to where they could testify here, and that would be my preference. And I see a shaking of heads. So where are we going to move now is to Group 4. And Mr. Saray, I'll turn it over to you tomorrow, but let's just get through this portion. So I'll take this right now so that we can move it along. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, do you want the presentations or just?
Yes, I do want the presentation. If it doesn't take long, tell me how long, Commissioner.
Well, we have 2 presentations I think we got to go through, so it's going to take it probably half an hour. So I'm just trying to figure out what you want.
Then let's postpone that till tomorrow when we deal with the whole thing, okay? Now, what I want to get now is an opportunity for those that have a flight to catch that will not be here tomorrow. So if there are any people, Larry, I know you were one of them, if you're out there somewhere, you were there earlier, that fit that criteria, and if there's anyone else.
I think some of them might be down in the staff room talking about different ways to move forward, so we can go down and gather those people up if you want to take a 5-minute break.
Okay, and that's where we'll head. We'll take the 5-minute break to do it. Okay, please, audience. Thank you very much. I went out in the audience and asked around. I think there's only one person who has to catch a flight tomorrow morning and would miss the meeting other than that, and that is come on forward, Larry. As soon as everybody gets quiet, we'll proceed. That'll be Mr. Edfeld. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for accommodating my reason for leaving early. I want to offer a few more comments about Proposal 259. I know you've all heard the firestorm earlier this week, but I had a few more points I wanted to say about it. In my opinion, the fix for the issue should be only to reinsert the word sport fishery back into the management plan as agreed to by all the signatories to RC 178. Nothing else needs to be done now, except the housekeeping provisions of 257 or 258. There are several good ideas offered, especially by the Sitka Advisory Committee, but those can be taken up as proposals in cycle. The reinsertion of the word sport fishery back in the plan will likely require in-season management by the department. I would oppose running the sport fishery full tilt until the quota is reached and then closing the fishery for residents and non-residents alike. This would be contrary to the agreed-upon provisions of Section M of RC 178 that to prioritize the resident sport fishery. As an alternative to a full closure, I would prefer the breaks be applied to the non-resident fisheries sufficiently in advance so that both the resident and non-resident fisheries can continue all summer as directed by Objective B2 of RC 178. This could be accomplished by, for example, reducing the non-resident annual limit to 2 fish early enough to ward off a full closure. I'm sure that the charter operators and lodges would prefer fishing for an annual limit of 2 king salmon rather than a closure of the fishery. The staff has sought direction from the board as to how the sport fishery should be managed in season. The board should delegate to the department the instructions to slow the non-resident catch in May and June so the fishery remains open all summer. Other possible ways to slow down the non-resident catch rate to avoid total closure would include reducing the days of the week or closing for a portion of June or closing productive areas or increasing the minimum size limit. Personally, I think that a 2 fish annual limit for non-residents is the way to go.
And I don't recall whether you told us what you're representing or who you're representing.
I'm sorry. I'm Larry Edfeld, representing the territorial sportsmen in Juneau.
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the representative from the non-resident when he testified the other day. Did you, any of your organization, participate in removing those 2 words from the proposal that was passed by the board last cycle?
No, we did not.
Thank you. Do you support the removal of those 2 words?
I support the insertion of those 2 words.
Right. Thank you, sir. Any questions, Ms. Van Dort?
Mr. Edfeld, were you or any representative of the territorial sportsmen in the room when the board voted and for a period thereafter?
There was a representative of the territorial sportsmen in the room, but it wasn't me.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Larry, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that has a flight to catch in the morning and will not be here? Seeing and hearing no one to close this portion of the meeting. Forrest, how long is it going to take you to do your thing?
Mr. Chair, we just need staff, Ted and Glenn, to come back up, and I think they're ready to roll.
And we will go in that order.
I think they've got 3 slides that Ted will walk you through that describe the suite of management actions and the action plan.
You gonna blast me again?
It helps reflect off of.
Yeah, I know.
Proceed when you're ready, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Ted Otis. I'm the area finfish research biologist for Lower Cook Inlet Division of Commercial Fisheries. So I think the easiest and fastest thing to do for you guys is to reference 3 of the slides from the presentation I gave on Monday, which was RC3 tab 4, and there will be slides 21 to 23. And I would also like to reference the written report, which is the MCFIC Sockeye Action Plan, which is RC3 tab 2, and specifically, it's going to be pages 8 to 11. And what those are the actions, the proposed actions that the board could take. And so if you can see, slide number 21 should be on the screen. Action 1 focused on reducing commercial harvest. As I said in my presentation, commercial harvest really isn't a factor in the current situation that we have, but we would, of course, want to minimize any commercial harvest while the stock's recovering. So there were 4 ways that we proposed that could be done. A on this list is what we've actually been doing for the last 2 years in an attempt to try to keep.
Let me interrupt you just for 1 second, if I might, and I apologize ahead of time. I would highly encourage anyone that is going to be participating tomorrow to stay put here, because we'll have another issue to deal with at the conclusion of this presentation. That may impact what you want to see done or whatnot, so don't leave, ladies and gentlemen. Go forward.
Sure. So again, action 1 focuses on reducing commercial harvest. Option A is what we've actually been doing for the past 2 years in an effort to try to keep MCFIC sockeye off of the stock of concern list, and that is using our existing emergency order authority to close both the McNeil and the Paint River subdistricts during the time frame that MCFIC reds are returning to MCFIC Creek. And I'll just advance to show you, oops. That's not doing what I thought I was going to do. Bear with me. I'm sorry. All right. Sorry about that. So again, option A was closing the McNeil River and Paint River subdistricts, which are directly adjacent to both the McNeil River and McVick Creek. Option B under this action is closing those 2 subdistricts by regulation. Currently, we're doing it through our emergency order authority. If the board didn't think that was sufficient, they could, have us close it in regulation. Option C closes other nearby adjacent subdistricts in the Kamishak district by emergency order. So that could be the Kamishak River subdistrict to the south, Douglas River to the south, Chinook subdistrict to the north. Again, that would be if there was a concern that we were intercepting MCFIC reds as they return to that area, of which that is not happening. And then the most restrictive action the board could take in this scenario would be closing the entire Kamishak district to commercial fishing. That's option D on this list. So again, action 1 focuses on reducing commercial harvest. Again, I want to just point out we've already been invoking option A under that list, using our EO authority to close McNeil and Paint River. Action 2 focused on what we called habitat modifications. You may remember from my presentation, the upper and lower falls are the reason why fish are so vulnerable in that system to the brown bears that aggregate there. Already once before in the 1930s, there was an attempt made to make it a little easier on the fish to ascend the upper falls I suppose it could be possible to do further modification to the falls in an effort to make the fish's transition or migration up to McVick Lake a little easier. Option B under that action was the proposal potentially to manage the abundance of bears along McVick Creek through hazing or other means. You may remember from my presentation that there are a lot of costs associated with these things. A, would be expensive to go in and modify the falls. There'd be permits required from Army Corps of Engineers, et cetera. Division of Wildlife would weigh in on this, obviously, because it would have a big impact on the sanctuary, even just to take this construction activity at the falls. But option B would clearly be the most disruptive. It's completely contradicts the legislation that designated the sanctuary. It wasn't an action that the board necessarily would approve in any way or support. It was just listed because we're recognizing that the bears are a big factor in the status of McVick Reds. Action 3 is where I'd really like to focus your attention. This is natural recovery. As I tried to make the point in my presentation, McNeil River is very much a natural place. It's the bears are protected. There hasn't been any fishing. It's nature being nature, and would be one way to put it. And it's a predator-prey cycle is what we really believe is happening there. And so we are suggesting that the board could adopt Action 3, Option A, which is no further action or natural recovery. Again, this is to include what we've already been doing to make sure there's no commercial harvest of those McVick Reds while the stock's recovering. We would continue to close the McNeil River and Paint River subdistricts by emergency order. Some of the benefits, this obviously does not contradict the role of the sanctuary there. It's completely in line with the sanctuary's stated goals, and I think I provided a copy of that as an RC. I believe it was RC 41 was the McNeil River State Game Sanctuary Management Plan that provides the actual legislative language, the statute language that designated the sanctuary, and it discusses the management plan for the sanctuary. So this action would be completely in line with the sanctuary's operation. It's consistent with the statutory goals. That's what we would urge the board to consider at this time. And just one last point, I guess that is exactly what the board did in 2016.
Who is talking?
When McNeil chums were designated as a stock of concern for virtually identical reasons. This is the action that the board took in 2016.
Just a real quick question to staff. You've got 1, 2, 3 actions with options there under. And then on the last page, you got a summary, which seems to boil it down to 2 options. So are you asking the board to select one of those 2 in the summary page? Or are you asking the board to select options among all 3 of the ones on the previous page? I'm not quite clear what you want us to do.
Well, obviously, it's your decision. And in my presentation, I suggested that Action 3, Option A, no further action is what we would recommend, which is a little redundant, I suppose, because it essentially includes Action 1, Option A, which is what we've been doing the last 2 years, closing those areas by using our existing emergency order authority. So it's a little bit of a combo deal, I guess.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to figure out exactly how Action 3 was so different from number 1, and because, utilizing EO authority to close the McNeil and Paint Rivers, currently you're allowing natural recovery to take place because there's effectively no commercial harvest. You have natural states of predation and things like that, but so in reality, either one would work. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, essentially, yes. What we said in the presentation was Action 3 is just very overtly acknowledging that we think this is a natural situation that warrants natural recovery in a place like the McNeil Bear Sanctuary. But you're correct.
Anything further? Any other questions, Ms. Carlson Van Dort? Either way.
All right, so we have a designation, that's why the action plan is before us in the first place. I don't think it is incumbent upon whatever commissioner happens to be sitting in the seat to use his emergency order authority to close it if the board has made this designation. If the board has designated that there's a stock of concern, I think it's the board's responsibility to instruct how the fishery will be managed in order to either recover or at least have some kind of yield, in my opinion, whatever that yield may be, and that's a discussion for the board. So for me, the only, I think, logical action is option B of the commercial fisheries objective, which is to reduce commercial harvest. There shouldn't be any commercial harvesting on below SEG for the period of recovery, which I believe we're gonna talk about at some point. That just needs to be closed, and I wouldn't expand it necessarily. You've indicated that you don't believe that there's any interception of those fisheries going on, but I think that we need to codify what the board intends the department to do in order to manage for a recovery, whatever that recovery. Personally, it needs to be higher than the SEG, in my opinion. I mean, I think a recovery needs to require some yield, some harvestable yield before we open it back up again. And in my mind, I think that the department should be shooting for at least the midpoint of the SEG goal. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair, and my recommendation moving forward would be to, close McNeil and Paint River subdistricts by regulation, and then let nature take its course and see how that works, and hopefully you'll see a recovery sooner than later. And in that case, I think it makes sense that the criteria that the board discusses for what is recovered, and then you have some pretty clear objectives, in my opinion, rather than just year-to-year EO. Thanks.
So you would have action number 1B, as in Baker, combined with action 3, status quo. Is that
Yeah, and
correct?
in my mind, I mean, it's really just action 1B, but yeah.
Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a valid point Member Carlson Van Dort made. The only question that I would have about that is if we did go down that route and close it in regulation, if there was excess above what the current escapement goals are, obviously there's a way to come out of this management corridor that we're in. But the commissioner would not have the option if the current situation existed where there was a harvestable surplus to use his EO authority in that instance to harvest those fish because the board had closed it by regulation. Am I correct?
I believe that you are correct, Mr. Carpenter, through the chair.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up. And I think that was, my thoughts were to use action 1A just because it gives the commissioner a little bit more flexibility if something did arise. But I hear Member Carlson Van Dort's concern, so I'll listen to what others have to say.
Yes, I concur with Ms. Carlson Van Dort because I really like using an action 1B and action 3, combine those two. I like seeing the SEG get met and like she said as well, having some, so meeting escapement and having some harvest eventually would be good.
If you put that in the form of a motion and we'll act on it?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that with respect to the McVick Lake Action Plan, the request of the department, that the board's direction would be to implement action 1B in conjunction with 3, natural recovery, and to also use the delisting criteria that is in RC 048 with Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want me to go into what my expectations would be for yield, if that's part of the motion, or?
Let's get the motion on the table first of all. The motion's on the table. Is there a second?
Second it.
Second.
Godfrey, second.
Okay. So the motion is on the floor now. Your question is what, Marit?
My question is, in terms of the board discussion for conditions for delisting and the discussion around what the board's expectation for what recovered looks like or what the delisting criteria would be, I think that it would need to be, the SEG would be met or exceeded in 3 consecutive years. I think that basically what's in RC 48, 1, and my preference would be that the department, or that we consider using the midpoint of the SEG. Do you have an upper bound on that SEG? You do, okay. So I guess my suggestion would be to try and hit, in terms of the delisting criteria, meeting the midpoint between the lower and upper bounds of the SEG.
Thank you. Does everybody understand what's on the floor? If not, now's the time to speak up. Since everybody's silent, I'm assuming you understand the motion. Mr. Carpenter?
I don't have any comment at this particular point in time. I'm still thinking about it for a second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Would someone call a question and we can move on?
Before you call the question, I guess maybe the Department of Law, do we need to do costs specific to this?
Let me check. We do not.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Excuse me. It was just pointed out to me, and this is a good thing to note. RC 48 refers to the McNeil-Chum Action Plan, which is all relevant here. And right, okay. So, but you may want to make the same.
Yeah, thank you. RC 48 does refer to the McNeil River Chum Action Plan, but I think that the criteria, the delisting criteria would be the same for the McFIC. It is what the department uses, and the specification is just that you shoot for the midpoint of the SEG to measure recovery successfully. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. If there's no further discussion,
Question.
question's been called. Does this have to go through error of admission? I don't believe so. No. We'll do it anyway. Mr. Payton?
None for me, Mr. Chair.
If there was, I'd be real curious. Forrest?
No, Mr. Chairman, and just wanted to appreciate the way you moved through this efficiently, and I think that was a really good discussion you had.
Thank you.
It's a good direction to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Starr, but no.
Oh, yes, it is. Earn your keep. That's a no, huh? Okay. Captain?
No, sir.
Take the roll, please.
On the McFIC action plan, management options and delisting criteria. Zaray.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion carries 6-1, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers, do you have anything further to bring in front of us?
Not on this matter, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're at a stopping point, however, in the last 20 minutes. We've had a development that needs to go on the record, and it will impact how we move forward. And I'm going to turn the mic over to Mr. Godfrey for him to put on the record what the situation is.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to put this on the record. I have a business matter, my consulting business that I have to attend to and I've not been able to resolve in the last 2 days. So I have to fly out tomorrow ahead of schedule at 10:55 a.m. So if you would indulge me and the rest of the board would in an earlier start time, I'd certainly appreciate that. I wouldn't need to leave here until 9:45, 9:50.
So when you depart in the morning, you'll not be back, obviously, for the remainder of whatever's on the agenda. And
That is correct.
Yeah.
So it would be wonderful if you indulge me and put the deliberations on the front end there in the morning as soon as we get through the committee of the whole.
Well, if we so inclined, I'm sure you'll buy us breakfast or something to make sure it's all brought up. I wanted to brought on out because what that does, for those of you who may not be familiar with the process, we will be down to 6 members. You'll still have to get 4 votes to prevail So it makes it just that much tougher for somebody trying to make changes to get the necessary votes together to do so. And it happens from time to time, and I've been as vocal in it as I am now. But nonetheless, it's a situation we'll deal with. So I would like to start early. I'm going to throw out a time and let everybody cringe and throw tomatoes and do all the things they do. But I would suggest 7:30 so that we can keep Mr. Godfrey involved as long as we can possibly do so, at least through the group 3. Does 7:30 really rub anybody wrong?
So what would you start with at 7:30?
We would start with group 3.
Proposals?
Deliberations. Deliberations on group 3 would start off, followed by the presentation on group 4, and then the committee of the whole on group 4, and deliberations on group 4, and then on to the rest of the agenda. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does 7:30 sound too late, too early? Shalene's giving me a thumbs up. She's a sadist. With
It's
that in
not too
mind,
late.
I was going to add that it's not too late.
I used to be able to identify with that, not so much anymore. So we will stand at ease till tomorrow morning at 7:30. We'll start sharply with deliberations on group 3.